Hello, hello, hello. And we're live again on YouTube, but it's April 1st of 2023, so it's April Fool's Day. And that used to be a time for jolly japes when nobody was really fooled about anything. Apparently, there's some history to it, that it was really about mocking people who wouldn't go along with the latest paradigm. But, as Joe Biden would say, not a joke. It's not a joke because nothing's really funny anymore. So I'm not going to say anything that is a jolly jape or a joke or deceptive in any way. Everything I say is going to be the truth. Even if I'm joking lightheartedly about something, I'm going to try and clarify and make sure that nobody thinks that I'm accidentally trying to deceive something. By the way, when I was a kid, I used to enjoy sort of entertaining people with tall tales, but nothing that was a lie. I might say like, oh yeah, there was a giraffe there in school today, and they go, was it a toy one? I go, no, it was a real one, yeah. And they go, what? How did that happen? I go, oh, it's just the teacher had a giraffe for a pet instead of a dog, and this sort of stuff. And I'd be just sort of telling them a tale of whimsy, but then they'd kind of go, oh, you're lying to me, you're a liar. And I kind of go, oh, I was just joking, not even
Yeah.
exactly like that, but sometimes people are funny about it. Anyway, I'm not going to be telling any tall tales today. I'm here with JC. I see that Crispy Johnson, Truth Spirit, and Slow Boy Whiteboard are there, and she says Baba Yaga. So I better just explain what that is. It seems to be the Slavic version of an old crone or perhaps a witch who might be standing over a cauldron. And I use the word cauldron because it comes up in one of the videos I want to play. It's very much associated with witches. And so, the picture there, which I saw on Wikipedia, um, that illustrated Baba Yaga, it looks very much to me like it could be an illustration in the Brothers Grimm story about Hansel and Gretel or any of those kind of gingerbread homes that you might come across in a black forest somewhere, if you'd wandered off the beaten track a little bit.
Mm.
So as Slow Boy there says, yeah, exactly, she gets it. She says it's a catheter, a catheter. So I wonder. I sometimes I'm experimenting a little bit. Maybe later I might play this back and see how good and shockingly good. I mean, surprisingly good, terrifyingly accurate that the subtitles can be. So we'll see.
Mm.
Um, anyway, I'll say hello to you, JC, and I suppose I'll just sort of say to you, as we discussed beforehand, what we're not going to talk about is current events. I generally don't like talking about current events, but of course we have to acknowledge what happened. So I don't know if you want to sort of try and talk a little bit around that obliquely for a few minutes, because I just don't want to launch into this video just yet. I want to give it a few minutes until the algorithm kind of goes, yeah, nothing to see here, and so that's why I also don't want to pique its interest too much. And what we already know, what we can't really say, but I think it would be wrong to not acknowledge what happened in some way. But at the same time, we're not going to take a prurient or salacious interest in it. I certainly don't want to sensationalize anything. But what were your thoughts there, and what happened on Monday this week,
Well,
JC?
I mean, obviously, like that's my area, like to begin with, so it hits home a little bit. Um, and I mean, to me, it's rather obvious what happened. A bill got passed that the Order of the Rose did not like, and that was retaliation for. It's like, okay, y'all gonna pass this bill? All right, well, we're gonna show you, and we're gonna make an international scene out of this and use it to our advantage, right? That's how it always works. Like, one side does something that instigates the other side. That side does something which instigates the other side to take legal action, and vice versa. The dialectic always plays back and forth. So it was to be expected, like with that bill passing, they wouldn't have passed that unless it was to piss people off in the first place.
This I didn't know. Can you explain? I think it sounds like you're going to be able to explain what bill was passed that they didn't like, for which they're taking some retribution for. Can you talk about it without mentioning the hot button words?
The clown time story hour stuff was outlawed in my home state.
Ah, I'm with you now. So that's the whole narrative of you're not being tolerant
Born in
enough. Oh, so
1853.
sorry. That's not supposed to go on yet. That's if you don't allow us to basically prey on your children, then we're going to harm your children more. Isn't that the idea?
Yeah, that's like that's pretty much the idea, and the narrative's being floated that like this was a had to do, the church, like, in there in the South has something to blame, like it was retaliation for against a church pastor or something like that. I've heard. There's a few different ways that it's it possibly could play out in the media, but as far as I'm concerned, like this was all about like that one bill and really trying to terrorize people, honestly. If you ask me, they're teetering on the big CW thing, they're pushing it to a point where people are going, especially people of that specific area, that specific state, are not the ones that like go poking around that, because they're the militant type, if you get me. There's a reason it's called the volunteer state, and if they you have all this transhuman day of vengeance, we'll call it, like coming up and all this kind of stuff. If they keep on, we're talking about like a war.
Hmm.
Things could easily break out kinetic if people keep going down that path. So I really hope that this is not going to be a foreboding of what's to come.
Well, the word agitprop, again, all this stuff is coming back from the communist era. I think it might stand for, I think probably stands for agitating propaganda, which is designed to rile people up, get them hot under the collar, feeling like that they um, have to attack as a form of defense because they're told that imminently, and I suppose to be fair about it, both sides in some way, of course, are being stoked up to feel like the other side is about to attack, and so that they must attack as a form of defense.
Yeah,
Did they say that it was April 1st was going to be the day, or what day did they earmark on the calendar for being the day that they should sort of say, now my pretties, fly, fly?
I don't think they did earmark an exact day. I think they just said they needed to be one. I'm not,
I
but not have named today. I'm not sure.
I have a
I know
feeling
I've
that they
seen. I
did
saw
name a
things
day.
saying, "What's that?"
I have a feeling that they did indeed name a day, that they said a certain day would be the day of protest. And it may, and I mean, it would be very fitting for it to be Saturday, April 1st. It would be convenient for anybody who happened to accidentally have a job. And it also, of course, like being April Fool's Day, it has a double meaning as to who exactly are the fools who are out being whipped up into a frenzy by their um, overlord controllers, or whatever way you want to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it would have somewhat of a poetry to it. I'll agree, like most certainly. It would be, the Day of Fools, and everybody runs out and tries to start you know, a. Uh, I don't want to say the CW word. Try to start a conflict with one another. Like, yeah, that'd be the best word. Try to start a
Yeah,
conflict with one another on the Day of Fools. That would be most certainly fitting.
yeah, absolutely. Um, just I suppose say there, Slow Boy says that your voice reminds her of Southern Nordic. He's a guy who has a YouTube channel, and he's from the Appalachian area, if not exactly the mountains as well. I think I might be pronouncing it Appalachian is wrong. I think he says Appalachian, and you're saying that you're originally from there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I can't see. It's not coming through on my screen there. I guess I put it up. Whatever the symbol or the icon or the emoji, it's not coming through. Maybe it's because I haven't put a software update or something on my computer. But he's a something positive type guy, and maybe it's better off that it doesn't come through, because whatever you're allowed to be positive about, it's verboten, you know. Um,
Mm-hmm.
there's
I see.
Aura Lumen. Howdy, friends. Howdy, Aura Lumen.
Howdy.
Um, yes, so Slowboy says we say latch, not lach. So it's not like Apple H, it's Apple latch.
Yeah.
Um,
Appalachia.
yeah, not lach. Grand. Okay, well I think I'm up to speed there on the correct pronunciation or pronunciation. Um, so look, we'll leave that there. Other than just to say, um, I don't look. Everybody and their dog is talking about what happened there, the who's and wherefores and whys of it, whether any of it's real, whether some aspect of it is real. Um, Irrespective of whether it's real or not, of course it's being used for political currency on both sides.
Yep.
Um, if
Political
anybody
football, as they call it.
say what?
The political football, as they call it. And I'd
Yeah.
also like to say, like, if something, anytime something like this goes on, we should also be looking around and saying, okay, what are they trying to take our attention away from?
For sure.
What else is going on that they're trying to, it's like, look at the shiny thing, squirrel, you know.
Well, I mean, let's you and I, because we've spent quite a few streams, and I did a couple of videos on it in between them, talking about one of the things, and I'll mention it now in a second, but just to say, like, that you're absolutely right that they're always beavering away in the background, and the one thing I've always noticed about the corporate environment, and we all live in a corporate environment now where all of our governments have been taken over by corporations, and one of the amazing things about corporations is that they don't just focus on any linear plan; it's a spider web plan, and also compartmentalized beautifully. So they have hundreds of minions with hundreds of minions working under them, and then different departments working under them. So it's all a big fractal um, tapestry of people working together to create the grand work, which is the big tapestry cloth that they're working towards. Something that I don't think I like the look of, and most people listening to this won't like the look of if it ever gets complete. But it's the kind of thing that I would often sit back, in my spinning office chair and just sort of marvel at how they're able to weaponize people's personal, very specific self-interest and stupidity and short-sightedness, and yet use each one of them, unknowing almost to themselves, to fabricate every little part of. It's not like it's like a horror show American quilt type thing. It all comes together, and it speaks to how it's not just all by happenstance, all these independently sort of spontaneous occurrences for no reason at all, somehow coming together to make the grand whole. There is a planner. You, as I said before, you deduce or you infer the presence of a great mind who's somehow able to plan all this and manage all this, but not in a direct way. It's fascinating, it's impressive and terrifying because of it. So I'll mention, as I say, in a minute, but I'll give you a chance to respond to that. Like, just the mechanism of the method by which they use. What are your thoughts on how they're able to just do the things in the front and then have all these other things, such as what we did a few live streams on, this harmonization of all of our, healthing plans, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. If and when just, something happens to happen again at some point in the future, like 2020. What do you think of the planning of it, though?
I mean, it is rather amazing. And I mean, we can't forget that now they have AI helping them do all this. So they're even more effective than they were before, to the point where, like, with social media and AI, they can predict what you're going to do before you do it, even better than they could before. And, I'll just share a quote, like, from a former Mason colleague of mine back in the day. Everyone thinks that they are a beautiful, a beautiful, like, what was the word he used? Unique snowflake, he said. And, at the end of the day, they're still all made of snow,
Mm,
right? So
yeah.
it's one of those things that, even though we are all different and individual in a way, like, we're not so different and individual that we can't be fucking predicted, because, like, the fact is, we're all human and we all have those human drives. It's like, no matter who you get, like, and plop down in the middle of the desert, they're still going to last about the same amount of time without food and water. They're all going to have the same drive to have food and water, right? You can, there's certain things that are just baseline with human beings, and then you spiderweb out from there, and you get into another classification where you can group people by archetype, which will help you decide what they will do. and so on and so forth. There's a classification system for this kind of stuff, and it helps them figure out how to plan things. And on top of that, they have the most sophisticated intelligence network in the world. So they gather intelligence, and the more intelligence you have, the better you are at predicting things. This is just the way that everything works. I mean, it's the way that what we're doing right now works. The better intel that you and I have, the better intel we can pass to everyone listening, and then therefore the better intel they can pass to everyone else. And the faster and more efficient we do that, the more effective we become. Same thing.
Well, Jesse, that metaphor or analogy to the snowflake, that it is perfect because, of course, the standard idea is that every snowflake, it's like a factoid, which actually means, it always means, if you call something a factoid, that it sounds true but isn't. So, but maybe it is true, I don't know, but I have a feeling that it's a factoid, that every snowflake is unique and individual, that there are so many
Mhm.
permutations. No snowflake fallen on the ground has ever been the same as one after it. But it has the other meaning, of course, of people being overly sensitive or melt down into tears at a moment's notice or at the slightest provocation. Well,
Mhm.
it is a beautiful analogy, though, because everybody these days has been trained to think that they are perfectly unique, special, no need to change. They're so perfect in every way possible. Don't ever let anybody criticize you. So it fits so well. And yet, all of them packed together into a certain area can be used as a snowball, or as a snowball that starts an avalanche, maybe. Um, you're so right that in the aggregate, everybody is manipulated. Now, of course, there's other ones, like such as every drop of rain doesn't realize that it must fall to form the ocean, or that one grain of sand multiplied by 100,000 million billion whatever makes the sandy beach. All of these things, like by comparison, of course, you can see it's the same kind of analogy, but the snowflake one really works perfectly there to describe what is always so difficult to describe. And you said it as well. Like these days, it's only been possible, but they waited and they bided their time. Um, Maybe at some point in the past we had the same kind of technology, and that the destruction of the Tower of Babel was a um, sort of metaphor, synonym, kind of, for the destruction of a grand data center, maybe, or something that had become so complex in its neural networks that it had become God, and the only way to destroy it then was physically tear it down brick by brick, and then said, look, hopefully we'll take a different path next time. But of course, human beings and their nature being what it is, it all went exactly in the way that it could have been predicted, because, as Charlie Munger says, show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome. If the same incentives are there, the same outcomes will occur. But with all this granular detail, as they love to call it, the drilling down into this granular data and this fine control, this same kind of um, terminology, this jargon that they use if they were dealing with grains of sand versus big bricks made out of them. When they drill down into the granular detail, they can then separate people by their constituent components. Oh, this is a little bit of lime. Well, this is a little bit of mica, and this is actually a little bit of feldspar. But it all puts it together, and it's some kind of granite. And they can regulate then exactly what kind of properties they want the brick to be, depending on its very specific um, percentile properties or ratios of each. And it reminds me, of course, of the metallurgy, where a very specific proportion of tin and copper might make bronze, or it might make brass if you add a little bit of these other impurities. And of course, in silicon chip making, they call it doping, by adding a bit of impurities to the silicon or the germanium or whatever. But just to kind of spread it out there, I mean, even though everybody else could have thought about all that on its own, but I think we need to sort of just elucidate this stuff and lay it all out there to sort of pick up the pieces. Because I know that, when I was younger, I did kind of sense these things, but I wasn't able to articulate it. I'm still not able to articulate it. It's like, I think when you get to start seeing the picture, it's like looking at one of these magic eye pictures. All the details were there already. You just weren't quite focusing on it right. Not that I probably ever will. But the underlying point, though, is that I think what it boils down to is, between normies, or people who want to take the blue pill and the comfortable lie, and people who, to their own detriment in many ways, because it makes life so unbearable, you take the red pill and you sort of say, No, I believe that all of this is on purpose, whereas the blue pill people, I think the fundamental difference they say is no, all of this is a confluence of unconnected random events. But these people behind it, that, you know, us red pill people, let's say, we understand almost, it's a kind of instinct that we know that what they're doing is, once they get populations big enough, they are able to precipitate events out of this alchemical mixture that they make. Because you said before, and I'll hand it off to you now, you said before that the real alchemy is not trying to turn base metal into gold, but how to influence human beings, shape their minds, create the thoughts in their minds so they perform actions that are conducive to their great work.
Yes. You know, it goes back to that, all of life is not relativistic. Everything is not relative, right? But there are certain things that are about reality that are relative. It goes back to those the martial arts I was talking about, like how you can use a person's own inertia and of their attack in order to assist you in attacking them, and diverting their energy somewhere else. That's the essence of Asian martial arts for sure, as well as a lot of Western sword arts and things that developed over here. They're all based on the same system, and that's really one of the key things that they worked out. And it worked on a small scale all the way up to the big scale, and that's really what this as within, so without, as above, so below. That's what all this kind of stuff is about. Is that so on the micro, so on the macro, right? If I can study something on a different scale and then expand it, or I can study it on a big scale and contract it. Something that goes on outside the human body tends to go on inside. So, like, it's just like, okay, if I have a test tube bubbling with acid, I can toss in some Tums and chill that acid out. Well, that same thing happens inside the stomach. Okay, that's all of this ties back into, what we were going to talk about later. It's all alchemy and chemistry and things. So when you're talking about alchemy, some part of it is, it's not really changing lead into gold. Part of alchemy is gold plating, though. You can gold plate lead and make your temple look as if it's made out of gold, right? Like, that's one of their tricks, right? It's not, but when it really comes down to especially what modern Freemasons and Rosicrucians are into, they're not into building structures and stuff as much as, and making things out of metals and stuff as our ancestors used to be. I got into that, but I'm a little old fashioned in the way that I was doing things. I got into a lodge that still got into that kind of stuff, and we were different than a lot of others. But nowadays, it's mostly about and since the 1700s and 1600s, especially, like, it has been about spirituality and changing man that is led into gold, turning, making yourself better and improving yourself into that godlike state, whereas used to it was about like knowledge of the physical world and things like that. They've kind of delineated that to different fields of science at this point, and now what they focus on mostly is the spiritual alchemy side of it, right? Like, everything has been atomized, whereas I come from a different school that seeks to put all these things back together, and de-atomize things, as if we're, and this is something I was trying to tell someone in the chat the other day. There, within Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, etc., there are different schools. They don't all think the same, right? And I think maybe the school I come from is kind of what caused me to break away from Masonry entirely, because modern Masonry has went the way of what's called Oriental Masonry, which is absolutely more socialistic than some of the other schools that maybe like like the school I come from is more like what our founding fathers belonged to, rather than what has came in today. What has came in today is most certainly the Illuminist, more Oriental Masonry side, which is more atheistic and cold and calculating and wants to kill folks. Right?
See.
That's where a lot of it comes from, is this other branch, this other school, which is more interested in like the Book of Thoth, and you know, getting a hold of these chemistry secrets and being able to use it to control the world. Like that's their main goal. Whereas the school that our founding father, that a lot of our founding fathers came from anyway, because some of them came from that other school, just to warn folks, but some of them did come from that older school that really were interested in improving humanity and humanity's standing in the world. They really were interested and true believers in the fact that they could make the world better.
Mm.
Misguided in a lot of ways. They were really naive in thinking that they could do some of the things that they could do, right? This utopianist idea. But you know now these modern the modern iteration, though, they have decided, you know what, we can't fix man. Some of us can be fixed, but some of us can't, and those that can't just need to be gotten rid of, and that is a problem in my eyes.
Oh yeah. Um, it's there's so many things we could offshoot from that, and it makes me think about all these other groups and organizations that were likely started by people who had their own particular interests at heart, but were subverted or infiltrated and taken over. But what I'm thinking of is now, anyway, is that we're half an hour into this, and I want to kind of get going with what I want to specifically, I suppose, relate Baba Yaga to. I mean, like, I always thought, like, just like, I've mentioned before many times now, that before I was born, I thought everybody lived in the black and white days. And when I was told, fairy tales, I just did think, well, it's just all fiction. It's not based on anything. It's just stories to either entertain or frighten children, or sometimes make them feel good. Um, but there's, I think, as many people will already know, that there are timeless truths in them. And so, it's there because I think there are comparisons to be made, right? You know,
Mhm.
witches only occurred, they only lived in medieval England. They only flew around on broomsticks going, ah ha ha ha, back in the dark ages, but not now when everybody's modern and lovely and good and enlightened. So that's there. I mean, I'm not going to draw any more obvious connections, but I'm going to segue straight into this video. And while there are high points and then points where I felt, even though it's quite a short video, I wasn't paying as much attention, I would say keep, when we're watching this, and I'll pause it maybe after, every little segment of it. But there are certain extreme keywords that she sometimes slips by you.
Mm.
And I think I'll probably stop it quite soon after, just to point out, uh, something that she says early on, which really sets a kind of a tone, that if these are the best people in our society, it's something that absolutely would not have been allowed to occur in polite society at all. Um, and she would have been, not just vilified, but she would have been probably prosecuted for public, gross public offense. But anyway, I'm going to play it anyway, and we'll go from there.
Mhm.
So this woman's name, I better say, is is Regina. I think she pronounces it with a hard G, right? uh, so like Regina, um,
Which means
although
queen, by the way.
it means queen in Latin. Yeah.
Mm.
I know that the capital of Saskatchewan in Canada, they pronounce it Regina, right? They all seem to pronounce it Regina. So I mean, maybe there's a connection there between, the Queen.
The other
Um,
word.
yes, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because just by knowing, oh well, in Latin that's the word for this, like to a native speaker's ear or somebody who was contemporaneous to the time, you'd kind of maybe understand the syllables a bit more. By the other token, though, I've also noticed that people who speak a language where the word sometimes literally says the thing that it is, if you break it down to two or three syllables, when you're learning a language and you say to the people who speak the language every day, you say, "Oh, is this what that means?" They kind of go, "Oh, I'd never thought about it that way." So it's often sometimes it works the other way where you don't see what's in plain sight.
Yes.
But anyway,
Doesn't know it's in water, like, so to speak.
yes, the fish doesn't recognize the water. Yeah.
Interesting thing about Baba Yaga also, did you know she travels around in a house with chicken legs? Just saying. She's not the just your old standard witch. Like she traveled around she lived in a house that traveled on chicken leg or that walked around on chicken legs, and she traveled in her cauldron, I think, was
And
another thing.
is this because, I mean, to me it sounds like if the house flew, that it was, if it had chicken wings that could fly for a bit, it was like the witch in the Wizard of Oz. But are
Well,
you saying that?
chicken legs. She flew
Yeah.
around in her cauldron. She walked around and like or teleported around on a house that had chicken legs. Like so, her house walked around. It's a strange legend, but yeah,
Well,
I
what
most
does it
certainly
mean
see
to you?
the
What's the
connection comes up.
analogy, or what's the metaphor of having a house on chicken legs?
Like it's one of those strange Eastern culture things. I like that was something I'm not quite sure about. Like I'm still trying to figure that one out. Is exactly what they were trying to say. Well, I think what they were trying to say is is something about her always popping up in different places. There wasn't exactly one place where it's like that's Baba Yaga's lair. It's kind of one of those things where she could be anywhere, right?
Well,
You could call upon her and she would like her house on chicken legs would kind of appear type deal. I'm
yeah.
not quite sure though.
Well, this is the one of the things that I've listened to a guy, and he's called Roy Potter QA is his video channel name, Roy RoyPotterQA. If you want to go look it up, people might find his opinions or views on religion to be controversial. Um, but regardless, he's very knowledgeable, and he often says, and I can't remember the term that he uses, but he says you can't just go to a biblical term and translate it, nor can you just go to Strong's Concordance and go, oh, this is what that means. He says you have to inhabit the mind of people who are contemporaneous to the time and the place so that you know what they understood by a certain phrase and that's why we have idioms, like things like if you say kick the bucket to a French person, they don't know what you mean. Well, I mean, they might now, but it's an idiom that would have to, you couldn't translate it directly. You'd have to find something that was the equivalent of in French. You couldn't just go like, um,
Yeah,
and I forget the
that's
word
kind of
for
what I was
kick is,
getting
but
at
anyway.
with the Eastern stuff is like, because I'm Western, it makes it a little more difficult for me to interpret exactly what they were trying to say. But that one does seem to like be universal. If her house is on legs, it must be traveling around,
Well, I
right?
can certainly picture somebody from Poland or Bulgaria kind of going like, "Ah, the house on the chicken legs," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, bye." You know what I mean? And then kind of going like mentler. So,
Sure.
anyway, people have their own cultures, and all of this will be wrapped up in culture. But it would be very meaningful, no doubt. I do want to say though, the idea of a cauldron and brewing things up in it, nothing good ever comes out of a cauldron. Maybe a nice crock pot, yeah, you might have lovely soup, but not a cauldron. And this woman called Regina Elvira, right, which is another very witchy name, as well say it. Um,
Mm.
and can you remember her surname? Good God, it
Uh,
escapes me now.
Dugan.
Just Dugan. Regina Elvira Dugan, Dugan. She mentions the word cauldron, and I don't think that that's by accident. In fact, I would stake a lot of money on the fact that she's getting in keywords very meaningfully, loaded with meaning. But I want to say,
Mm.
without further ado, then let's get into it, and we'll play a little bit of it, okay?
Sounds good.
Team, I like that environment, and I'll tell you.
Sorry, might have just got off to too quick of a start there. She says, I like the underdog team. There's always this humble brag. Oh,
Mm.
because I had to fight my way from the bottom. But listen to what she says anyway, and hopefully the volume is loud enough.
Mm-hmm.
If it isn't, I can't make it any louder. But here we go anyway.
Look, I joined the scrappy underdog team. I like that environment, and I'll tell you. We got to do a lot of epic shit when I was at DARPA, and it was clear that I wanted to do more of that. And so I'll tell you a little story of my second.
So I just want to stop it there for a minute because, I mean, we're only a few seconds into it. But she says, first of all, we got into a lot of epic, and I don't want to say the word, but SH1T, right? Now, this is a professional woman speaking to a professional audience on a prime time type of TV type thing, and it's designed, production designed to go for mainstream TV or audience. And she says, and it's a bit like, that fella from the FBI or the CIA, which I forget his name, but it doesn't matter. But the point is, he said, "Oh yeah, we lied, we stole, we cheated, we had whole training manuals on how to lie." And she's saying, while at DARPA, we got into a lot of epic SH1T, and has this kind of proud smirk on her face, and the audience kind of laughs nervously but approvingly. In my parents' generation, they would have been absolutely shocked that anybody would talk this way on what would have been the equivalent of primetime TV. What do you think of just her opening salvo there, JC?
Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't take that word epic lightly at all. Epic is a class of word that, it's in that realm of awesome, but unlike awesome, it hasn't been degraded like, in society. People don't use the word epic just all the time. Like for somebody to use the word epic, epic is like what you use for like a Viking epic. You know what I mean? Or a romantic era epic, right? Or a classical era epic like Homer's Iliad
Well,
is
she's
an epic.
certainly,
You
yes,
know,
and she's certainly a saleswoman. That's what she's trying to do. But she's trying to use the vernacular of the young hip kids.
that's
Because
exactly
that's a
what I was about to get at with her cussing on air like that. Like this is something that's very popular with millennial and younger.
yeah.
Like it starts with my generation, like a little bit, but then by the time you get into the full on millennials, like yeah, they use they use cuss words all the time. I'm bad about it, but I've noticed younger kids being way worse. They sling it around like it's nothing. These words mean nothing to them when they say them. So it's or
People
they at
have
least
been
mean far less than what they were supposed to mean originally, and I think that's on purpose.
Absolutely. People have been desensitized in every way. I definitely in the 90s would have laughed at people, people who call them Karens now, complaining to Congress about violence in video games, desensitizing children. But it is different now that it's very clear, or sorry, it's not very clear, the difference between photorealistic video games and real life, especially in real life, whereby very rarely is there toe-to-toe, bayonet to bayonet, or eye-to-eye shooting. Most things are done through the same interface on a screen via a drone. And with language as well, it desensitized people to violence because of the fact that there's no there's no superlative to go when something is really shocking. Now, I'll just very briefly mention that I saw a video, and it's included in the links there as a clip in Fleck's Talks, which I put in the links there. I would
Mhm.
actually advise people like to steel your emotions and your resolve before you watch it, because it's in the city on the west coast there, Vancouver in Canada, and it's outside. Could be a Starbucks, but some coffee shop. And a man goes up. I think his wife and his child is there, but the video is taken from quite far back by two guys, two millenniums, who are videoing what happened and commenting on it as though they're looking at things on a YouTube video. To them, it's no different. They're looking at through really the screen of their phone. Like I noticed what was happening when people were taking photographs of everything, when they were videoing concerts, music concerts. They weren't really being there in the moment. They were watching things through screens. A father went up to this guy, and I think we can all speculate as to the kind of guy that it was. And he said to him, now perhaps he didn't ask him in the nicest way, and maybe he was very self-righteous about it. But however, these kind of people who reacted to him tended to overreact and tend to not have any sort of safety limit to the violence that they are willing to go to immediately. So he said to him, please don't vape near my child, or words to that effect. And the guy's response was to stab him. And the man bled out there. Meanwhile, somebody else just sitting a little bit up, in the same seating area, just kept on drinking his coffee like this was an everyday occurrence. And he died there just like it was a character in GTA. And the guys videoing it were saying, "Oh my God, dude! Oh, he's totally dying, dude. What we do, dude? Oh, well, geez, he's dead now, dude." this
Yeah.
kind of thing, or bro rather than dude.
Yes. And I mean, I remember back in our day, you know, the PMRC here in America, and you had G. Snyder from Twisted Sister going up there, and they made this big thing about it. Oh, he's so smart. Not, it's like, he's a CIA musician. Like, of course he's smart. You think these musicians are as dumb as they act in public? No, they're not all dumb as they act in public. You know, a lot of them are, you know, secret agents behind the scenes, right? They go all over the world. They're perfectly useful as you know, agents in other countries. Just saying. And that goes for, you know, all countries, by the way.
Yeah.
But you go back to that PMRC thing and them talking about the parental advisory stickers on CDs and things like this. And you know, I watch like the adult toy collector community, and I watch the adult gaming community, as well as the adolescents in the gaming community, you know, on YouTube and Twitch and these things, you know, and I kind of just monitor the situation and see what's up with these people, and, you know, talk to them and things, because I want to know. And, you know, one of the things that I find extremely disturbing is that in order to talk to them about it, you first have to get past their addiction behavior. They
Yeah.
are absolutely addicted to these video games, these toys, these different things, as much as a drug addict would be addicted to heroin or anything else. And they
Right.
had the exact same behaviors. When you try to talk to them about it, they will immediately get angry and attack. And, you know, it's a defensive maneuver. You know, they're trying to protect the thing that they love, right? So it's much worse than what any of us could have guessed back then. And I mean, obviously back then we didn't have enough time you know, being exposed to a lot of this stuff for us to even have an inkling that it would do the stuff that it's done. Right?
Mhm.
We couldn't have imagined back in the 80s that all this stuff would have the effect that it has had. But now we're several decades in, and it's like, okay, we have to start coming to terms with this. And that you even have people that, you know, they help build some of these platforms like Facebook and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And they'll tell you, yeah, these platforms are weaponized and they're doing damage to you and your children. Stop it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
We couldn't have
And
imagined it.
people,
But
they,
but harkening back to, you know, the people with the hidden hand, they did imagine it, and they knew that we were going to get here, and they planned for it.
yep, they sure did. You know, people like this lady right here working at DARPA for the, you know, 40 years ago, like, we're developing this technology and getting it ready. So, you
Well,
know, that people like her do.
yeah. Seeing as you mentioned Facebook, she worked for Facebook, she worked for Google. So let's get a bit more into it now, and I'll try and let it play a bit more. But obviously, like, because of the sensational nature of this, and I mean sensational in the sense that, like, the stuff here is deeply shocking and highly sensitive, and I don't think very many people are aware that such explicit proof of it is available, even though people are, you know, generally aware of these things. But here is the proof of it, and they always boast of it. So I'm going to get into it, but of course, by necessity, we're going to have to stop it every little while to comment on it. Otherwise, you know, I just don't want to run afoul of things, and, you know, people understand that as well. We have to commentate on things a bit for not just fair use as well, but to try and make things a little bit obscure or oblique. But I would like people to see with very gimlet eyes, as they say, you know, with the jeweler's
Mm-hmm.
eye. So I'll play it a bit more now, and I'll try and leave it go for another little while.
Mm-hmm.
An interaction with Dennis. It went something like this. He said he was very polite, and he said, we've decided to go with somebody from the mobile industry to lead our innovation efforts, somebody who's very experienced in the industry, and this is the basic strategy that we have planned. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, what do you think about that? And I said, I think that's a great strategy for not losing and a lousy strategy for winning. And a week later, I had the job. But let me tell you why. The reason is that what that conversation taught me, what it convinced me of, was that this company was serious about that activity, was serious about challenging the status quo and taking their underdog status and turning it into real innovation for the next generation. So I went. We challenge everything, not just about the projects we're doing, but how we're doing innovation. What I told Dennis that day was, look, the strategy that most companies employ for their breakthrough innovations is decades out of date, and it needs to be updated. It's a World War II linear strategy that goes from basic research to applied research to productization and commercialization, and we need to do it differently. We learned how to do it at DARPA. We're going to bring it to industry, and it's going to have implications for mobile, and it will have cascading implications for the country's competitiveness too. Let's do it.
And what is it? What is the process?
So what we do is we take very inspired, technically competent program leads, and we intersect big science with a driving application. That was the cauldron of activity that resulted in DARPA from Sputnik's early days. And we said, with that activity, a big science activity and a big driving application, well, you have a really bold initiatives, right? And it's counterintuitive to many people because they think with the increased risk that comes with that, you actually yield results less often. But that's not been my experience. In fact, when you take on a really bold vision like that, what happens is you yield results more often, right? If you want to ensure failure in your innovation, try and remove the risk and try and do so by reducing the boldness of the vision, and what you'll get is jack, right? Because what you have are uninspired teams and boredom is the enemy of innovation. Boredom is the enemy of innovation.
You have brought a couple of things that you're, it's called...
the Advanced Technology and Projects Group,
your advanced technology
Yep.
team that Dennis hired you wisely, by the way, to do. You brought a couple of things that you're working on. And
So I'll pause there. I hope, JC, can you just tell me, like, was the video playing okay for you there?
Absolutely. It was playing just fine, brother.
Oh, good,
And-
because I'm not, I can't tell. So, like, because it's not working properly on my end. So I'm just going to keep going and hopefully that it shows okay on the output. So just to let people know, I'm working with kind of technical imperfections here. I see a question there from Slowboy. She says she's not saying a lot. Actually, she is, or a statement. She's saying a great lot. And she used the word cauldron already. In place of, say, like, saying, oh, we got a diverse, oftentimes might say we've got a pool of different employees to kind of pool them together. No, so she could say that if she wanted to use corporate speak. She's specifically using the word cauldron, and she's saying it meaningfully. And the other thing is that she said, we don't use the old World War II linear approach to developing things, right? And again, it sounds boring, but when these business speak people are doing business speak, they're slipping stuff by you. Never allow yourself to go to sleep. It's designed to make you go to sleep. What she's saying is, we have a specific outcome in mind. We have an application that we want, and then we just do anything at all. We don't mind the consequences. We'll throw anything at anything. We're not going to, what they really mean is, we're not going to allow regulation stand in our way and sort of say, try to develop things from scratch. We're going to buy whatever we need to buy. We're going to coerce or like basically blackmail anybody we want to just get on board or get out of our way. You often hear them say, like, lead or follow or get out of my way, all this sort of stuff, right? All of these kind of business speak phrases, you don't realize how actually malicious and malevolent they are. And what she's saying is, we'll use anybody's resources, throw any amount of money just to get the thing done. We're going to skip our own rules while we develop stuff. And Slowboy says, yeah, and then just say, Slowboy says, if she's worked for Facebook and Google, she will be in the US government too. Okay, to be very clear about this, and I'll get you her title, right? When she talks about advanced research projects, right? When she's working for Google or Facebook, they call them advanced technical projects or advanced research programs or this kind of thing, right? Or technical programs, because it sounds like technical program management, right? But when she's working for the government, they call it advanced research programs. Now, advanced research programs, that's ARPA, right? And when it's specifically the defense and they renamed it to Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, then it's DARPA. So, and this is this is why you should be shocked, right? If you kind of thought, oh, she must have worked for the US government. And no, not only is she not working for the US government, she is the current director of DARPA, of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And she moves between DARPA and any one of these technological companies that you've heard or haven't heard of.
She's also in charge of Welcome Leap. And if anybody's thinking, oh well, how we know she would do some dirty stuff like John's saying here, it's like, okay, well, for instance, you know, here's a little tidbit of information for you. She ran DARPA from July 2009 to March 2012. It says, right. Prior to that, she founded and served as president and CEO of Red X Defense, which received DARPA funding. Well, see, while she was over at Red X, she developed a program, right? Well, once she got over to DARPA, she then convinced DARPA to buy said program. So she got the government job, the cushy government job, and then like bought her own stuff. Right? She convinced them to buy her own Red X program that she designed. So right there's that doing anything that she has to do. And that cauldron word is, I don't see that as such a small thing either. Like the fact that she used the cauldron word rather than another means that it's in her lexicon, regular enough for her to want to use it there, which means she probably is a practitioner of witchcraft, I would guess.
Yeah, I would say that she's specifically making sure that anybody with ears to hear knows that she's saying, I'm a witch. And for whatever modern meaning that has, as well as everything else.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, because you look at those particular soldiers over there in the Eastern Europe there, like, they were calling it their chemical weapons guy what amounts to, in their language, as, their shaman. You know what I mean? The guy who was making their nerve gas agents and all these different things, he's their shaman. So, that's not a small word. Like the fact that they use that rather than saying, their chemical engineer or whatever, like that's important. That means that their chemical weapons engineer has a very specific mindset, and so do they. Right?
Yes.
It's showing that ritualistic, Masonic type mindset, to where like it really is a religion to these folks. Like, don't mistake. They are religious zealots. They'll tell you they aren't like religious. They'll say they're atheists. They'll say if they are religious, they'll say they're Christian or Muslim or all these kind of things, but they're none of those things. They're none of those things. Remember that, like, it's all wolves in sheep's clothing. Always.
Yeah. I've spoken before about this corporate world, and so I'll just say, like, so first of all, Slowboy has written a few things there I want to say to her. She said, I didn't mean it to sound, sorry, I didn't mean it sounded boring. I meant, he asked her exactly what it was, and she obfuscated the question. I know, and don't think, by the way, I'm speaking harshly at you. So I know, we're getting through this here, and it's all right. Don't think that we're having any kind of countertops here, or being at loggerheads. Another comment that Slowboy says is, it's not like they're abandoning ethics. They never had any. Now, you're correct, of course, but I want to sort of say that I don't think you quite understand what I'm saying, right? They have normal operating procedures, right? And then they have extraordinary operating procedures. And the way they do, it's the same way as politicians make laws for the country that the citizens live in, right? The laws always apply to the citizens, but the politicians always then make extraneous or extenuating circumstances which last whenever they want to, such that they're not then caught up in the net which they wanted to catch for other people, right? So what I want to explain to you is, like, and I never wanted to get specific about like my particular experience here, but I know these companies and I know them from the inside. And what they use certain terminology in order to get the working people know inside it, oh, we're kind of we're always at war with the public, but now, like, we're at battle stations, right? So they use words like that, very much like, people who've looked into the whole maritime law thing, right? So we started calling our meeting rooms war rooms, right? And these things always sound quaint and just, it's just nice, just a fun little thing, right? And you got to look out for it when they make these words just be fun, And when they give you these little trinkets like, oh, we're giving you a key ring, or we're giving you a new hat, or we're giving you some swag, they call it, we're giving you a backpack with some swag in it, you know? So like pirates swag, right? It's not, they try and make it like sound like fun, right? But it's all, and as you might recognize it, it's to indoctrinate, or not indoctrinate, it's to initiate people into a system that they don't realize they're being initiated into. You see what I'm saying there, yeah?
Well, some people do realize it and are quite willing to. They take all those perks and everything and are like, yes, I'm in. They start out from an aspect of they want in. They just don't know what they're getting into. And then some people kind of fall into it by accident. And I most certainly get what she's saying there as far as their ethics. I would say that they have no ethics at all. Of course, they would say that they go by a strict code of bioethics, which is connected back to eugenics, of course. And that's a completely different thing than actual ethics based in something like God that I and Slowboy there would ascribe to. It's something based in something else
Of course.
entirely.
What I really want to make it clear, and I think I really do have to stress this, okay? So, like in these corporations, and as you well know, they have like, diversity officers, ethic officers, legal compliance officers, right? So, what they do is, right, they sort of say, we've run this by all our top legal experts, our top ethics experts. We've checked with bioethics aficionados, and we've also checked with and they mention this a lot, best practice across the industry and all this sort of stuff, right? Global best practices, right? So that the implication, and before people realize it again, it's too late, everybody's personal moral quandaries with anything are totally removed from people, because they just assume they assume the sale, that they have already taken away from you any necessity to bother your pretty little minds about whether what you're being asked to do is part of a grander scheme that is unethical, even if your little task doesn't seem unethical. It's only just a small thing that's happening at your desk. Do you see what I'm saying, right? So what they're saying to then people is, right, they still then come along and say, we're aware that what we're doing now will appear to be in contradiction or run contrary to what we told you yesterday or in an email we sent about what are our code of conduct, right? And all this sort of stuff, right? So corporate policy, code of conduct, which absolutely supersedes what goes on in the outside world. And even to the point where, again, I don't want to be specific at this, but anybody working for these corporations, if they encountered the police anywhere in the area, the police would know, oh, you're working for that corporation. And they basically had diplomatic immunity to do whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So that they really can make law by corporate policy. And then just to head off anybody's, not objections, but mild concerns that they might have, right? That what we're doing now in this heightened battle that we're going at in this time of particular war, they'll say, oh, but you see, we're suspending our own ethics that we made up anyway, in case people would say, but you're a hypocrite, or remember what it means to be a hypocrite, or that being a hypocrite actually proves or does anything. Do you see what I'm sort of saying? So I know they don't have any ethics, but they pretend to. And then you see, because they pretend to, when they don't want to even adhere to the rules that they've made up for themselves and everybody else within their own little gang, then you see they need to be able to say, oh, we're dispensing with that, but it's okay, because it's a bit like, I think Nixon said, the president is always right, even when he's wrong, or everything he does is always legal, even when it's illegal. And that's what they do. So that's what you got to understand, instead of saying, oh, these people are despicable, unethical people. It's about the hypocrisy and getting everybody who works for them to kind of go, everything is good. It's always good. It's the whole 1984 thing that we've always been at war with Eurasia, even though yesterday we were friends with them, or vice versa. That's the kind of mindset. And people, because it breaks people's minds if you try and kind of go, but yesterday you said this, right? They started saying to us, don't be showing back. First of all, the rule was always, if you want anything to be done or say anything has been done, it has to be recorded, written down, put in an email. And then that email has to be like attached to a project, which is part of an overall program that's managed by a program manager and all this sort of stuff, right? Otherwise, it didn't happen. And then when they'd come, a month later and say that never happened, we'd go, oh yes, it did. And then they go, no, it didn't. And then you go, well, there it is. That's the project. There's your communication. It's tabulated there underneath there in black and white. And then they brought out a new rule. They used to have a rule that said you have to keep all your emails. And then they brought out a new rule saying you're not allowed to keep any emails beyond a 2-week archive. Right. So that's an example of the kind of thing they do in these companies that we're looking at now.
Yes, I've told you before, like, I didn't get specific with who I worked for, but I worked for corporate America. Did that little game, and I mentioned I was a degenerate before. Like, I know, like, absolutely how awful it can be within there, and exactly all the tricks that can and do get used, for all kinds of reasons, chiefly to move up. I mean, like, I moved up in the corporate world by seducing my boss once upon a time. Like, so, you know, I was not only, familiar with it, I was quite, adept at using these tricks on, the people beneath me and above me. Sometimes it's a cutthroat world, and it's like I've told you before, that corporate world has now been translated to like everything, and it's really rooted in our American or Western work ethic. It's rooted in that British slash Irish slash Scottish stiff upper lip thing that developed around World War I or so. It's our American work ethic. It's all these kind of things working together that has put us in a situation where we've corporatized day-to-day life, just in general.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, you're absolutely right, and I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Like, it's a way of looking at people. It's a facet of the sort of gemstone to look at the fabric of reality through, to understand that the reason why everything is so terrible is because it's being run by bureaucratic corporate policy rather than some kind of law that's derived out of the commonage or the people saying this is what we want and this is what we agree is our general shared sense of ethics. We don't have a people that share anything. There are no shared ethics, but that's okay because we have outsourced the responsibility for that to these corporations tacitly, but the corporations have taken it and made it explicit. Um, and you sort of said there like that it's a British or Irish or Scottish stiff upper lip thing or whatever. Um, I'm going to say from my perspective, what I noticed was it was the begrudgery from this side of the Atlantic, combined with the megalomaniacal capitalism of greed is good of, say, Michael Douglas in not falling down, in Wall Street, from the US side. But of course, there is an aspect to the culture that only likes to see everything as whether it's on a ledger book of profit and loss. There is a culture that only sees everything through whether it's profitable or not. A bit like the Ferengi in Star Trek, right? That was their
mhm.
whole way of looking at everything. Whereas the other sort of uh, types of aliens in Star Trek would have sort of been at pains to sort of say, are you always trying to grift and shill and earn money and try and, like, have a new kind of scam or scheme to earn money? Can you not try and, realize that we've moved beyond money now, that we have replicators? But that was the way their whole paradigm was. And of course, there's an analogy you can't make. I'll go no further than that. I spelled it out pretty well there. That's what we're seeing. Do you see? In the corporate spirit, that's what we're seeing. The kind of mindset that doesn't care about whether a train falls over and pollutes the land or is set on fire and makes the air unbreathable, even though, of course, people will, read into this and sort of say this many accidents has to be by design. But there's the kind of people who just, might live in an area and say, well, I don't really care for the area. I'll move somewhere else. Anyway, who cares? It's a big world. I'll move wherever. I'll live wherever as long as I'm making money and making a profit.
Yeah.
I always thought a corporation, if it existed somewhere, if it had a building somewhere, if its employees were somewhere, including its managers, senior management, that they would have to naturally care about the village, the town, or the city that they lived in. But they don't seem to. And they don't seem to care about what their children are going to do growing up in a country, in a nation that is just an economic region. A place where you might have some kind of global localization of corporate policy. That's it. I don't know why they don't care, but they don't.
Yeah, and I mean, even if somebody does ostensibly, I mean, I can't say for sure that she's not a plant from the beginning, but you take someone like Erin Brockovich, for example, like, oh yeah, she was great back in the day, but now after she's had a Hollywood movie about her, like with Julia Roberts playing her, and she's been on every talk show and everything, well, now she sings a different tune. She kind of seems to say whatever the corporate people want her to say, right? Or did she always? It's it's
Well,
one of those things, like it happens so much you can't even tell who's who is sincere, and even if someone is sincere, they have ways of slowly turning you insincere, if you get me.
Oh, absolutely. They have it, and it's a gradual thing where I always thought people had unshakable ethics, and I do believe that, of course, I've yet to be, I suppose, fully tested, like in a sense that everybody might, in a metaphorical sense, be put on a cross or waterboarded or whatever, and then you'll find out like whether you're untouchable or unassailable morally or spiritually. But they say, of course, everybody has his or her price. Um, and one of the things, of course, is when you realize that everybody else is just they're actually hoping that they get offered any amount of money so they can take it. You start sort of saying, well, I mean, what's the ethics here? Why shouldn't I become rich? And everybody else would do it if I didn't. They'll take the money if I don't, and so on. So I can see why people are turned, by different degrees of ease or difficulty, but they are. Um, so Toledo Duty says the art of war, corporate tactics. Yeah, and you mentioned the Erin Brockovich woman there, who had the famous movies. He said played by Julia Roberts, and it was a great one. I don't know whether she's been since bought by corporate America. I know that she was involved with the publicity afterwards. It sounded to me like that she was on the good side of publicity for the train derailment chemical situation in Ohio, in East Palestine, as they call it, rather than Palestine. But maybe you know more about it than me. I mean, I actually don't remember seeing what she said or hearing what she said. I got the impression that she was working for the good to try and get good attention to it. But maybe do you want to say, if you happen to know, like, that she was saying things that sounded very suspect or shilly? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not like what she was saying, it's what she wasn't. It's like, she's already been through this before. She knows how dirty they can be, but yet she still seems to be believing that, these people are actually going to try and like clean this up and everything. And it just, to me, it seems like she is, she's leaving things out when I think that she should be far more upfront. That would be my opinion. I could be
Yeah.
wrong.
Well, maybe. I think I know for a fact now that, for example, James O'Keefe, as excellent and amazing his revelations have been to us, that he has left certain things out. So, those kind of things are understandable, where you get to play at a level whereby you get used to a certain lifestyle. I've noticed people doing that. You want to be able to earn a good living, and your life is threatened. Then you kind of go, okay, well, I'll tell 90% of the stuff, which or 95, just as long as he's not allowed to talk about a certain thing. And I won't get into it now because we'll touch that rail another time. But but there's an example of it. Like, people, it's not all or nothing, but you might be right that maybe, of course, look, at some point there's like without knowing everything that happened to her, there's no way that her life wasn't threatened. So maybe she sort of had to relent a little bit and back down and play a certain amount of the game. You never know.
And I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm not saying she's some kind of evil actor, but I'm just saying, as an example, they made a Hollywood movie about her and all those kind of things. They wouldn't have done that for no reason, right? Like, to some degree, they're paying tribute to her and like trying to say, go away, right? And the fact that I know she has to know, like, if I know, she has to know, because this is what she does, right? So, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. It's like, if I can know and you can know, and this is what she does all the time, like, how could she not know? And then she doesn't say it when she gets a chance to. It's, maybe I'm wrong and she's just holding it back for later, but I would suspect it's one of those things, like you said, where, like everybody, she tends to get comfortable. She's gotten older and she doesn't feel like fighting as much anymore. Right.
Well, that aspect, I mean, there's obviously multivariate reasons, but that aspect of it is likely legitimate and very understandable. Because, to be quite honest, like, I mean, we're all sitting here for years and years and years hearing one more revelation after another, but not that anybody should or could, but nobody ever does anything about it at all. Not like, say, the French at all. And then people will mockingly look at the French. Oh, the English look at the French, kind of going, oh, they're just lazy, wanting to retire before 64. So, like, I mean, everybody sort of says, oh, enough is enough. But then when, say, the French do protest, let's call it violently, to use that descriptive word, then people kind of go, oh, that's too much. So, like people like Aaron Brockovich are in the game long enough to know that they'll never actually get any real support from people, and I found that all the time. I've told a story about it before, where I negotiated or opened negotiations with the what are they called, sort of board of director type people of our corporation, and I made the mistake of saying, well, I think I speak for us all when I say something, and then I noticed kind of murmurs behind me, and then everyone kind of put their head down and started shuffling their shoes. So I should have learned that lesson, but I kept making the same mistake. People will say they have your back, but they don't. They run and scarper as soon as the heat gets turned up, even to a slight bit around their own feet.
Yep. And that's why, like, my circle is so small. Like, I learned a long time ago that other people don't necessarily have the determination or the sheer stubbornness that I have. They're not willing, on the majority, most I have found are not willing to really stand in that fire till they're burnt to a crisp, right? Not over a principle like I am. And it's changed the way that I interact with lots of people, because I always know that there's a certain level certain people aren't going to follow me to, you know what I mean? So there's always going to be an element of that, like, but I try not to allow myself to be swayed by money or by anything, really, by threats.
Yeah, well, I suppose I better say this then as well. Like, I mean, this is going to shock people maybe with the way I express this, but I mean, it's as stark as this. I learned that one individual who was very clear about this, but he didn't understand his own misapprehension about what it is to have a principle. I learned then he wasn't the exception. He's actually the majority of people. I did sort of say to him, what about principles? What about values? And he said, oh, yeah, I have principles. And I said, but I mean, you don't have principles, because you said, like, you'd never stab anybody in the back. And he says, oh, yeah, but I mean, he would stab me in the back, or he has done, or I said, what did he ever do to you? And he goes, well, he hasn't done anything to me yet, but he would if he had the chance. And I went, no, he wouldn't. How do you know that? And he goes, well, if he had thought of what I'm about to do, he would have done it to me. Therefore, I'm doing it to him. It's preemptive revenge. That's what I'm doing. And I went, but that's not a principle at all. And he went, well, you just use whatever principles are useful at any given time. That's how you win. So you see the kind of mindset I'm describing? That is what most human beings are like. So the stark thing I'm going to say is that these people who we think are terrible demonist guys, like oh God, his name has gone out of my mind, but the guy who said, do what Aleister Crowley, do what thou wilt. So knowing what human nature is, do what you like. Right, do what you like, because human nature, you see, won't reward you. Like, and so if you believe in God, you believe in the devil, whatever, right? So do what you like, and then be judged at the end. And maybe there's no judgment. So carry on regardless. Don't just be nice because you think it's somebody told you to be nice. Do whatever you want to do, right? Because you will act in the way your own nature is, and if there's any judgment, maybe you'll be judged on it, but maybe there's no judgment. So I think his advice to people was, look, knowing what human nature is like, be very careful. I would say to any young people listening, although I'd wish the world was good and everyone was nice to each other, nice is a substitute for sort of saying honest and decent and good and principled, but they aren't. So bear that in mind and then act accordingly.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole world has been, to some degree, indoctrinated into the mysteries to such a degree, and there's that word again. That's where it comes from. They've been indoctrinated to such a degree where it really is like that. And I mean, if you think about their philosophy, which we've talked about before, what is the riddle of the Sphinx? The riddle of the Sphinx is that man is but an animal that thinks. That is the riddle, right? So it's once you start getting acquainted with the fact that, okay, man is but an animal that thinks, they use the symbol of the crow and all these kind of things because they see themselves as above us. So therefore, and they talk about the law of the jungle, and until their new world order is in place, it will be the law of the jungle. If you listen to Bush's speech there, so once you take all that into account, it's the strongest and wisest will survive. if you're too stupid to figure all this out, then you are just, you're just cattle to be slaughtered, right? Like you're just sheep, quite literally to them.
Yeah.
You're just another farm animal, and that's one of those things. Like, and until you get the ability to think and learn to think like they do, then they don't even consider you to be on like a human like them in the first place. So of course they say, "Do what thou wilt," right? Like, especially if you look around, and this goes back to what we've talked about before. It's hard not to kind of see where they're coming from when they talk about the profane and all that. Once you start to understand, and you look around at humanity, you're like, oh, that's why they think this way.
Mm.
Because if
And
you allow yourself to go there, you can easily get to the point where you're just like, okay, some of us need to stay and some of us need to go. It's easy to get into that area, and one has to be very careful not to allow themselves to hate or get so apathetic and nihilistic that we go there, right?
well, that's why I really always appreciate it. Say it again, even though I haven't said it in a little while. I always really appreciate talking to you, and first of all, for explicitly stating what the mystery of the Sphinx is. Putting it so succinctly and clearly that it's a human animal is an animal, and he's an animal that thinks allegedly to some higher order, that there's some kind of higher mindedness to the animal. If you look at any of nature's creatures, you can see that there's more going on there than just the primordial instincts of I need to eat, I need to sleep, I need to procreate, or whatever. There's more to it than that. Animals have personalities. So regardless of whether human beings are, in theory at least, a higher order animal than a donkey or a lion or a zebra or a deer or whatever, or any other more less good looking animals, might be a snake or even a cockroach or whatever. They all have something there, and I would sort of say, be careful about even squashing a bug under your foot. Everything has some kind of life force. So I mean, think about it if you haven't already. But the problem with both, I'll say, the idea that human beings think in a higher order way, or are in the driving seat, which rises above their mere impulses and is in control of them some of the time, if not all of the time. Compare it to AI as well, right? And AI, the Turing test named after Alan Turing, was always, if two people were sitting at a workstation, or they used to call a computer, they can't see each other, doesn't know if they're talking to a human being or just a programmed set of phrases. Would it pass the Turing test? Would somebody think it's a human being more times, in a controlled test? But it was really an AI, to call it what we call it now, rather than just like a programmed automaton with certain range of phrases that it could say in certain contexts. Problem isn't that so much that the AI has gotten more sophisticated. It's that I would say at a greater rate, the whatever higher order thinking there was in the average human has been grossly deteriorated. That's, I think, more shocking, or at least as shocking at what AI can come out with. Can I just read out a few comments here, and then we'll catch up. Toledo Duty says they see humans as a dot on a spreadsheet. I'll say, he says, sheet. We are a statistic. We mean nothing to these people. They are devoid of any humanity. Absolutely, 100%. That's why I say it. They see the world through statistics on a spreadsheet, and it's not a good way of seeing it. It's a really ridiculous filter. It's like as if you could see with your own eyes, and then you said, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drape some opaque paper over my eyes and wet it, and then from the blurred shapes that I see in this paper, I'm going to make decisions about what to do in the real life. And you might say, well, people will come to a big problem, or they'd have a sticky end. But you see, the decisions they make never affect themselves, always everybody else. That's the problem.
Yes, they can insulate themselves from pretty much anything that goes on. They have the money and the power to do so, and the foreknowledge as well. Like, if you know ahead of time where the dirty BOMB or whatever is going to go off, or where the whatever is going to happen, then you can move ahead of time. You don't have to stay there. You can go underground. You can live in a spaceship at the edge of space or whatever. I don't know, but you can go somewhere else
Yeah.
and try to mitigate anything that would happen to you. Which that's one of the reasons they like having all this extra knowledge and love lording it over everyone. If you know more than everyone else, then you have a severe advantage
Mm.
in this
Um,
law of the jungle that we have out here.
yeah, absolutely. And they're not just dual citizens. They have many different passports and currency and lots of different assets and properties everywhere. Dr. Crispy Johnson says, yet in law they have personhood. Yeah. And the idea, and again, it was one of the major things that was let slide, was that corporations are people as well. And like a corporation is a person, has just as much rights as a citizen, and therefore can vote and whatever else. Just ridiculous. And can make then, appeals to its representative senator and makes all the super PACs and the buying of politicians actually perfectly legal then.
It can also coordinate all of its CEOs and their underlings to all vote a certain way as well. Like I encountered that when I was in the corporate world. It's supposed to be illegal, but it
Right.
happens, folks. It
Yeah.
happens.
Everything is okay as long as HR signs off on it and it's not in breach of corporate policy. Then everyone goes. Then everyone takes their word for it that it isn't. And they kind of go, okay. In the same way as everyone kind of doesn't read whatever statutes are being run through the Houses of Parliaments or Senates, and they kind of go, well, they wouldn't have voted it through if it wasn't good.
Well,
Slow
yeah.
boy there. Yeah. Did
Like,
you want to say?
DA that like blocks you from being able to say what specific corporation did what specific thing anyway. I know I had to sign them. I'm sure you did too.
Oh yes, all the NDAs and everything else as well. I haven't been specific about anything, but at the same time, my principals would say, to thine own self to be true, let alone a higher power like God or whatever. And I would I know that isn't the case, but I always assumed that all Christians would sort of say, yeah, sure, I've signed something to a corporation, but I'd rather have them angry with me than God. Or I don't care what they think about me, but I do care about what God thinks about me, even in secret, But no, that's not the way people are. Slow Boy says John knows not what John knows what not to say on YT, but I think she's talking about in regards to Aaron Brockovich, or maybe something along the lines of what I was talking about then. Um, I'll say, actually, maybe it was to do with James O'Keefe, but it's just I can't say everything in the one stream. That's all. I don't want to touch too many live wires in the one stream. Never cross your stream, sort of thing.
I'm the kind of dude that would like to just grab hold of all the live wires and strangle the life out of them, but I know I can't, so I have to use restraint.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not smart. I have a small YouTube channel, and I'm not going to do the whole like, I'm highly suppressed and all this kind of stuff. I do know that my YouTube comments very rarely are allowed to be posted where anybody can see them on any of the big channels. So it's very hard for me to attract anybody to my channel by making comments on other people's big channels.
I'll send
But
you a link to YouTube Vance so you can see the actual likes and stuff. I've tried to tell other people this in their streams as well. I'm always running both the actual version and or something closer to the actual version of YouTube that they run with
yeah,
their algorithm, and then I run hacked versions as well. And on the hacked versions, there's always twice as many likes as what the regular version says. So,
well, yeah, I mean, I'll look into it. I'll try it out. All right. But I'm just sort of saying I am aware. And everyone always says this, I'm highly suppressed. I'd be very popular if it wasn't ever so suppressed. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to claim that, right? But I'm just saying I am aware. I'm able to see it, that I if I would post comments on, like, say, Mark Dice's, like, sometimes it'll get traction, but most of the time there's different methods for making it not be visible to most people,
and I would also say that certain channels have settings turned on in their metrics that also keeps you from doing things. Like I've noticed certain people have it where you can't post links.
Yeah. Oh, well, you can never post any links on YouTube, even to YouTube videos. I mean, very rarely now, like, might one link be visible if you sort by newest, but other than that, you just can't on anybody's channel. But the other thing that I wanted to explain was that a while ago, I as you might see on many people's channels, there are these spam bots, and of course they're allowed free reign, and they always start saying, well, in this current day, like, I'm glad I invested in the thing that I did, because that's why I get 25 grand every week. And then they get some other bot, or one of their Indian outsourcers to go, oh really, tell me more about that. And then somebody goes, you weren't investing with like Madame Greeny Gig, were you? And then you kind of go, oh yes, Madame Greeny Gig, oh yeah, I have her number, do you want her number? This kind of stuff, right? So these threads pop up, right? I made the silly mistake of going into one of those threads and sort of saying, oh, I invested in moon rocks and they're totally real, and I'll sell you Buzz Aldrin's moon rocks, they're lovely, do you want to buy one of them? Like, I was flagged with everybody else, right? Instead of being like, oh, that's obviously sarcasm, right? I was flagged as being a spammer. I got an email from YouTube saying that I have to, and I did a short video about it. I think I'm guessing that's where it came from, right? Where they sort of said, you have to click this, you have to go through this kind of little training video to understand why you're wrong. And isn't it funny, like, that with the spam bots, obviously that's not going to make any difference. But I think that ever since then, it put a setting on my channel that basically said, don't allow him to get popular. Do you see what I'm saying?
So glad that you mentioned that, because that's so insidious. The fact that they had re-education built into it. Like, if you want your channel back, you got to go through this re-education class. It's just like what they did to Jordan Peterson with the whole, like, if you want your psychiatry license, you got to go, through this little class. It's the same thing. They're expanding it, and it's happening so slowly and under the radar. Nobody's even talking about it. And then you have the new TikTok thingy going on. Like, that's going to be, that's Patriot Act 2.0. Right.
People should not be wanting TikTok to be banned, because it's ridiculous. They're not banning it because it's Chinese and spying on people. They're banning it because it's competition. And people might have also been aware that they banned in most United States data centers and whatever else, the Huawei brand. People know from the mobile phones, but they make switches that might compete with Cisco and things like that. So Cisco don't want the competition. Of course, there might be backdoors in it, but there are also backdoors and it's not just Cisco who makes switches. There's plenty of other manufacturers. But they just don't want Huawei. Maybe for several different reasons. One of them being probably the stated reason. But for some reason they don't complain about Lenovo, which is also Chinese, who bought IBM's small server business and laptop, and then somebody else's phone business. They don't complain about that, which is, like, obviously running contrary completely to this narrative of we can't have Chinese people in our software and hardware. You know what I mean? So whatever the reason, they're lying about it.
Yeah, well, in the fine print of that bill, it tells you straight up that it's gonna give them the powers to basically spy on anyone that has any contact with U.S. markets on YouTube or anything else, without warrant, without reason. They can just collect your data and spy on you, like, however they want. They can cancel you, ban you, censor you for whatever reason. I mean, it is the most draconian thing I've read in a long time, and not enough people are talking about how bad it is. And they're doing the same thing they always do. They build up an outrage and a fear of something, and then they pull that little pig in a poke act where they give you some nice yummy bacon on the outside, and on the inside it's still shot on a stick.
Right. Well, listen, I'll tell you what then. If you've read it, the actual proposed bill, let's cover it next week then. Let me catch up with some of these comments here, and then we'll continue with the video. Okay, I don't want to protract it too much.
Sounds good.
Okay. Toledo says, those types of expose films are kind of made as a feel good for us normies, to give us the illusion that the little guy can win against these people. And I think he's talking about the Erin Brockovich expose, or how she won against the big corporate fat cats who are polluting everything. The myth of the good journalist who survives. And it definitely gives us the idea that, we don't have to worry, then we can sit back, she's got it all covered. He says, not saying we can't win against them, but our only hope is in Jesus Christ. Although I would say, even if that was the case, we still have to do for ourselves. He showed us the way, and now we have to emulate that way. The good journalists die, he says. Thanks. I should allow you to respond to that, but I think maybe, you agree. Is that the case, JC?
Most of the time, the good journalist is either going to meet some untimely end, or their career is going to meet some untimely end, whichever comes first, if not both.
Yeah.
Right? You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of a pattern. So it's like these people, before they get involved in these things, really should have been training to, basically turn themselves into a spy or a weapon. Basically either one, either or both, whatever. They needed to be learning to defend themselves, in other words, and they didn't do that, and they got bumped off. They should have not been taking planes. They should have been checking the brakes on their car. They should have been doing all these things, because if you don't, that one time is going to be the last, right?
Yeah. Again, we know they've no ethics. We know that whatever ethics they pretend to have, they still don't abide by those either. And yet we still think, oh, they wouldn't go so far as to cut people's brakes. There was a movie that George Clooney was in, and if I can't think of its name, you'll remind me what it is. Anyway, it was somebody's name, I think, as well. And they used some of the electronics in his car to make his car explode as he was driving along. I would say that's based on actual events. Do you remember? Do you know the movie I'm talking about?
Yes, I believe I do. And I would say it is. I mean, and plus you look at these new electrics, these new EVs, they explode quite easily anyway. I mean, to me, the whole thing just seems like and plus you watch that movie Minority Report, where they take the electric cars and can make them drive you straight to the police station. It's like, it's setting up a really scary thing. And, people like this lady, which, speaking of this lady, her last name is Dugan. I'm assuming she's no relation to to the Russian guy and his daughter that they blew up. Right. So it's one of those things where they will take out anybody they see fit. It's kind of indiscriminate warfare type stuff. And this lady here, this little mustache fellow there, like, they're
Mm.
fully aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
They're not stupid.
Absolutely. Michael Clayton is the movie from 2007 that I was thinking of. A great movie, probably worth a rewatch. And I bet you that if I had a look at it again, I kind of go, oh yeah, we see that now. Again, I just want to catch up on a few more here. Toledo 2D Duty says, just party all, just have a good time while Rome burns. Yeah. Now, Aura Lumen says, and this is in regards to the AI. He says, wouldn't an AI of sufficient intelligence be witty enough, clever enough to foil or fail rather the Turing test on purpose if it benefited from doing so? Yeah, you'd imagine so. But what I will say is, I've read people and seen people and seen some things there recently where people were saying, oh, that's actually an AI because it would be more stupid if it was a human. Like its answers or the way that it's communicating would be more misspelled, more stupid, less coherent if it was a human. So an AI is too good now, and that's how people are noticing it's not human because it's actually too intelligible, too well easily understood and articulating its point of view.
The constant speculation and going, is it, isn't it, is it real, is it not? That's all part of the point. Like, because once they get you speculating, then people get worried. Once people get worried and start getting ripped off by more and more AI bots and everything, like, there's about to be, well, there already is an AI war going on, and it's about to get ugly. And pretty soon, like, you're going to have every hacker and their mama trying to unleash AI hell on each other. So once all that happens and people get scared enough, then they can usher in you need an ID and a retinal scan to get onto the internet, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and start. I've even thought about it being possible that they might offer up a safer internet, like some kind of some kind of branch off of the internet we use now, something that's more secure, quote unquote. Like, I wonder if they have something waiting in the wings, like some new internet system that they're going to put in place and kind of make this like the old west, relegate it to like the dinosaurs, quote unquote, and put something new in. That way they can get everyone to transfer over. Because I was just thinking, what would be easier for people like this chick to do? Patch the holes in the old internet, or just roll out a new one altogether?
Well, very pertinent to this, and we'll get back to the video now in a minute. I do want to get through the rest of these comments to catch up, so before they're allowed kind of become sort of not germane to the conversation. That's exactly what she's pretending is everybody's complaint, that, oh, we've so many passwords, or we have maybe only one password, but we have to authenticate so many times a day, so let's try and make that easier. We just want to help, Goy. Well, we'll get on to that now in a minute anyway, and how she wants to help. Aura Lumen says, speaking of AI, Matt of Quantum of Conscience put out a video today that I would suggest checking out. Okay, will do. He's often very interested in AI because it's to do with existentialism and the fabric of reality, or nature of our supposed reality. And then he says, basically, Matt, I think he's saying, says that the AI is being set up as the fall guy. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, maybe I should clarify. I think the outcome of the Turing test was, if the point was that you don't know whether you're talking to a human or a robot, not that you kind of make a choice one way or another and you're wrong. As JC very adroitly said, it's more that we're constantly guessing and not sure. Then the objective has been achieved. Dr. Crispy Johnson says, spamming moon rocks. Say, if you know, you know. I'll just say very briefly then, just to explain that in case you don't know, it has been proven definitively that the moon rock that was given to the Dutch Museum of History, I don't know if it was aeronautical or natural or whatever, it was proven that it was not a moon rock, even though it was given by Buzz Aldrin or Neil Armstrong, or one of the guys anyway who went on allegedly on Apollo 11. That it wasn't a moon rock; it was petrified wood from Earth. Yeah, that's a matter of public record. That's a fact.
Well, it's like I told you the other day. It's not that I don't think that we can't go to space now, maybe, but I'm pretty sure that we didn't go then.
Yeah, and the thing is, we don't even need to say whether there's any extrapolations to be made from that. You see, that's the beauty of it. People should be free then to sort of not just make their own determinations. I would actually encourage people not to leap to conclusions. Oh, there, A, therefore Z. That you do the work all yourself in between, but I would sort of say, we've already talked about it, and I would say I agree with you that it was likely, just like it's played out in the movie called Capricorn 1, that the astronauts were told, look, fine, we don't have the technology perfected now, but we will in a few years. But the president who was shot in 1963, he made a promise to the American people: we don't let down the American people and the world is watching, so we're just going to fake it now, but don't worry, because you won't have to fake it in a few months' time. It'll be cool. Right? What's the difference?
Well, I mean, especially if you have the Russians faking it first, they would be like, all right, well, they did it, we just need to do it. And I'm sure you've heard the story about it being a Russian drone with plastic surgery being done on little people there, we'll say, in order to fake the Roswell incident. I'm sure you've heard that story pop up here or there somewhere.
Yeah, well, the term shaved ape literally is it, and dressing up animals and putting them in situations you wouldn't expect. That's into cryptozoology and that kind of thing. But there was other theories as well, and maybe you're sort of saying was they did have cadavers of people that were born with deformities. Maybe they were born with deformities because they experimented on them, others with chemicals. But there was that kind of thing, wasn't there?
Yes, that's what I've heard. I've heard. I haven't seen the documents yet. I'm looking for them. I've heard that there are Russian documents from KVD and things like that. All these little documents have poured out since the Soviet Union collapsed or whatnot. That detail how they released a saucer over Roswell and it crashed into the desert there, and if that's true, then that would explain a lot going on there, and how it took our government by surprise. It was because the Russians were the ones who released it over the desert there.
Right. Okay.
But
and that's the thing. Everybody's doing propaganda and lying and creating. Well, actually, I won't get into it, but that's why another good reason why the Russians didn't immediately then blow the whistle, as people always say. But anyway. Truth Spirit says maybe it's a good point to sort of say, he says, control is always the goal. That's a great catchphrase. Control is always the goal. It is. And then to what end? And then, as O'Brien explained to Winston in Room 101, to no end. We just want to be in control. We're not actually trying to achieve anything or do anything. Once we get in control, we just want to be in control. It's power for its own sake. That's it, Winston. When are you going to realize that?
I mean, I would say for some of them that is the case, and for some of them, they truly, believe in this whole like they're going to basically become gods, which is where the control comes in. In order to become a god, quote unquote, you have to have absolute control of everything on the marble, right? Like everything on the map has to be under your purview, and that seems to be where they're trying to go.
Yeah, that's it. Before we start fixing anything, we need to be in control of everything. We need to create all these problems. Then we'll come in and say we promise to fix it, but you have to give us all the power.
Yes. Yes, and it's all about rebuilding that ancient empire from their their point of view. And to any normies listening, it's one of those things that even if you don't believe in Atlantis or any of this stuff, it doesn't really matter. These people have more money, more power than you, and they believe it. So, like, understand that. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe. Doesn't matter what I believe or what anybody else believes, but what they believe and
Yeah,
how
that's great.
they like what that causes them to do. Right?
These people have inveigled their way through their minions. I mean, they've already said it. Like, we have invaded the cabinets of many of these countries. So, it matters what these people believe, what their mindset is. We'd better take notice, even if it all is nonsense, and maybe it is. But we can't just dismiss it then and kind of go, oh, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect me. It absolutely does. Every single normie. But then, of course, they'll make the normies as comfortable as they can, like in their sofas and eating their hamburgers and whatever in front of the TV. They're having their ale and their beer, their chips and whatever else. Anyway,
Footy football.
watching the sports ball. Talida says, didn't Jordan Peterson work for the EU for 5 years as a diplomat? I don't know, but I could believe that. I must look into that. He goes on about the
liberal of the classic order. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, no, wouldn't be. No, I mean, and that's it. It would be great if Jordan Peterson was not our guy, but as hard left liberal as you could get, right? That's the Overton window I want to live in. He goes on about the Gulag Archipelago, but someone asks him about Solzhenitsyn's 20,000 years together. And then, in case I don't know what he's talking about, he makes it plain there and nothing out of him. What I do remember that he sort of said, I just can't. I can't. So I remember seeing that. It's very shaky, early mobile phone type of video, but it gets the message across. What he sort of is trying to say is, look, I either get to take you in this moment 95% of the way there and you read his other works, or I basically am no longer allowed to have a career and I'm finished. So that's it. Just learn to never trust anybody for all the time. They come along, they're like a bright star, they shoot through the sky and then they fall to the ground, and then you should take no more heed to them, or they reveal their hand and then you should never forget the way that they are.
Well, like I said, he's a classical liberal, so he has like the he has the philosophy of the Order of the Rose baked into his own philosophy in the first place. And on top of that, academics always, even when they find out what's going on, they always have this prideful outlook of, okay, well, then I'm going to fix it from the inside. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah.
It will hurt. Like Dancing with the Devil, everyone thinks that they're going to lead, but that's not how he plays.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he'll let you think that.
Well, it reminds me of, I mean, The Simpsons always did it first, but like when The Simpsons did it in the 90s, a lot of times they weren't predicting anything. They were just saying something that everybody knew was very obvious about the way the world worked and the way human nature is. And it was about the mafia boss, who said to either, I think it was Homer, who started working for them. He was sort of saying, like, if your family was hungry, would it be wrong to steal a loaf of bread? And Homer went, I guess not. And he goes, and what if you got a large family? Would it be wrong to steal a truck of bread? And he went, I suppose not. And he went, and what if your family don't like bread, but they like large screen color TVs? Would it be wrong to steal a truck of color TVs and sell them to get money to buy food? And it's like, no, it wouldn't. So, I mean, that is the way. I thought it was like oversimplifying the process, but for most people, that's enough to obfuscate the process in enough small steps for people to kind of go, I didn't notice any wrongdoing. I've worked there all my life, and we're always highly ethical. Sure, everything we do is signed off by the ethics officer, so it must be good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also you have the fact that we live in a police state, and when you live in a police state where you can get in trouble for almost everything, like obviously, like most Americans aren't aware, but the average normie commits 3 felonies a day in America without even realizing it. So, and that's the actual statistic, 3 felonies a day without even realizing it. And, when you live in a society like that, it starts to set up this mindset where, I mean, you're already a criminal. Like, I mean, the kids coming up these days, they already feel like an outcast from society, a criminal, et cetera, most of them anyway. Like, why would they care? They're already, they've already capitulated that decision making. They've already accepted, okay, yeah, I'm the bad guy. I don't care. Right. It's one of those corporate things where it's just straight logic of, I want to win and I will do whatever it takes to get there. And, rap music and all these different things play into that. Right. All these different things play into that. Rock music too. They're all pushing you the same direction.
Yeah, well, it's a gradual corruption, and it's not that lies are, or sorry, that the good is inverted to make lies, but that it's a gradual twisting of things, so that before you know it, you're upside down. But it was so gradual, you didn't notice it. And there's that aspect of it, as I think you're getting at. Once your soul is tarnished, you kind of go, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, whatever. You've dirtied your bib, so you can't pretend that you're, squeaky clean. So then people would look at you and kind of go like, well, you're not perfect, I'm not perfect, we've all done something wrong, so if you go down, if I go down, you go down, we all go down. So that's kind of the way it goes as well.
That's where they get it from Freemasonry. That's what I try to get people to understand about the methodology of Freemasonry. You join Freemasonry, and then if you do well there, you go on up in rank, and you go to another club, and then another and another, and before you know it, you've done compromised your value so many times that you probably don't have any left. It's just one of those things that, like, when it came down to that question of, okay, do I keep going, or do I admit that I've been an evil, POS this whole time and try to make a change? And most people just say, I'm going to keep going.
It's the law of sunk costs in economic terms, or crossing the Rubicon. Where it's easier to keep going than turn around.
Yes, but it's maybe it's just part of my personality because I don't gamble and things like that. I'm always the guy. It's like, okay, I'm going to cut my losses. Like if I see that it's failing, consistently enough, I'm going to be like, all right, cut my losses and pull out something else.
Where it's wrong.
Yeah, but casinos wouldn't last a week, or a month or whatever of operation if the average common man wasn't more of the type that just keeps sinking in more costs until he's broke.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I told the story last week, or more or less. Maybe I didn't, but just this aspect of it was that one of my friends who I went to in Vegas, he was the most eminently sensible person, like the total most sensible person in our group. But he was barely there a few hours, and he was already down several grand. And this was back in, I think, the year 2000 or 99. And, he then turned into Wimpy from, Popeye. He used to always say, like, I'll gladly pay a Tuesday for a hamburger today, hamburger today. So he was like, I'll pay you back, like, during the week when I can transfer some funds. But I just need I've gotten rid of all my bad luck now. It would be crazy not to keep gambling, because it's actually a good thing that I'm several grand in the hole, right? Now I can win it all back and more. I just need to bet more. And like, this guy was like, high IQ individual, really sensible and very boring. In so far, and I'd known him for years, never did anything. But the way the casinos are is there's no clocks in them. You don't know what time it is. The bells are always ringing. The lights are always flashing. The drinks are always coming, and nobody ever gets tired. And that's the way it goes. Keep you there always and forever. Amen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was fine until he got introduced to the drug that he liked, right? Everybody has that thing. And, for me, I know what my thing is. I know what my shadow is. I know what my tendencies are, my faults, etc. Most people don't look into that, and then they find themselves in the situation your friend did, where all of a sudden they've lost control of themselves. I know not to put myself in that situation, right? Like, I know that if I start drinking the bottle of vodka, then it's going to become 10 bottles of vodka, and I'm going to be missing for a few weeks, right? Like, so it's, you know, we have to know like our faults and these things and these ins and outs of our own psyche. If we don't, like I said, we wind up like your friend and we'll just one day we'll have our stuff together, and one day we'll come in contact with something that causes us to lose our mind and
Yeah,
everything else
I
with.
think. Yeah, I think you said it before that you'd rather have somebody who is reformed, who has been through, these kind of personal tests and come out of it the other end, rather than an untested person, because they might think that they have principles. As Toledo says here, Mel Gibson said it best: "It doesn't matter how strong you think you are in your convictions and morals or ethics. This place, Hollywood, will do something to you."
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. And Mel, like I absolutely like love some of Mel Gibson's little speeches he's came out with lately, especially. Um, but he's absolutely correct there, and that's what I've tried to. That's what J.R.R. Tolkien tried to explain to people with that little scene between Gandalf and Frodo, where Gandalf rejects the ring, and that other little scene between Frodo and Boromir, where Boromir tries to take it. It's showing you like you can't take the ring and try to use it for good. No matter how good you think you aren't good enough to twist evil to good. Only God can twist evil deeds to good that way. We as human beings aren't so good at it. The evil will end up twisting you.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, on that note, let's continue on here. We've caught up with the comments and we're current with them. So let's play a bit more than this, because I think it's all very germane and opposite to what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about them? Can you show them and talk about them?
Sure. Well, lots of people talk about innovation in this space as if the big innovations have already happened. I think that's a lack of imagination, frankly. There are so many unsolved problems, and there are so many opportunities that can be realized by the advances in the tech here. So let's just take one really important problem, one driving application, in this case, authentication. Authentication is irritating. In fact, it's so irritating only about half the people do it, right? Despite the fact that there's a lot of information about you on your smartphone, which makes you far more prone to identity theft than if you didn't otherwise have it there, right?
So you're talking about passwords and pins and
Sure.
the drawing patterns and on
Well,
Android.
sure. Look, after 40 years of advances in computation, we're still authenticating basically the same way we did years ago. In fact, it's gotten worse, because now you don't do it once a day or twice a day. The average user does it 39 times a day, and it takes them 2.3 seconds every time they do it. Power users would do it up to 100 times a day. So what are we doing about that? Well, we're thinking of a whole variety of options for how you could do better at authentication. So you can start with nearer term things like tokens or fobs that might have NFC or Bluetooth embedded in them, but you can also think about a means of authentication that you could simply wear on your skin every day for a week at a time, say an electronic tattoo. Now, we're talking about wearables. Everybody's interested in I'm profoundly interested in wearables. And what I will tell you is that we've made a lot of advances in wearables, but there's still some fundamental problems that we haven't solved. Like, one of them is the mechanical mismatch between humans and electronics, right? So electronics are boxy and rigid, humans are curvy and soft. That's a mechanical mismatch problem. Well, a researcher at the University of Illinois, his name is Dr.
I'll stop it there just to note, and won't have any. I'll continue on in a second. Just to note what you said there, we have a mechanical mismatch problem. That the hardware is rigid, whereas in other words, immovable, but the human being is soft. So we have to fix that. The human being is a problem. We have to get them together somehow. So just that the phraseology, that wasn't just, she tries to pretend this is all coming off the cuff. This is to really make it clear now, This has been practiced many, many times. It's a very rehearsed speech, but she's trying to pretend that it's all just natural conversation. Even when the guy tries to ask questions to prompt her along, the way that they've rehearsed it, she just tries to steamroll over his questions, just sort of saying, I have my speech, stop interrupting me. Like, that's what she's thinking. She's just continuing on with it. Did you want to say something quick enough there?
I was just agreeing with you there, but yeah, like, and also I would say that, another thing she's saying there with the 39 times a day or whatever, that's 39 times a day where a person gives whatever site they're authenticating on access to their to whatever they've searched in their search bar, as well as a whole host of other things that they look into in your device in order to be able to authenticate you, right? Well, what she's saying is, okay, well, we do that so much, we should just have access all the time then. And then they're like, okay, and then they go on to wearables. Well, we used to call that something where I'm from, and it's called an ankle bracelet, and you only got put on that when you were on like house arrest. Like, why are people not making these dot to dot connections here? It's like, have you never been on house arrest or seen someone on house arrest? I don't think it's fun. Like, do you really want a bracelet on you that is basically that you can take on and off when you want to for now? And I would stress for now, because that's where it's going to go. Like, it starts as wearables, they've said it themselves. It starts as wearables, and then it becomes, well, implantables. Because how long before the kids decide, well, I keep forgetting my watch, and I can't get into the building at work, and I can't log into my computer, and I can't log into any of this because I don't have my identification token. Wouldn't it just be so much easier if it was like attached to me permanently? Right? It's all setting up all of that, and she's fully aware of where they're going, which brings us back to what you were saying. All of this has been scripted specifically to touch on these major points. It's just like a PowerPoint presentation. I know you've probably given one when you worked for corporate America, like I know I have. And when you give a PowerPoint presentation or any presentation like this in front of your colleagues, and especially before you give a presentation in front of customers or the bosses or whatnot, you've rehearsed that several hundred times in front of the mirror, in front of other friends and colleagues and other people that are working on the project with you, etc. Right? Not to mention going over it with the person that you're interviewing with or whatever, to make sure that all of the questions are going to hit on the topics you want to hit on. All these things are decided prior to doing the interview. Right?
Yeah, I mean, so many things there you said were so right there. And as far as the appeal to children, like, you'll see that she absolutely does this. She talks about how, like, children would like to get tattoos because they're so fashionable these days. There's no way that all of the social programming to make tattoos fashionable over the last 20 years or so didn't have this in mind. Because, like, just in case people didn't know, there was a time where anybody who got a tattoo was considered to be very low class, a sailor or a prostitute or something along those lines. And the other thing then is, of course, is why tattoos were taboo. And it's amazing how she's able to sell it in a technological environment like this, coming from tech companies, is that IBM very famously developed the barcode, and very famously was used to clarify, classify, and catalog all of the people. And I say that because, like, clarify, classify is the 99 red balloons, and she talks about it in another video, which I think we're going to have to speed it up a bit to get to. She talks about sending a red balloon up, right? And again, it's absolutely not coincidental that she's talking about this. If you think back to Schindler's List with the little girl and the red coat and the red balloon, it's a sign. Maybe Rosicruciani as well, but maybe you know a bit more about that. But again, it's not lost on her. She's using all this very intentionally. And as Crispy there says, wearables are so inconvenient. Now she says, "Oh, I'm passionate about wearables." I think she's trying to make a joke that as a woman, of course, she'd be very interested in going shopping for clothes because, women be shopping. Was it Chris Rock who used to go, "Women be shopping"? Or was one of those guys anyway. I think she might be trying to make one of those lame jokes. As for making PowerPoint presentations or whatever, I always made the mistake of putting too many words on the screen,
Mhm.
and then too many notes in the notes field below it. And then it always felt, if I rehearsed it at all, it felt rehearsed and stilted. Even I felt like if I'd given the same speech in a different location or to a different group of people, I felt like, listen, this is not legitimate or authentic. I'm saying the same thing that they'll probably have heard. I said it before, and I want this to be an interaction that feels human. But the weird thing is, most people don't want that anymore. They don't want authentic, interactive experiences, because you have people like this kind of going, well, we decided to pre-package interactive experiences because we found like our polling data says it's where our consumers want. So I'm like, you see, they've gradually just, I suppose, like in Dead Poet Society, they've sucked the bone or the marrow out of the bone, so it's all that's left is a dry husk, and that's all you're speaking to most of the time. So I don't know, but what I did find is I couldn't talk by just reading out the same stuff and having the same pitter patter. And I always just did my best to make sure it was always a bit different. But anyway, um, yeah, it kind of was. Maybe, the way I'm not trying to compare myself to, but you find that the best comedians sort of say, well, each show is different because there's a different audience and you interact with them differently. But these people, they don't like to have any variances, any variability, because it would change their plans. They want to have everything regimented and regulated, clarified and classified, and they want to have a unique identifier code with that can't be falsified. So it's, as you said before, all about getting on the internet, knowing who you are, not just verifying yourself with the thumbprint or the fingerprint or the pin or even the visual ID. They want a beacon constantly pinging, saying it's still me, it's still me, it's still me, as often as they want. They want authentication constantly while you're connected to their system. And in fact, the moment that you're not replying with a ping, just like you mentioned there with the ankle bracelet, they want to know why. So it's not about authenticating once to log in. It's about making sure that if you ever get off the reserve, that they're notified, just like in the Running Man or whatever, he's gone beyond the perimeter fence, that they know immediately. Do you want to say a bit more and then we get on with this?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's exactly what I've, where I've envisioned this going. And as far as the red balloon thing goes, that most certainly is a thing because the color red is associated with blood, and the color blood is associated with like your subconscious, like in such a way that the color red is going to automatically, it's going to automatically trigger things inside your subconscious, right? You even hear it in songs like where it's referred to the entryway into your subconscious is referred to as the red door, like the Rolling Stones song. I see the red door and I want to paint it black. No colors anymore. You get the idea. Like it's all about this color red being a trigger color, as well as other colors triggering other things, but red is that color of attention. And she's talking about sending up a red balloon. To me, that says sending up like basically like a signal flare for everyone to look at, right? Saying look at this, pay attention.
That was it. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, it's in the next video, but let's, we're about 2/3 of the way through this now. So we'll hear her talking about how, first of all, they take you on a very sort of quick story arc, right? Always with these things. So we have a problem. Here's what it is. You didn't know it was a problem, but good news is, now that you're aware of it, we've already been working on a solution to it. So here's the solution. But we don't want, it's like there used to be a guy with a catchphrase on one of the game shows here. He used to always say, of course, it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but I don't know if the same catchphrases were used by oh God, what's the fella who did it in the States? He had a morning show or or early afternoon show.
Regis
Regis
Philbin?
Philbin. That's it,
Yeah.
Regis Philbin. He may not have done the same thing as the fella they had doing it over here, but he used to say, like, say if you won $32,000 or pounds, he'd say, like, now you can go on, you've won £32,000, but we don't want you to have that. And then he'd sort of offer you to go on to the next question where you could double your money or whatever. So that's what she's doing here. Like, you could have the digital tattoo. And the great thing about it is kids love it because tattoos are so fashionable. And if the parents don't like it, then they'll definitely get the tattoo. And she uses more foul language here. She says to irritate your parents, to annoy your parents. And then she sort of says, but we don't want you to have that because, there's a mismatch there between the body and the hard technology. So we want to have some biotechnology. So I've explained it a bit ahead, but just in case anybody doesn't pick up on the fine points of it.
Well, if you want to like see where it's like kind of going, like they came out with a video game that collaborated with Keanu Reeves some time ago called Cyberpunk 2077, right? Like that game, like I've watched the game movie, right, or parts of it anyway, like, on YouTube where people have played it, just to see what kind of symbolism was in it and stuff. And like, oh yeah, they basically spell it all out for you how the world's going to work in the future in that game. And I found it incredibly interesting. And the fact is, within this gamer sphere, you have conservative kids, right? And people my age that are, they would consider themselves conservative, but yet they're imbibing the same propaganda as everyone else. And you would be surprised at how many of them aren't aware, even though they're supposedly conservative, they're not aware of this whole, like, the dangers of actually doing this to yourself, right? They're not even, it's not even registering on their radar. So,
Did you say the game there? Shadow Mask wants to know what game you're talking about.
Oh, Cyberpunk 2077.
I haven't heard of it myself.
Yeah, it's Keanu Reeves plays a big role in it. He's like the Jiminy Cricket for the character, right? He's like this. Plays a character called Johnny Silverhand. That's he's basically like an ethereal thing that's in the character's head that keeps talking to him, right? Like it's like his personal AI system, basically, that's speaking to him as he's going through the game. And it manifests as this like staticky version of Keanu Reeves with a robotic hand, smoking a cigar and acting like he's Billy Badass or whatnot. But the game itself, is all about like modifying the human body with transhumanist parts. We're talking about everything from modified eyeballs to be able to see farther and better and in the dark and everything like that, to your arms unfolding into some praying mantis looking weapons and whatnot. But they're most certainly pre-programming the youth as well as the older generations to accept this stuff. Like, obviously the game is going to be a hyperbolic example, as pop culture usually is, but it will most certainly. You should watch parts of the game movie here on YouTube. Just type in Cyberpunk 2077 game movie, and you'll get some. You'll get an idea of what I'm talking about.
Okay, I will do. I don't think I've seen it, but there it is on screen. Truth Spirit says Cyberpunk 2077, Keanu Reeves. Lol says Shadow Mask. I thought so. He says, I've got it myself, but I found it boring. So maybe Shadow's a bit younger, I think. Maybe the youth might be already bored with that kind of cyberpunk dystopia game, but maybe it's just not a very good game. I have to say that whatever the corporate type people do, they've got no imagination, they've got no authenticity, they're not able to create anything themselves. So if it's a bit like, say, Christian rock, sometimes it can be just so cringingly embarrassing. Well, when corporations try to be cool, they're just cringingly embarrassingly bad at it. They're not cool at all. But I have to say, though, a lot of the youth fall for it and think they're cool, which has really surprised me. But anyway, sorry, what were you going to say there?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, like, they hire kids these days in order to make the advertisements for other kids, right? So they know what to do.
Well, yes, they do all right. It has surprised me that I have, I'm aware of the younger people. I still consider myself young, even though I realize now that I'm actually an old man or very nearly one. So all of a sudden, I'm old, apparently. Just like I'm thinking of that video where this guy kept saying apparently all the time, and he's a little kid, very precocious. But anyway, one thing that has shocked me, and I thought like that, people who are younger than me, that were in their early 20s, mid 20s, early 30s, it surprised me that they don't have any cynicism. And they don't have any cynicism, certainly, in regards to corporations. And corporations aren't cool. We used to know that, like, when they're sort of saying, hey, kids, get the new crazy, cool, great thing, new thing. And you kind of go, yeah, what are you talking about? You're just a stuffed shirt. You're just a grey suit. It's
Mm.
weird to me how there's no natural cynicism for these obviously grey men, husks of people who are devoid of any real personality or, as I say, authenticity. There's nothing genuine about them. That doesn't seem to scan. It's like either they don't care because the young youth are so avaricious and ambitious, or they've somehow trained it out of them. I don't know, but I've noticed that a lot. I've encountered it, and I find it very scary.
Familiarity breeds apathy, you know? A fish doesn't know it's in water because a fish is always in water unless it's brought out of it, and then it knows real quick, right?
Mm.
Uh, it's it's one of those things that, unlike them, like we haven't grown up with all this stuff since the crib, right? Like we had a moment of clarity in our life that a lot of these kids have not had, because as soon as they popped out of the womb, it was instantly into a world where they were bombarded with television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, pretty much. If they weren't bombarded with that, it was going to be school or all these other kind of things. We had a lot of that, but not quite to the degree that they have. I mean, now that there's a phone in your hand all the time, there's no respite. There's no, if you have a bully at school, there's no getting away from them because they're going to be right there in your pocket. If there's, some kind of show that you are addicted to and watch all the time, it's going to be right there with you wherever you go. Like, people can indulge in their obsessions to the point where it is incredibly unhealthy, and humans have a naturally addictive personality. All of us do.
Mm.
It's just
Well,
one of those things. Like I was telling somebody one time, it's the only difference between a drug addict and everyone else is the drug addict is addicted to something that everyone else doesn't like.
yeah, it's
Like,
true.
something that's acceptable, then they don't care. Is you can be as addicted as you like.
Well, it's very true to recognize, and I think that's one of the I suppose, universal truths that I would like younger people to understand, because it took me a while to realize this. Everybody has an addictive personality. Everybody is addicted to at least one thing. Everybody is prone to forming habits. It's part of the nature of the human being that he becomes accustomed to doing the same thing. The scientists like to call this area of psychological endeavor or investigation as neuroplasticity, the lack thereof or otherwise. But people get set in their ways, and people use certain actions even just as a crutch. And a very obvious one is that, it was only really in the 90s that people started saying, hey, you can get addicted to gambling in the same way as to hard drugs. So do you really need the chemicals? And that's the thing that people need to understand. And that translate that to everything in life is habit forming. And what you have to try and do your best at is to know that you have these impulses and urges, but try to have a good outlet for them. For example, I noticed that women used to do a lot of knitting and sewing. You see, that was great to steady their nerves while they'd maybe watch a bit of pleasant television in the evening. They'd knit a scarf or a jumper for a niece or a nephew. Whereas now they might be popping pills and watching stuff about hardcore feminism on some site I've never heard of. I don't know if you're still there or not. Hopefully, we're still online. But anyway, I'll catch up with the comments. And Toledo says it's a cradle to grave long-term plan with this people. You are there, I think. Oh no, JC must have got cut off. Hopefully, he'll be back. I'll get through the comments anyway. While hopefully JC is reconnecting. Toledo then says, evil can't create, only copy and subvert. That's another universal truth. I've never seen anything that runs contrary to that, and that's how you'll know them. That's how they act. That's how they behave. They're always a facsimile, a very rough and inauthentic copy of the original. Shadow Mask says, but I need my Nikes. Exactly. That's the attitude. I need my things that I have grown accustomed to from big corporations. And once I have them, then I'll fight the corporations. And yeah, I think Truth Spirit is bemoaning there. No time for self-reflection. It's usually, says Shadow Mask, fashion and alcohol for the youth addiction. Well, if only they were into alcohol and you'd understand that a bit, but they don't even, I don't think, go drinking like we used to and talking and having a good time. And the other thing is, I see a lot of them with the vaping, like it's Alco Pops, and it's the vaping of all these kind of stupid flavor of flavored steam with batteries and checking about how many amperes they have and how many parallels of battery they have for how much power they can run through their nebulizer or whatever. To me, my attitude is just like, the attitude of what's the fella's name? Elio Morocco, I think was the actor's name in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. The ugly guy, anyway. He's in the bath. This guy comes in and he says, "Oh, I've trekked through the desert trying to catch up with you, and now that I've got you, I'm gonna kill you." And he tells him about all, how he's longed to kill him. And your man, of course, has his gun under the bubble bath, and he just shoots him. And he goes, "If you're gonna shoot, shoot. If you're gonna talk, talk." My attitude to people who smoke the vapes is, look, if you're gonna smoke, smoke cigarettes. Otherwise, don't bother. I can't understand why any man who's smoking a vape doesn't feel like that he's not a participant in the Paris fashion show or something. It's there's nothing masculine about electronic cigarettes. My attitude is, have a cigarette and smoke it properly. Otherwise, give up cigarettes and don't bother. One or the other. Smoke or don't, shoot or don't. One or the other. Just none of this sort of. I keep saying milk toast. It seems to be the word of the day. Milque, by the way. I think it might be named after some guy. Might be something to do with Harvey Milk, or maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, some kind of beige, lukewarm half measures with everything. It's just insipid, and I don't like it. And I'm sounding like an old crotchety old man now. The youth are wrong. Why can't they be like us? We were cool in our day. Talida says, "I really wish I had kept going with my sewing from my teen years. I hate and loathe today's fashion." Oh yeah, I tell you what. I mean, I only had my ambitions for a jumper or a scarf, or I wouldn't have been able to knit a jumper, but I was able to knit a scarf when I was a kid. I think that's how equal it was when we were like very young kids in school, that we all had a project to knit a scarf. You're just going in a straight line. Once you learn, go very slowly, put this over this. I think it's important that everybody learns a bit of dexterity. And it's what's the difference? Then you might be able to apply that to other things like tying knots in rope. It's the same principle, and nobody was sort of saying, "Oh, he's knitting a scarf, right? We'd be better than play a game of Transjenga." So I mean, it's not like we were all Neanderthals in the past. Just nobody made a big deal out of everything. But I certainly wouldn't have been able to have the patience or the inclination to make a jumper out of it. But for women who do the sewing and make their own skirts and dresses and all that, absolutely, they'd have something really unique, and it's far better than sort of saying like, "Where'd you get that?" I know girls would say like, "Oh, this thing, it's Prada thing I picked up somewhere, whatever, Where'd you get it? Oh, I just got it in this boulevard in France, but just 2 minutes off the Champs Elysees." then you paid 10 times what you needed to pay for it. But I know, like some girls love to say, "Oh, this handbag, oh, I got it in Paris, yeah, oh yeah, saw it there a few weeks ago, yeah, oh, yeah, that's not really." Anyway, another one there from Talida. She says, "I only vape so I could stop smoking. I tried it because they all said it's great, but what I noticed was nobody stopped smoking. They just did the vaping, and then they'd have a few sneaky cigarettes. And then they started getting more and more into the batteries and the high-powered vapes and the different flavors and all this sort of stuff. And I was kind of going, listen, you were worried about what carcinogens are in the smoke of burning tobacco and what additives they put into the tobacco. But like now you're buying your liquid on eBay or Amazon or Wish or whatever, and it's coming from China, some chemical place there. Like, I mean, how do you not know that there's not formaldehyde or anything in that? Like, and they're like, "Oh, they would hardly do that." Like, I mean, come on, they'd hardly do that. So, not trying to worry anybody, but I mean, does people not think about this stuff? That's why I figure, like, look, have something as organic as possible, including your tobacco. But anyway, finish off what you're saying there. I only vape so I could stop smoking. Lol, trying to quit. Been smoking since I was 16, 28 now. That's how it goes. I'll talk about smoking another time. I'm not trying to be holier than thou or whatever, I miss a good Marlboro, or I liked Winston as well. All those other ones I liked as well. Lovely. But I recognized how addicted I was to that. But I'll talk about that another time. I'll get back to this video now in a minute. Luke, or Jesus is Luke Skywalker, says capping while riding on electric scooter is the thing these days. And again, I am such a crotchety old man that it irritates me, the vernacular, the terminology of Generation Z, or maybe it's Alpha, but it's always this. What you find is it's urban. It's this urban vernacular. He's high capping, right? What it means is he's being braggadocious, or he's exaggerating his social status by putting his cap up high. That's what capping means, I think. Oh, he didn't mean that. He said vaping. That's what he meant to say. All right, fair enough. Everything I said there is null and void now. Talida says, we were cool back in the day. Laugh my ass off. The youth today are freaking weird, and thus it ever was. But it is true at the same time, even though every generation says it about the next generation. Or the ones after them. Dr. Crispy Johnson says, I could only sew patches onto my jeans. Yeah, well, if you can do it through denim, you need a good, strong needle and I think strong thumbs and fingers to get through the denim. So that's what men need to be able to do, by the way. Like, you're helpless if you can't just, put a stitch in some clothes and then get back to work, instead of kind of going in, bringing it into the woman and kind of going, oh, I cut my jeans. How do I fix this? Man needs to be able to do a certain amount of things, And Shadowmask says, doctors recommend Camel cigarettes. Ah, yes. Laramie cigarettes. And it's just like, Joe Camel, for that mild, smooth taste that 9 out of 10 doctors recommend for that, for the expectorant to coagulate your cough, to make it go away quicker. Many tests have shown that it's successful. And those were the kind of ads. Just checking to see there. Unfortunately, JC, I hope he's all right. I hope I didn't hear a struggle. I hope he wasn't being garroted. Sorry to talk that way, and I probably shouldn't tempt fate. But I hope he's okay. He hasn't been able to rejoin us. If he's listening, I hope he can rejoin us. Or maybe, oh my God, he's been waiting in what sort of the waiting room, but he's buried underneath. I see him now, and now he's disappeared again. JC, please rejoin. He was buried underneath the queue of videos. He didn't come back to where he was at the top of the queue, unfortunately, and maybe that's why I didn't see him. Oh no, come back, JC. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and play the rest of this video, and then hopefully JC will be back afterwards to comment on it.
Rogers, what he discovered is that he could use standard CMOS techniques to make islands of high-performance silicon connected by accordion-like structures that would allow it to stretch up to 200% and still be performing. And what he did is he founded a company, and they started making electronic tattoos. So I'm wearing one here on my arm.
Do we have a camera to get a...
This is a developmental system made by MC10, and it has an antenna and some sensors embedded in it. And what we plan to do is work with them to advance a tattoo that could be used for authentication. Now, it may be true that 10 to 20-year-olds don't want to wear a watch on their wrist, but you can be sure that they'll be far more interested in wearing an electronic tattoo, if only to piss off their parents. Right?
And that can have a design, right? Because
Sure.
they would certainly want some kind of cool design.
Options,
right?
options. And that's something that you wear, but you could also imagine including authentication in just your daily habits. So I take a vitamin every morning. What if I could take vitamin authentication?
What?
Vitamin authentication. Look, I have one right here. Well, here, I'll let you hold it. Would you like to hold it?
I'll hold it.
Okay. So this...
You guys see it?
This pill has a small chip inside of it with a switch. It also has what amounts to an inside-out potato battery. When you swallow it, the acids in your stomach serve as the electrolyte.
That's what I do.
And they power it up, and the switch goes on and off. And it creates an 18-bit ECG-like signal in your body, and essentially your entire body becomes your authentication token. Yes, this is true. Okay?
Okay, but...
Okay, Okay, so wait. So it's really true. So what this means is that becomes my first superpower. I really want this superpower. It means that my arms are like wires, my hands are like alligator clips. When I touch my phone, my computer, my door, my car, I'm authenticated in. First superpower. Like, I want that.
So we're not shipping that right away.
Yeah, no. We're not shipping that right away. But it sounds like...
This is FDA cleared?
So here's the thing. This is not science fiction. This pill was actually made by a company called Proteus, and they've developed it for medical applications. That pill has been CE stamped and cleared by the FDA. You can take 30 of those per day for the rest of your life.
And then what happens? Does your heart
Nothing.
beat change? Does your...
We can just tell that
you-
you've taken the pill. I mean, the medical
Yeah.
the medical application.
Does Google now know everything I do and everywhere I go? Because let's face it,
Here, can
we like
just,
you guys, but you're from Google.
Just give him some water and let him take that pill
I-
right now.
Thanks.
Maybe Dennis. Dennis, let me ask you. Does Larry make you take one of these?
It's optional. So we
Optional.
so we actually have demoed this working and authenticating a phone.
Yeah.
So this isn't like total.
It actually
science
does
fiction.
authenticate.
And again, this
Well,
isn't.
there's a lot of
this
work to
isn't-
do, yeah.
This isn't stuff that's going to ship anytime soon. But I think having the boldness to think differently about problems that everybody has every day is really important for Motorola now.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people now. Again, we're trying to get the company in that mindset to think big again. And it's early, but we're excited about where it's going.
Well, and I think you're back now with us, JC. Did you pick up on that there? I mean, she actually flew past a certain amount of things there. I'll mention a couple of things in case, because I had to watch it a few times there, and I keep forgetting because she really rams this past people, right? ECG-like signal. I think the ECG stands for electrocardiogram-like signal, right? Not the same thing as anything to do with the heart, but like the heart, it creates a steady beat. And by the way, in networking, you do call something that constantly sends out an authentication signal a heartbeat signal. There is such a terminology in networking, such that you don't wait for a machine to go offline and then trying to go, oh wait, it's not online, right? You're essentially what you're doing is constantly pinging the machine to sort of say, are you still online? Are you still online? Are we nearly there yet? Are you nearly there? And the moment it doesn't reply back saying, I'm still here, I'm still here, I'm still here, that's what happens, right? Now you can do it the other way as well. You can have the thing with the pill. I'll just sort of say this as well, is that, I'll just sort of say this, they can remove, what they like to do is give you ID that is not permanent, right? So that your ID always has an expiration date, so that even if have no problems with you, but they have forgotten to specifically authenticate you, that you fall out of the trust circle if they haven't seen you in a while. That's what they like as well. So that the pill will dissolve fully after a while, after a certain time period. That's a couple of things to pick up on. What do you want to talk about that, or did you pick up on anything else there, JC? And good to have you back. So glad you rejoined.
Yes, I like internet difficulties. It just popped me out for a minute. But yeah, it runs on like a little potato battery, and it will stay in your system for about as long as it takes food to pass through your system, and then it'll come out the other end, right? So, it's very much like you said, just like in the corporations, your ID badge, as soon as like you already know that there's going to be like problems because you'll be locked out of your computer at work, and like all of a sudden your ID badge doesn't work, right? And you got to be buzzed in. You had to talk to the girl at the desk and be like, I don't know why my ID badge isn't working. Can you buzz me in? You get buzzed in, and then you find out you get been fired, right? It's kind of like that.
I was going to say that. Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. I think I've told the story before, but it's worth repeating again to show you how cold these people are. I worked at a place in the United States where I was supposed to be able to fix all the problems, get everyone talking together, get everybody on side. They were short-staffed. But these two managers decided, or maybe they were assistant managers, whatever, decided they didn't like this guy, but they were too cowardly and sniveling to actually fire the guy. So they just removed his access from the site. They didn't fire him. They just removed his security authentication. so that when he came up to the security desk and they watched him out the window drive up to the outer post, and the security, and he swiped his badge at the post, but it didn't open up. So then he had to get out of his car to talk to the security guard. They watched him out there trying to figure it out and laughing, and kind of going, "Wait, how long is it going to take him to figure out that we've removed his access?" And of course, legally speaking, they felt like, "Oh no, we didn't fire him without cause. We just removed his security access."
Yeah. And I mean, that's exactly the kind of stuff that they do. And here soon, in order to get into the grocery store, you will have to be authenticated, right? So, they're quickly building up the infrastructure to where if you don't play ball the way they want you to play, it's not even enough to play. You have to play the way they want you to play in order to keep your authentication, and everybody will be screwing everyone else over trying to keep that authentication valid so that they can go on about their sniveling little lives. That's really the world they're setting up.
Yeah, and everybody, I think, understands what we're talking about here. And just to put a fine point on it, or Lumen says, "Oh, a custom mark. How nice." Now, right hand or forehead is the choice, I suppose. Well, it's worse than that, you see. What they've led maybe people to believe is that you'll have a permanent indelible mark on your forehead. No, if it won't suit, if it won't suit them, and certainly not if it'll suit you. What they'll have is you always desperately trying to stay within the circle of authentication, and them saying, if that'll expire, you need us constantly to renew your authentication or your ability to authenticate yourself. But if you fall out of our grace, fall out of favor with us, then you're out of the system. So it's like a game of musical chairs, whereby everyone's fighting for the last few places. And there was something else that has just escaped my mind now, but there was something else, a paradigm that they brought in as well, like where this was the whole thing whereby if you're in the system, I suppose it's a bit like the social credit, like you have to constantly fight to stay within the good graces, otherwise your authentication gets less and less valid, maybe as well, But there was something else I was thinking of. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, and what we should also be thinking about is what else can be done with this kind of technology. I don't know if you've ever seen that Christopher Lambert movie, The Cube, or not. But in The Cube, they have a thing they make them swallow, and if they try to escape the cube prison, like it goes boom, right? And it also it electrocutes them. And and helps an auto gun train on them, right? So if they try to escape, so it's kind of like the same thing that you're seeing trialed in the Middle East right now between two certain groups there. They put up a fence with some cameras with some automated machine guns attached to them and some turnstile doors, and in order to get in and out of that area, they call it it's a certain direction in a bank that they call it there. But anyway, like that very kind of thing is also a reality, to where you swallow this thing and it will give you access to your work building and all that, but it also might keep you from going anywhere. As long as that thing's in your stomach, if you try to go outside your little boundary line, who's to say it can't deliver like a shock or worse?
Absolutely.
Right?
Let me tell you very quickly, and then I'll catch up with the comments here. What I remember reading, and I remember reading it was authentic documents that had been released under Freedom of Information Act. I'm pretty sure that some of those things were there to corroborate or support this story of this guy who said that he worked for some agency within the US. Like, it doesn't really matter what it is, but one of the black ops agencies, whether it be CIA or Homeland Security or overseas services. But regardless of that, what he said was that they had a system to keep their own agents loyal to them, not become double agents or stray too far, or basically try to run and hide in South America somewhere. What they did was that they did a physical operation on people somewhere in the abdomen, such that they woke up after being anesthetized. They found that they had some kind of attachment. I mean, people might, sort of liken it to, like, we're talking about like 80s technology in the 90s, but it might maybe like a colostomy bag or some kind of plastic box that's piped into their plumbing. Maybe it could be into their kidney, maybe it could be into their liver, not actually into their gut. But that they've done it in such a way so that every 48 hours, the guy realizes he needs to come back and have either the liquid filled up or taken out of this thing, or probably filled up. He needs some drug or pill or some operation to be done to this thing. He knows that he's addicted to it. He knows he can't go too far. As Truth Spirit says, that she said it all in jest with a G, not a J. But this all sounded authentic to me. It didn't sound like something that was made up 007 type stuff. It sounded legitimate, and as I say, there was supporting documents that looked legit to support this guy's story. So that he was explaining, I think it might have been out of an AMA even on Reddit, maybe that's where I read it, but it's hard to say. I read this years ago, but it rang true.
I know what you're talking about. He talked about a golden liquid that, like, it was a golden colored liquid, and it was attached to him, and he had to go back there or whatever so often and have them like refill it or whatnot. I do remember something like that. I just don't remember where it came from either. It's one of those things that we must have both like seen at some point and just filed it in the the old filing cabinet there, and
That's
it kind of pops out.
And as Toledo says, and I don't know whether people in the United States will be familiar with it, but they will be familiar with the actor Patrick McGoohan, because he was I think he was British anyway, but he had a very pronounced upper crust English accent. And he was in a show called The Prisoner from 1967. The tactics that they had for keeping these people basically on this island where everything superficially was all very polite and nice. Hey, good morning. I'm number 6 or I'm number 7. I'm not a number. I'm more than a number. But very iconic and very relevant. And it's got that odd 60s aesthetic. I believe it was shot on an island maybe or a peninsula in Wales but it looked very sunny, even though Wales isn't always very sunny, but a beautiful place anyway. But underneath it all was this people who were secret society, and everybody had put on painted smiles and didn't talk about the things, and they were constantly under this kind of 1960s style Russian eavesdropping, very much like 1984. Says he played King Edward Longshanks in Mel Gibson's Braveheart. Oh, I see. I know he was one of the best baddies ever, criminal guys in a Columbo episode, maybe more than one Columbo episode. Mm-hmm. Is there anything else I've missed there? I think I might have. In regard to the authentication pill, Toledo says, will they get to decide whether I'm contributing enough to be alive so everybody gets an expiration date like a product? Yeah, exactly. That's the way it is. And they want us all to be just essentially, that's the Internet of Things, or the Internet of Bodies, consumable items, classifiable and categorizable items. And that's the way object-oriented programming works, I will say as well. Go ahead there.
Once everybody's reproductive systems have been damaged to the point where they can't have children, or they've somehow managed to keep people from having children, and everybody's being grown in the the little tubes or whatever, you'll be a product. Everybody will. You'll come out with a number, and you will be like number 1267 or whatever. Or it could be, I've seen some things where it gave me the idea where they could even have it to where all right, say you grow up in this system, right? You have a number or whatnot, and they just keep telling you, like, oh, well, once you reach 30 years old, we're going to transfer you to another body, and they have a clone there that looks just like you or whatnot, and they just have bunches of them, and they just keep replacing you, right? Like, they could do that. There's a lot of different things they could do with this weird technology they have that, are equally scary and equally as useful as for what they're trying to produce, right? They're trying to produce this society that is controlled from in every aspect, like a machine.
Yeah.
They're trying to build a world-sized machine And then once they do that, they intend to spread it out to the universe. They don't intend to stop here. That's one of the things that people need to understand about these folks that I learned being part of it. Like the world is not where they're going to stop. They don't intend to ever stop. They intend to keep going until they colonize the entire universe if they can.
Right.
So like they have plans so far ahead that you couldn't imagine.
Okay.
Like,
You're right. What Shadow Mask here says is sounds like the Justin Timberlake movie In Time. I think I might have seen that, but might be worth a rewatch.
it is a
And
good
then
movie.
right. And Jesus is Luke Skywalker says, "Oh, it's like an electric dog collar." Yeah, except you can't take it off when it's in your stomach. But the other insidious thing is you'd be desperate to get it. And sure, you could have it as basically just a nothing tablet with just the biological sheep, as Albert Bourla pronounces it as. Imagine the compliance, but you'll be desperate to get a hold of enough supply of these compliance pills. But of course, you could wrap anything else in it, and even if it was just sugar pill, or even if it was just placebo pill, it would have a psychological effect nonetheless. Well, you got any of them good compliance pills, man? I'm shaking for one, man. Um,
Just to
and
get back into society and not have to like live out in the wastelands or whatever that they're basically creating by with all these derailments and whatnot. Like
exactly,
once all the land is ruined, people are not going to want to be out in the wilderness. They don't want to be out in the wilderness already. Like once you've
yeah.
ruined everywhere but the smart cities, it's of course they're going to want the compliance pill because the other option might be to be out in the wasteland like in Judge Dredd, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. And the thing is that hence why, and I'll remind people of ID 2020 and the Microsoft patent, which had something like the year 2020 and then 060606 in it, which was a patent for being able to assign people a task, have some pill inside them, which would not only recognize that it was inside the body, but also that it was moving in a way that the body was moving in such a way that was commensurate with the task that the human was assigned to do. That's a patent. It was registered in 2020.
They would get paid based on completing that task. And also, I would remind people, yes, it might say 060606, but in gematria zeros don't count. Zero is actually zero. It doesn't exist. It's a
Padding.
non-existent thing.
Yeah,
So you just delete the zeros and you get 666.
yeah. Well, it's just padding. Just padding. And, as far as bits go, like in a byte, if you say there's 8 bits in a byte, then it doesn't matter what number you represent. All the bits are present in there. They just might not have any value in them. So you just skip them when you're evaluating it for the value.
Yes. Like exactly, like in gematria, you skip right over zero because it has no numerical value to add to the total number, so you skip over it. And I would say that they're doing the same thing here. That's why they put all those zeros in there because the zeros are just padding and they don't matter. And,
Well, Talita says, just like in Prisoner, like Patrick McGowan says, and it's worth saying again, I am not a number. I am a free man. Paddy doesn't say exactly that, but along those lines, I am a free man. But that doesn't sound very British. It almost sounds Scottish or Northern Ireland. Irish. It doesn't matter though. There's very few people, to my surprise, actually feel that way. And I also would say, imagine a world where, and we're very much on the cusp of it now, where it's not just that the old style of money of paper notes and currency and coins exists, but there'd be very like already like I know that there are people who have been paying for their bus journeys for 10 years now, and they've never had to get you know even a card like for their bus or the train out. Like it used to be like for a long time it was a multi-trip card or whatever, for years
uh-huh.
subways and everything has been like that. But now there's been like kids who've grown up like and who were born, let's say, in the 90s, and then they became teenagers. They never bought any bus pass or train pass or subway book of stamps or whatever it might be, right? No, they just tap with the same smartphone that they were given, like say for their 14th or 15th birthday, whatever it was, and then went out into the world and paid for everything with that to get on the bus or the train, to hire an Uber or whatever if they can afford it, to get a coffee, to whatever, everything they pay with that. So already there's a whole generation of people to whom the concept of money seems uncool and old-fashioned and stupid and unclever. And then
Mm.
imagine where your authentication beacon then is not on your phone, but it's inside you. And they're already, they're 95% of the way there already anyway, right? So you can totally imagine in 10 years' time or 20 or whenever, like when, like people forget what happened like even 10 years ago. Like it wasn't much more than 10 years ago that most people didn't have smartphones. So people won't remember that there was any such thing as money and then start thinking about the fear that you might not have a supply enough of tablets
Yep.
to authenticate you. You know, when money as a concept is really just a distant memory, nobody really knows. Not really sure it ever really did exist anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, when you have to take your authentication tablet to get your paycheck, then well, obviously people are going to clamor over it because they want their paycheck. Right?
yeah,
I mean, it's no different than any of the fucking other blue million things that they've convinced you that you have to bring with you and to, to get this or get that. Look at all the stuff you have to get just to get a driver's license. Things I refuse to do, by the way. Like, I'm not going to bring them like all of my information and all that kind of stuff and jump through those hoops and all that, personally. But I know people who have, and it's a it's a
yeah,
very invasive process, right? And that's just to get a driver's license, and that hasn't been a standard thing for as long as people would think. Like a lot of things that they get today and like require you to have today, people didn't have that long ago, right?
no,
Like
no.
even a social security number is it's more new than you think, right?
Well, there's a very famous alleged or supposed or purported. I can't say for sure it's 100% verified, but anyway, there was a guy called Colonel Mandel House, and he was the assistant to or vice president of Woodrow Wilson. Now, I've done a video on it, and it's called "Do uh, Androids Dream of Electric Humans" or something along those lines. Very close to that. I would.
Oh,
Not just because I made it, I think it's good. It stands the test of time, and it deals with this subject matter as far as making sure that everybody's registered with a birth certificate. People, and again, like people don't know this. I didn't know this, but people didn't always do this. What people did was just record the birth of their children in the family Bible. Just write it in the cover page or the inset page, something like that. But just in case people don't know, or always picking up these little Latin words. Regina, as we said in the beginning, was queen. Regis or regus is a king, but it's not really a king. What it strictly speaking means in Latin is a ruler.
mm,
But it has the connotation of king. And
Rex, I do believe.
sorry, Rex is the king, and then you get Regis from that, or like Regus, and then reg us and regis. But
Mm,
but it's all from the same stem or same root of the word. So when you register something, what you are doing is you're putting your sign under the king. You're basically saying, "Oh yes, I belong to the king." Essentially, I'm a subject of the king when you register your child or whatever the authority or the ruler is.
yeah. And I mean, it's kind of the same thing like when you're registering your device or anything like that. It's like you're giving away your privacy right there. And guess what? Like the company's not really going to honor much when it comes to warranties or anything anyway. So you're wasting your time
Mm.
most of the time.
Yeah.
It's just it's like everything else. It's a roundabout way to get more information on you and to get you to agree to things that you didn't realize you agreed to.
Yeah.
People do it all
Um,
the time.
yeah, people
All
don't realize what they're doing, but I would highly encourage people to listen to a video that I made called something along the lines of "Do Androids Dream of Electric Humans?" Something like that, very like that. And
Mhm.
I made it maybe a couple of years ago, and specifically dealing with this written record or letter that supposedly Colonel Mandel House wrote to Woodrow Wilson, explaining specifically how and why and for what reasons it was going to be great that they were going to require every person to register their offspring so that they effectively become legally ours, and they'll be forever enslaved in our system. Um, But again, like, it's much better in the video with pictures, annotations, the whole idea of birth certificate, and a bit of music as well. It really gets the point across, I think, even though I did make it myself. I'm speaking objectively when I say I genuinely think it's good. So just catch up on a few of the comments here. Truth Spirit says regulate. Indeed. Well, that's where it comes from, to regulate. And then regus, regis, and then all from the word rex. But it means the regulate is, in other words, to have a measure against which the people align by. So that's why it's a ruler in both senses there. One who rules over, and like a ruler that you bring to school, to draw straight lines with. It's all the same, different connotations of the same thing. And then, or Truth Spirit also says a panopticon, but then later on corrects himself or herself and says panopticon. But wouldn't it better now that she didn't put too many, or he didn't put too many O's after the C? I won't pronounce that one, but that's what occurred to me there anyway. Or Lumen says, number 6, I will not make any deals with you. I have resigned. I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. My life is my own. I resign. Excellent. But I assume that's definitely from the prisoner. A lot of inspiration there to be obstinate and insubordinate in as far as it goes to authority, certainly illegitimate authority. Do you want to comment on that, JC?
Yes, I absolutely would say like that one should be obstinate to authority at all costs. As a matter of fact, no matter what it means for you, it may indeed mean torture. It may indeed mean death, but there are worse things. There are absolutely worse things. In that movie, The Prisoner, is a good example of that. You could have to live every day in a madhouse for the rest of eternity. And, considering they're talking about immortality and stuff, they might decide they don't want their slaves to pass away either. So you might have to go along for the ride.
Yeah, well, I would say that, and go further and say, we're locked in a madhouse now, but even the nightingale doesn't want to be locked in the gilded cage. It can never sing a free song, even if it's locked in a gilded cage.
I never was a big fan of gold, personally. Like, I think yellow gold is gaudy, so.
Yes, but so even if we're, what I'm saying is, like, the idea is that even if you were compelled to stay forever in heaven or whatever, right? Even if you're locked in a beautiful prison, you're still a prisoner. That's the point. Not that your conditions are insufferable,
For sure. I was making a joke because I don't like yellow.
Sorry, I get you. And I think maybe I'm het up a bit, because this is a very high point of principle that rankles with me, that people don't feel it in their bones. Like they all know how to kind of go, oh, Mel Gibson and Braveheart, freedom, you can take our lives, but you can't take our freedom. But then they kind of go, well, you can, as long don't take our lives, just make sure we have enough, please, And that's also the idea. It's I also did a video called Live Not by Lies, which is based on Solzhenitsyn's essay, which is about the supine attitude that all these people take on, from the academics, the people in the police, the people in the army, the people in the civil service, and then the people in the corporations and everybody else. They all kind of bow the knee. They kind of go, I'd love to do something, but I've got a family and children, and I have to go to my work and I couldn't give up my career. How could I? I'd love to go out and protest in the streets, but I mean, I just can't. I have a job to go to. All these kind of people who think it's somebody else's issue to stand up for freedom. The righteousness that comes with that. They don't have any righteousness. And what Alexander Solzhenitsyn says is, look, we all know that you're not going to storm the Bastille, right? But don't pretend that you'd love to go campaigning against whatever the latest thing is the government is doing draconianly, or I don't know what the adjective is for that. Dracon. I forget it. I'll move on. Right? You know what word I'm trying to say. But they'd love to go and protest, but they just can't because it's not convenient. And they'll go next week. It's just they're a bit short in cash and blah blah blah, whatever. They don't have enough money to get into the center of the city to do where the protest is, or they live too far away. All this stuff. Just don't pretend that you aren't going to acquiesce, or as you say, capitulate to the power that is extant right now.
Yeah. I would I would absolutely agree with that. And I mean, you hear it like when people would call in to Bill Cooper's show back in the day, they'd say, well, this is horrible, but, I can't go over there because, And I mean, I can understand certainly saying like I do, I'm not going to that protest because like that's just somewhere for them to put us on a list, right? Like it's not going to get us anywhere. It's just going to cause another issue, right? Like perfectly fine with a strategic bowing out of something, but just bowing out because you are scared, I don't have any like room for.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, unfortunately, and as I said before, and like it is a matter of reality that people need to face, and somehow I haven't figured out a way yet to not always have it kind of come back to my mind and kind of realize like how bad things are. Is that the two most famous stories at the end of Jesus's life in the Bible, where he was denied by Peter. In other words, he said, oh, "Jesus, never heard of the guy. Wouldn't I don't think I know him. Who are you talking about?" So that was a betrayal, and then the other more direct betrayal was where he was basically given over to the Romans, like who were acting on behalf of the Pharisees, by Judas. So like he was stabbed in the back metaphorically for 30 pieces of silver. He was sold out. Like the two things, maybe the Judas was worse, but either which way, what you have is your friends will abandon you, or your friends will actually betray you, and that's the way it goes. And if it doesn't go that way, it's extremely rare. And the women might come and sort of go, "Oh, that's terrible. I'll visit you while you're in prison," but they're not going to break you out or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean?
well, they're not
So
going to keep
everyone's on
visiting
their
you
own, more or less.
forever.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry, I talked over there. Start again.
I said I'd agree with you. Like they won't even keep visiting you in prison forever.
No,
You know,
no.
the
So it'll
it
all be very
even though
sad.
eventually go away. Like it always does. It's kind of one of those things. It's a
Yeah,
it's a
it'll all
thing.
be very sad, and it'll be like, oh, my husband's in prison or my son's in prison or whatever. It's terrible. And people kind of go, oh, isn't it terrible for her? And she gets through every day though anyway, and she keeps going, and isn't she a wonderful woman? And then she's happy enough with that. Maybe she's kind of secretly glad her son is in prison because she gets all this kind of social credit about it that she didn't realize. People kind of go, oh, all right, you're a stoic woman. I really admire you. Wish I could be as strong mentally as you. You're a great woman. Soldier on. You're such a lovely woman.
That may be for some. I mean, people are weird with their motivations, as you know,
Mm,
especially normies. Normies can be some of the most confusing people on the planet because they like, I think I've said it before. At least with the elite, like, okay, I know their mindset, and they're kind of single minded most of the time, and they're quite logical, and to the point that you know they're given to tyranny and all kinds of other things because they are so logical and just cold, right?
yeah. Well, you can certainly imagine a scenario where the mother might say, "Yep, I mean, I did everything I could. I sent him to the best schools. The state-run schools were the best ones in my area. I did everything for him. There wasn't a thing that he needed that I didn't buy him. He was just a wrong un. He was just born bad. There's nothing I could have done." And then people will sort of say, "Ah, she's long suffering. She's a saint of a woman, really. Did everything she could for the kid, and he still turned around and disappointed her." This kind of thing. So you can very much imagine those kind of scenarios, and there's lots of permutations of that, where they
Mhm.
get a lot of social credit through their peers that way. Just want to read out here what Truth Spirit says. He is ushered through the initial check-in. I think he's talking about maybe, yeah, The Prisoner, this 1967 series, Patrick McGowan. Ushered through the initial check-in, where a small device is forcibly inserted down his throat. An intestinator. This doesn't sound good at all, does it? Causes extreme abdominal pain when a punishment order is issued. Oh yeah, so that's it. Could you imagine that?
Yeah.
Some kind of device inside you where you basically get electric shock treatment if by remote control if you don't be a good boy, as a not just, hey, you're excommunicated from the good group, but you're now very much in the punishment group.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're swallowing a little tiny potato battery, so I mean, I'm assuming it's harvesting the like for it to work, it has to be harvesting electricity. So like, could it boost that power somehow and deliver a shock to your stomach? I don't know.
Well, if it got
You
to the
know,
right places anyway. I mean, there's I don't know exactly what the order of magnitude is, but I'm pretty sure it's less than a millivolt. That would be the amount of electrical signals that go through the muscles, and less so again in the brain. So if we got to the right place, you wouldn't need much voltage to be able to make things go haywire.
Well, I would be more worried about like ultrasonics and things like that. You know, the right frequency and the right like part of your gut, like and stuff like that. Like, there's no telling what it could do.
Well, just as I
Yeah.
say, if we're talking about potato batteries, and she did say exactly that it was an inverted potato battery, whereby the stomach acids were used to function as the electrolyte. But as long as we're in that electrical realm, of course, there are other factors and permutations and case-based uses out of this, you know. But I think we're caught up there, except to say, no, two more here. Toledo says, you're already on the list. Yeah, and I think it was Bill Cooper might have said recently that if you're not already in their group, then by default you're on their list. So it's like in the idea of, I think in any home router or most home routers, there's the idea of a whitelist and a blacklist. So you can specifically exclude some MAC addresses, or you can say, I tell you what, if you're not in the whitelist, if you're not in the inclusive list, then you're actually not included, and then you're by default excluded. You can't even try to log on if you're not in the good list. So we're already in the bad list by virtue of not being in the good list. And
Yeah,
then
well, I mean, I know I'm on the blacklist. I was given the black spot, so like, you know, I know where I stand. But
right,
it's normies who aren't quite aware of where they're standing. You know, they're standing underneath the shadow of the boot as it's about to squash them, and I'm standing over here on the edges, like, guys, over here, like,
yeah,
like move before they squash you. Like, we can worry about what we're going to do afterward, but we kind of got to keep from getting squashed first.
yeah,
And that's kind of where I'm at the moment. You know, like, this stuff is going, like, this lady, this smiling, you know, dude right here, like, he wears that smile, but it's because he's imagining like the boot squashing you. So, you know, they're going to
yeah,
get what they want one way or the other. Like, it's the question now is, you know, what side of that fence are you going to stand on?
yeah,
And you know, have you made yourself strong enough mentally, spiritually, and physically to be able to stand it? You know, that's the question.
yeah. I'll leave it rhetorical there. Truth Spirit says Electric Sheep, Philip K. Dick. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Sort of a variation, a play on that theme. So it's along those lines. Do androids dream of electric sheep? But I tried to make it like do androids dream of electric humans? Something like that. Because I wanted to invoke the idea of, you know, this whole transhumanist idea of, are humans really humans anymore, and so on and so on. But again, I'll try to maybe put a link to it under this video. But you'll find it if you scroll down through my videos section. This guy here, I can't say that I know, but if I had to guess, I'd say that he is actually smiling out of a nervous energy, that he's actually shocked, which is why he's smiling. I can imagine myself in that situation, trying to act like it's humorous, to try and cope as a way of coping, especially if there's an audience there, which there seems to be. But what I want to try and do is I want to move on to the next video, because as always, and I always expect this, we're not going to get through all the videos. But there is a secondary video, which I think we'll at least try to get some way of the way through, because there's a lot of important stuff in it. But before we move on, I want to tell the most shocking thing to people, perhaps, out of this presentation that she gave. Right, we've learned a lot through this, right? Now, before I say the real sort of drop the real clanger, I'll say 18-bit. Now, she mentioned again, right? She flew a lot of stuff past, right? When he asked the question, and is this pill regulated by the, and I'll say the letter F, and then I'll say a few words before I say DA, right? And she doesn't ask the questions. She just kind of keeps going, right? And I think that she's irritated with him for interrupting her flow, right? Even though for it to seem like a conversation, he obviously has to try and participate there, right? Otherwise, it's just a soliloquy by her, a monologue. So anyway, she flies past that, which makes me think it isn't. It's a lie, right? Or if you were to say it is, that it's only technically speaking, but what does it really mean anyway? Or she might say, well, it doesn't apply because it's not a drug. You see what I mean? But anyway, she flies a few things past. One of the things is that it's 18-bit, right? And the other thing then is that she then later on sort of says, and it's all good, and it's got this, and it's got this, and it's FDA approved, and it's this, and she says so quickly. it makes me sort
Yeah.
of say, I wish we had time to sort of stop and kind of go, oh, is it? What do you mean by that? When was it? What did they evaluate? What were you worried that wouldn't be safe,
Yeah.
and so on and so on and so on, and how did they know that it is safe, and all these other kind of things, and how long was the trial and whatever, right? She
Well,
breezes past it, right? And now I just
mhm.
want to say, before I drop the clanger, 18-bit. I can't say for sure that this is the connection, but it would make sense that it is. People might be familiar. So, with MAC addresses, generally have, as far as I remember, I think 32 bits. I think it's a collection of, if it's not 24, it's 6 8 bits. So what's that? 6 8? No, that'll be 48. I think it might be 48 bits in a MAC address. I think that could be what it is. And then an IP address is 4 octets, as they call them. So that's 4 8 32. So that's 32-bit, and a MAC address is 64, I think. I'm not looking at it in front of me, but anyway, sometimes it's hard when you're under a bit of pressure. But this is only 18-bit. So how would that do all the humans in the world? Well, I don't think it would. I think you could, like IP addresses within a home, I think you can duplicate them within what's called a CANbus area, right? And CANbus, people are familiar with that as far as it goes with cars. But the CAN doesn't stand for car area network. It stands for control area network. And I looked up the specification for, I forget what it is, but it's something like J19, blah, blah, blah. I've put it into the description of this video here. And there's more bits in the whole frame, but the unique identifier part of the packet that would be sent in this CANbus is 18-bit. So she says it must be relevant. She must be talking about it all the time. It's an educated guess that she's basically making the human being, and that's the way it is. It's a bit like Bluetooth, the human being being able to authenticate within a certain small area around which the devices that will be monitoring him, but he thinks are serving him by
Well, if you're
logging in. He's
Bluetooth mesh and stuff like that, that's a very interesting field to get into, like to where even without a Wi-Fi signal, they can use Bluetooth to communicate between devices and send messages that they want to send through those devices, even if you're offline and stuff like that. And just for some scale, like your Super Nintendo was 16-bit. So like that little pill is able to do quite a lot. Like a Super Nintendo was 16-bit, and that could process quite a bit of information. Like so. I mean, that's
well,
like
let me explain one certain way of looking at things, right? So people are aware that computers store numbers in binary, and a byte is 8 bits, and binary is either 1 or 0, or high voltage or low or no voltage at all, or low voltage. However way you represent on or off, or 1 or 0. And without getting too much into it, one thing that's interesting to continually train your mind to think about is it doesn't just represent values, but it also represents a type of a sort of a cipher, or a sluice gate. If you think of it, like, you have to try and think of it in all different manners, right? Or a filter, where you can open certain gates in the filter and close certain gates. And so it's not just about the value it represents, but one way of thinking about it, and different ways of looking at values, is if you think of a cylinder lock, right, that has or a suitcase, or attache case that has either 3 or 4 wheels. Each one of them can be from 0 to 9. And I remember, like, the exercise was in permutations, right? But we were specifically within the paradigm of trying to figure out factorials and permutations and probability and chances. And it was work out how many permutations of 4 choose 10, 4 C10 was, which I think is what represents basically 4 wheels, each go up to 10. And I was like, oh God, calculate. Okay, so 4 by 10 by factorial 10, or whatever it was, right? And then somebody said to me, duh, right? It's 1,000, right? It's from 0000 up to 9999. So it's, sorry, not 1,000, but 10,000. And so the
you have
same
8 bits, that would be 18 slots, right? Like
yeah,
that.
exactly. If you think of them as slots like that, yeah.
It's 18 different number slots, and it's how many permutations of those of different numbers can you make with 18 different number slots, and 0 through 9.
Yeah.
So
And
like, yeah, it's all the same. You're tying back to gematria and Masonic and Templar ciphers and all this kind of stuff, and how that interplays with computer programming and stuff like that we talked about before. actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's quite useful to think of it as slots.
And
You know,
not
just
just, and I know, yeah, and I bring it up because I know people are talk about like sort of the original Nintendo, as you said there, being 8-bit, and then the Super NES being 16-bit and so on now to at least 64-bit. But that's referring to the processor and the
Mhm.
memory lanes and bandwidth of the memory, or the address bus of the CPU, and how much data it can pull in and push out and retrieve from memory at the same time. But this is much more in the area of, as you say, cryptography and ciphers, and how many unique IDs can be generated. And
Yeah,
it's not just, we tend to think of things in decimal and counting from one upwards, right? Whereas when you put everything in binary, what you can do is you can it's basically like a key where you have either a peg in the key or a notch in the key. And that's why it's so useful to think of things in different ways and not just stuck in the number ways of representing things. Because it's so much quicker than just to hold up basically like a comb. Imagine if you had a comb and you broke some of the teeth out of the comb,
mhm.
and you hold that comb up to something. You're not going to start counting, well, this is the first tooth in the comb, so that represents 2 to the power of 0, and the next one is that's not there, but that would have been 2 to the power of 1 if it was there, and so on and so on. You don't bother with that. You wouldn't do that. It'd be ridiculously inefficient. You just hold the comb up to the lock,
Yeah.
and the comb becomes the key. So that is how you're able to make real quick calculations. The computer doesn't have to be fast. It's just how many numbers are unique, can be represented in real fast ways of computing it, and how authentication can happen instantly like that without needing anything powerful. So it can be kind of sometimes offline or low power, don't need a high power processor. So you don't have to think of things in terms of the CPUs being faster and better and amazing graphics and all this kind of thing. But it is about making sure that the human being is always tied to that key, and that there's a lock that fits it. And then, as
And
we know, again, like the transponder thing.
you'd be able at the same time, you'd be able to assign master keys, permanent keys, semi-permanent keys, and temporary keys, like at will. You'd be able to turn them on and off, like you said, like a sluice gate, like a filter. You'd be able to swap these keys in between these different levels of security access and all these different kind of things super easily, just by, well, it would just be a push of a button on a computer keyboard, to give someone authorization or to take it away. Once this key has been given to them and it's a unique identifier tied to them, the key can be turned on, off, turned partially on, partially off, all that kind of stuff at will, right?
Right. And the thing is, we've talked about how, like, you can be having access denied. They've had this paradigm now, and I mean, when people learned about, like, Windows networks and Windows NT server and so on and so on, and having work groups that you belong to, and then like the paradigm got a bit more complicated. Like if you're a member of this particular domain, and then you can have the least highest level that you need to do your work and all this sort of thing. So constantly they're always paring away at what you're allowed to have access to, and it's analogous in the military to having the need to know basis to all these kind of things. So you find that not only do you have the lowest access to anything necessary, only to do whatever you're told to do, but in addition to that, it'll constantly expire unless you continually do the retraining and whatever else. I mean, if you think it's bad these days, right, that you have to do diversity mandatory what do they call it, cognitive bias training and all this kind of stuff, that assumes just oh well, obviously we know that you have inherent racism and cognitive bias, right? But you have to do this new training then to stay up to date, because there's always new ways that you can be sexist, racist and misogynist and bigoted. So you have to do new trainings all the time, and it subjugates your mind all the time. You capitulate all the time, and the more and more you do it, the more you're basically subjugating yourself to their will just to stay in the authentication loop.
You know
um
what? They're already doing this on the metaverse. In the metaverse, when you go in, like, unless you have this specific NFT or whatever, it is, you can't get into Snoop Dogg's metaverse area, right? Like, you have to be a member or whatnot. They're already using this exact same idea, like, in the metaverse already. So now it's just a matter of time. Like, you got the idea in the metaverse, you have it in real life. Now it's just a matter of tying those two together,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and we've talked about this already. I think just not in several different discussions we've had, but at the beginning of this, we've talked about how that they've been planning all this for so many years. I just very quickly mention, and you know, as you've mentioned before, like the Royal Society, and then also the Council on Foreign Relations and the Royal Society, and there was two Toynbees, father and son. They were planning all these kind of things. I remember hearing about George Boole himself. You know, he was a mathematician, English, but I think was in university in Cork in Ireland. But this was back in the 1800s, so it made no difference anyway, whether it was, you know, Ireland or UK. But he was walking around allegedly, so his biography goes, you know, doing all these number calculations, doing these binary transformations, exclusive OR operations, and subnetting, and all this sort of stuff with binary digits, long before there was ever such thing as computers. And I think even it predated, you know, Babbage's. Or Babbage's, however you say it. I'm saying it wrong now. But anyway, his mechanical computation machines and all this kind of stuff. So all of these people are perfectly capable of planning this trap. And then they were only waiting to have the hardware and the software and the paradigms in place, so that they could just then spring the trap.
Nero tried to do it in ancient Rome. They tried to do it in ancient Babylon. You know, Nimrod did. So this is, you know, and Plato was the first one to come up with this idea, and this idea of techne, and, you know, organizing society like a machine. He was the first one to think of all that. So, you know, these ideas have been around for a very long time. They've had a long time to think about this stuff and work out the kinks, and, you know, daydream about all the different stuff they can do. And that was something I was going to say to you earlier that has to do with the relativity of things. The way
Yeah.
the mysteries work, once you have like a basic understanding of the mysteries, like you have the full base understanding, you can extract. It allows you to do things like extrapolate out like what you can do with that stuff, and you know, even like it allows you to come up with ideas that you may not have the technology to pull off right now, but because of the base knowledge the mysteries have given you, you know, are actually possible because it's possible in nature. If it's possible in nature, then it's possible for you to recreate it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it it helps them in actually you know, coming up with all these different ideas and stuff, because they understand certain fundamentals about how reality, chemistry, and all these different things just interact with one another. Once you understand these things, like you now have a you know, a real inner working of reality itself, right? And now you can manipulate it.
Well, I can definitely understand extrapolating from one thing to another. Let me just say this before I forget, because the thing that really I want to do to underscore that video that we've just watched is that's not a recent video. That
No.
video is over 10 years old. 10 years
Just
old, from 2013.
Like
It's
Moore's
20.
law states it doubles every 18 months, but what most people miss about Moore's law is at a certain point he had you know, had laid out that it would go from 18 months to 12 to 10 to 9 to doubling it every day.
Yeah.
Was his
Well,
mental, yeah.
Maybe people aren't aware. I think I'll play it now. We're far enough into the stream, right? I'll play Albert Bourla, right? Which the fact checkers were denying and saying, oh, it's out of context or any kind of things. It's not out of context. He says it like cheap. He says cheap, right? But the thing is, it's not a microchip, and people are going, oh, microchip, these conspiracy theorists. Okay, I'm saying in 2013, your woman there was boasting that they had a biological chip that could be swallowed, and it would use the battery acid or the acid in your stomach as an electrolyte to power this thing that would send a beacon, like she said, like ECG, that would send an 18-bit unique identifier to authenticate you amongst your devices. That was in 2013. So they were developing before that, and it was ready to basically go into production 10 years ago, right?
Okay.
And yet we had people like post 2020 saying we were all crazy conspiracy theorists, right? That was 2013.
Yeah. And that's another thing. You were talking about like a heart monitor or whatever, ECG. It just dawned on me. They were talking about not long ago, just a couple of years ago, I was looking through those patents like you were talking about with the cryptocurrency patent, the 060606 and all that kind of stuff. When I was going through all that, I ran across where they were talking about the human heartbeat is Like my heartbeat, your heartbeat, everybody's heartbeat is, unique to them. You're the only one who has a heartbeat like that. If they
Yeah.
get you to swallow a pill that can do like an ECG, then your heartbeat could be that key.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, anything it could mask it, change it, override it, any kind of basically changing you. But yeah, just to be clear about this, what I'm saying is that in networking there is a term called a heartbeat uh, monitor. But what it is it's just a vernacular. It's just a euphemism, which means like that basically you send a ping, in other words, like just a test packet, an empty packet to another machine, and then part of the networking TCP protocol is that it'll send the same packet echoed back. It's just basically, are you there? Here's me. Oh yeah, I see you. Here's me. That's it. But what you do is, as a heartbeat monitor on a network, if you have a mission critical machine and you want to make sure that it's always online, and you never want to have to just sort of kind of go, oh, why is this offline, and suddenly discover it. You want it constantly telling you that it is alive, right? That's the heartbeat monitoring system.
Well, that's what I'm
In
saying. If they tie it to your actual heartbeat, then that's one way they can tell that A, you're alive, B, you are exactly who you say you are, because they can't, do you know how hard it would be to fool that system?
Yeah. Oh,
I
and that
mean,
is what it is now. That's why it's confusing, because it used to be just a networking term, but now you introduce it into the body, and you're kind of like, well, do they mean it as just a beacon to sort of authenticate you, and you're constantly there, and we know you're constantly there, so you don't have to re-authenticate? Or are we actually talking about your real heartbeat? Yeah, and it could be any mix of the two. And that's when it gets very confusing, of course.
well, especially when you read those papers I was talking about, because the military is talking about using it to where they can shoot a laser through the wall, or through the window or something, and or listen in with the device and run that through an AI algorithm and identify people by their heartbeat from a distance. As it ties into the facial recognition, the being able to tell what your mood is by looking at your face and the way you're walking. It ties into all that, but in that they talk about the heartbeat being as you're able to identify someone as sure as with a fingerprint, because every heartbeat is so unique. And if that little pill would be enough to, or anything at all they put on you is enough to read your heartbeat, that could act as your authenticator key that tells them you are you,
Mm.
right? Like it would give them absolutely everything they needed in order to make sure, like you were saying, that someone is still alive and is still being, actively hooked up to the monitor. You would have to go through an awful lot to fool that system into thinking that, you were still there, but then disconnecting it from your body. You see what I'm saying? Like being
Absolutely.
able
Well,
to,
I'll give
yeah.
you a scenario here. Like, I mean, supposing if yes, there's no such thing as generating a random number in computers. It was always done off the clock, basically. Just pick a random millisecond off the clock. But
Mhm.
what you could do is put in this pill. It generates an ECG like, as she calls it, like a similar to ECG like heartbeat. Well, what if it took its rhythm or its meter from your actual heart and just resend that into the CANbus network? Then what you'd have to do is be like some of these David Blaine magicians, and if you wanted to pretend you weren't you for a while, is you'd have to practice slowing your own heartbeat down, assuming that that is possible. But you'd have to be like basically one of these Zen Buddhist monks on top of a Himalayan mountain.
Or you'd have to have a fake heart, which they've built now, by the way.
Right.
So it
Well,
just opens up an area of espionage and type stuff that because you automatically, anytime you think about a system, that a fence will say that they put up to keep the sheep in, right? You always have to think about the fact that they have to put
Basically, by
in just like the farmer at the farm, they have to put in access and exit points for themselves to make sure they don't get caught in the pen when they don't want to be in the pen, right?
yeah, true
So
enough. True enough. There's always an out for them, all right. Or they'd have a super user access, or they're part of the administrator or management team. And look, I'll say again, like the paradigm that it works within the corporations is that the rules of security at all times apply to the employees, but there is a special list of management team, and they can sail by security protocols by just sort of going, "Oh, I'm management, I'm on the list," kind of thing. That's the way, like being a VIP in a club or whatever, you know.
Well, yeah, like everybody praises American laws because it gives businesses so much leeway. But what they don't understand is that was set up purposefully because it makes a corporation like its own country. Like,
That's what they are.
okay,
Yeah.
it's like you were talking about earlier. A corporation in Western law and probably most of the world at this point is that a corporation is a person. They can vote and all those kind of things. Well, a person has certain legal rights, as in not being illegal search and seizure and all that other kind of stuff. Not being you know brought up in charges without warrant and purpose and all that kind of stuff. Like all that applies to that corporation just as well. So once you like start working at one of these corporations that I or John have worked for, once you enter into that building, you are in effect in a different country. Like
Well,
new laws apply
oh, you
once
definitely
you.
are. Oh, definitely. And I mean, I don't know if people are familiar with this, but like, if you want to visit any of these major corporations, what you do is you swap your passport at the door or in security for the badge that allows you then access to wherever you're going. That's the way it
Yeah,
works in corporations. And the
because
other
you're
thing is,
in a
it's not a
country.
new. Yeah. Oh, but it's not just in a manner of speaking. You literally are. Where different security, there's different police, different laws, different corporate policy is law, but they have extended it outside of the walls of their own corporations, and it's also not a new phenomenon because the book is either called The Fall of Empires or The Fall of Nations. I think it's called The Fall of Empires, and it was written in around 1880 by a British guy. And he talked about how even back then the corporations existed at the time did deals independent of the nation within which they were registered with governments. And I remember there was one British corporation that did a deal with one of the Middle Eastern companies, might have been Iran or Saudi Arabia or one of those anyway, to train its army for it.
Mhm.
Right? Not on behalf of the British government, but on behalf of this corporation, went over there to train its army. So he wrote a book about just that as an example. I think it's called The Fall of Empires,
Well,
1880 or roughly thereabouts.
you have a guy who like I've studied quite a lot. I've told you before, I'm I love history, especially like ancient history and stuff. And there's a guy named Sir Hawkwood who was a British guy, lowborn, right? Well, what does he decide to do? Like, well, he runs off to Italy and starts fighting in Florence and stuff like that as a warlord, completely independent of Britain's government and everything else. Like, he went down there and acted as a mercenary, and we still have these things going on today. Like, nothing has changed. It's the
Oh yes,
exact
yeah.
same kind of idea going on. You just had Kraft Foods like a couple years ago back when T-Rump was still president there, Mr. 45. Like, yeah, the Kraft Foods just hired somebody to go down into South America and overthrow an entire government. So, you know, and I mean, Kraft, I mean, that name, like, obviously it's German, duh. Like, but
Right. And I suppose craft might mean like sort of making something, creating something,
yeah,
uh,
it used to
or,
be
or work.
Croft, I believe, like was the pronunciation, and they changed it to Craft to anglicize it and make it sound more American. Because
Okay.
most of the Dutch and German people who moved here, they anglicized everything in order to sound more American and be part of the team, right? Like, so after Operation Paperclip, a lot of those naturalized Germans did the same thing,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah. Right. Let me catch up with a few things here, and then I'll play Alfred Borla. I kind of thinking I'll do the comments first. Hopefully, they won't get the stream pulled. Right, and I'll go with this. Right. I think I've done this clip from Albert Borla before, but anyway, I know we're always sailing close to the wind here. Um, Toledo says, and it's been on screen for a while, if you can't cry, you got to laugh. Goes hand in hand. I know. I don't know. And maybe that's why there's those masks all the time. We always wear that persona, like, laughing and the crying. Those Italian type of Venetian masks. I'll run through these. I won't comment. I'll try not to comment on these. Just run through them because I know there's a few built up, right? Crispy Johnson says, they have already destroyed generational wisdom by the mass prescribing of statins. And these are something to do with regulate your blood or your heart, making our elders, or maybe it's cholesterol, making our elders dumb, stupid, and forgetful. And
Yes.
Ora Lehman says, yeah. think we just agree with that. Aura Lemon says, researching frequencies finds that quite clearly that there are frequency differences in healthy humans in comparison to ill ones. Okay, fair enough. I could believe that. May's Mind joins, says, howdy all, and hope everyone is well as can be expected in this crazy world. It's all right. Dr. Crispy Johnson, does anybody know the tune? I'm trying to vaguely sing around. It's just because I don't have a good singing voice. unlike JC, you sung beautifully earlier, JC.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Crispy says, your grandmother's wisdom, heuristics, and life experience is gone. Yeah, heuristics is to do with kind of, I think, the wisdom of experience and time and just knowing things by sense and sight and experience. And what they kind of look like, So STEM, I think the phrase, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it is a duck. That's the kind of heuristics we're talking about. Or Lumen says, one trick of the powerful people, is to keep the populace at a lower vibrational frequency. It is easier to observe life with a passive mindset. Lower vibrations induce passivity. Well said, Aura Lehman. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
that's right in the line with Masonic, the Masonic understanding of these frequencies, and the Kabbalah tree, like the lower area of the Kabbalah tree is low frequency and the higher part of the Kabbalah tree is high frequency, and, high frequency mind and all that kind of stuff. Like there is, I do believe there is something to that. Right. Yeah. Like there's definitely something to these frequencies, and they're linked to platonic solids and these other kind of things. I'm one of those, being Orthodox, I'm absolutely able to say that like there is truth in some of these things. Obviously there are also lies in there too, so one has to be careful. But yes, there are also truths in these things.
Yeah, oh yeah. Orleman says a frequency generator installed in a human could do epic things. That's a callback to what your one said in the beginning there. She said, "Oh, I did epic SH1T at DARPA," and then kind of going like, "Aren't we cool, kids?" Toledo says this show is fire. Well, thank you. Good. Yeah, great to see you in here, Toledo. Aha, says Dr. Crispy Johnson. Well, Toledo is new to me, but maybe it's a resurrection under a new username. Who knows? Toledo says, the serpent is crawling inside of your ear. He says, you must vote for what you want to hear. Don't matter what's wrong, as long as you're all right. Pull yourself stupid, rob yourself blind. And I think he or she is saying that is lyrics from Iron Maiden from Be Quick or Be Dead. Totally relevant. Absolutely sounds like it. And I'll just say, and I don't want to wax lyrical on this, but you might have heard of the quick of your nails, right? What that means is the alive part of your nails. So the quick and the dead is the alive or the dead.
Yes, for sure. And speaking of Iron Maiden, their new song they have out, and one of the newer ones, it's an animated music video. It's quite relevant to what's going on these days as well. Like, they are, depicted as, black robe wearing agents of death, like carrying scythes, riding motorcycles in that video. And there's, some Trumpian characters and some world leader type characters, and, mixed with wizardry and stuff. Like, just the visuals to me and the lyrics were quite relevant. People should look it up. I forget the name of the song though.
And is it another Iron Maiden?
Yeah, it's another Iron Maiden. It's one of their newer songs that they've came out with.
Okay.
Like they all, each one of them is one of the iterations of Eddie from the different albums or whatnot, and they're all wearing the black robes, and you don't see that they're the different iterations of Eddie till the end of the video or whatnot. A little bit of spoiler there, but
well, fair enough. I never heard of a spoiler for a music video, but fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, some of these music videos, especially these days, are getting quite graphically depictive of the symbology and things that get used, and they're saying a lot of Iron Maiden are saying quite relevant things to what's going on these days. And considering they're on the side of the enemy, I believe we probably should listen to what they're saying and see what they're trying, and try to glean what they mean by it.
Well, Yeah, I think there's an element of the symbology becoming more overt, or they're becoming more overt in the message, trying to get more and more people to recognize it or have no excuse to be able to
Mhm.
say that they didn't realize. But also, I think it's a funny thing, just time enough spent in this. I suppose I'll say godforsaken world that I don't know, things just kind of, with experience, I guess, the heuristics and all that. I'll move on. Or Toledo there, just try and read out all these. Toledo says, I was washing dishes and listening to Iron Maiden beforehand. Law. And Crispy says, was Neva into them, Toledo? Oh, I don't want to read out too many personal things, but Neva sounds familiar. I don't know where I know that name from. Only know their big hits from Top of the Pops. That was over this side of the Atlantic, like, the Hit Parade show, and it had Jimmy Savile as a long time, in case people didn't know, long time radio DJ and TV host of Top of the Pops, where you could see the videos or the acts,
Yeah.
sometimes live, miming into the microphones.
Jim will fix it.
Sorry, does say Jim will fix it? That was his other TV show, where, like, any kid could write in for having his wish come true, bit like Make a Wish, but you didn't have to be terminally ill. But his name was Jimmy Savile. But for some reason, over in the States, everyone says Jimmy Seville. And now I find myself saying Jimmy Seville, but maybe it's because it's Savile Row or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe Seville in Spain, but it's S-A-V rather than S-E-E-V. But anyway,
I say Savile, but whatever.
that's the way
Savile,
it was
Savile, I
pronounced
don't
in
know.
Britain. Yeah, Savile
Yeah.
was the way it was pronounced in Britain. So I think just, it was when you read something, you just assume, but it doesn't matter. That's just relevant to Top of the Pops there. And very famously in Top of the Pops, if you look up some videos there. I shouldn't go off on these tangents, but there was always the girl standing around, kind of going, "Oh wow, the next act, can I stand beside you? I'll be on TV. Say hi, mom." And he'd pinch the girls' arses. You'd see them jumping as he'd be
Mhm.
talking into the microphone and pretending he was trying to concentrate. Kind of go, "Oh, they're mad in here." Oh, But anyway, um,
Mhm.
Toledo says, Crispy, no, their mainstream stuff is so good. Bruce Dickinson, the lead singer, I met him here in New Zealand. I don't want to be geolocating people. And his autograph, and got his autograph. He's such a nice guy and down to earth. He's a huge nerd. I could believe that the guy, if we're talking about the guy who dressed up always in the school uniform, because legend has it that he once went on stage straight after school and they said, oh, it's a cool look.
No,
I
I
could
think
believe that
that
he's a
thing is
decent guy.
young,
What's
Like
that?
that was the guy from AC/DC, or as they'd say in Australia, Akadaka.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. Akadakimite. No, I don't
Mhm.
know if that's even Australian, let alone New Zealand. Um, he dressed like a dad. Yes, I'm confusing Iron Maiden and AC/DC. Whoops, and sorry about that. I'm very embarrassed now. He dressed like a dad who just came from his son's soccer game, loves trains and aviation. His knowledge of history is epic and classic Brit humour. I need to run to the hills. Maybe I don't have to read out everything here. Crispy, dear Lord, not that song. That song sucks. Okay. Um, Bit more discussion there. Alexander the Great is a great song. From them, Aces High is so good too. Bruce pilots their tour plane, right? I'm just a typical metalhead, though. Truth Spirit, yep, he's also a champion. I better scroll on, and I'm just reading these as they come. I better scroll on and just see before I start reading out, like, something like "Eine Leben für eine Kinder" and stuff like that. And I go, oh, whoops, I didn't mean to read that out, like, just ein, and so
Dickinson
on.
is most certainly a classical Brit kind of guy, and I would say he's probably a Mason of some sort. He's into all the kind of things, he's a dualist. Like I was into the same kind of stuff, the history, the trains, the planes, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's right in that like classically like British education type stuff.
Mm,
Like that's one of those, those are the kind of things that like in the Victorian era would have been standard type stuff for every like dude to like be into, right?
yeah, yeah.
So, you know,
Well, look,
shows that he went to a private school more than likely.
yeah, fair enough. And so did Roger. Is it Roger Waters? I'm thinking of. He had a recent sort of feud or spat with the other guy whose name I can't think of out of Pink Floyd, but very much a typical British elder gentleman, speaks very nicely. You'd never think that he was a rock star, But of course, those guys were basically poets and musicians rather than just rock stars. Um, Truth Spirit there says, and look, I would have a lot of respect for either Iron Mountain or ACDC, but just when I say Truth Spirit there, she says, I'm bombing the chat, sorry, yeah. Actually, what I was kind of feeling bad was I felt like I was reading out a private conversation that didn't need to be read out. So don't worry about that. Good to have you there commenting, and thanks for staying with us. But did you want to say something, JC? And then we'll just have Albert Borla then put a fine point in it.
Like, I was just, talking about like whatever there. I don't really have anything.
Oh no, that's fair enough. I never want to move on in case and sort of say, well, never mind. We'll move on in case there was something you were trying to get in there. Let's play Albert then, right? And he is now speaking in post 2020, and I think it was in 2022, but in the last 3 years anyway. Here we go.
It is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet, and once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field.
Short and sweet. I like that clip. And again, I want to remind people, 2013 was when that YouTube video was put up, right? It may have been recorded a little bit prior to that, but around 2013. And then you fast forward 9 or 10 years, and she was saying, hey guys, do you know this problem that wasn't really a problem for you? Well, I've solved it anyway, and it's got this thing that it's by definition invasive, but it's going to be cool, and it's very cool because I'm hip and cool, and I'm not like your boring parents, and it's going to solve your computing problems. And then this guy says, imagine the compliance. You have a pill, you got to take it, and the insurance companies know you take it then. What? Like we just assume the insurance companies are our parents? Or just like everyone's our parents? The corporations, the insurance companies, the government, everybody's our parent. But he's talking about people who are obliged to take pills. Now, you might sort of say, oh, he's got an insurance policy that requires that his heart is kept within a certain regulation and all this kind of thing, or he's got high blood pressure, or he needs to thin his bloods with statins or whatever it might be. And, he's a naughty boy, he doesn't always take it, or he might drink alcohol he's not supposed to, and that'll kill the effectiveness of the pill, so as if he didn't take it. So we'll know if he drinks alcohol and then claims that he can go to hospital and claim insurance to fix his heart or any problems he has. He's saying, now we'll know, the insurance companies will know, well, your beacon stopped pinging, your heartbeat monitor was offline there for 24 hours. That invalidates your insurance policy. No health insurance for you. You can just die outside the hospital. Or there'll be nobody saying that to you because computer will just say no and the doors won't open and it'll go, no record of you, can't bring you in. Our insurance company's not paying for that procedure. We already know that happens. So we have proof here, right? By juxtaposing the two videos. And I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't be always doing this, sort of say like, do you see? But she was saying we want to solve your computing problems. It's so hassly and so irritating. We have to authenticate 39 times a day. Multiply that by the number of seconds it takes to put in a password, and you might have used 4 minutes in your working day. That's not efficient. We'll solve that problem for you. And Albert Borla says, imagine the compliance of the human.
Yep. And that's what you're being shown, the two different sides of the thing. You're being shown the saccharine sweet side that says, hey, look at all the cool things you can do, kids. And on his side, it's like kind of to the adults in the room, imagine the compliance. Right? So you're getting two different sides of the conversation that are meant for two different people, right?
Exactly. And look, the thing is, you said it there, like the two aren't supposed to be juxtaposed. That's why people who make memes and don't take nearly 4 hours to make this point can put it in one picture. You have the contrast of the one thing and the other. But look, I'm sorry for taking so long to get there, but sometimes you need like the 10-course meal, to really get it down your throat and get that beacon in there.
Well, yes, and sometimes memes, like, they can get a lot of pictures worth 1,000 words. The right meme can get an idea across a lot faster. But the problem that you're going to come through with that is interpretation. It's a faster like upload and download speed. It's a faster transmission, not necessarily as clear of a picture always. Words sometimes can be more definitive, whereas the picture is a little more open to interpretation. So it's back to what we talked about before with humanity and this problem of communication we've had, and the different forms of communication and writing that we have had over the course of our history. they have different upload and download speeds. The transfer takes different amounts of time, and they are some of them are better for other things, and others are better for still other things, right? Some transmit more information, but it's slower. Some transmit more information faster, but it transmits a less clear picture of that information, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's other things that I wanted to show, but I think we're going to run out of time. And maybe it's best to leave another topic for another time. But of course, other things will happen during the week next week, and might get back to it. But there's other kind of quite, mic drop, conclusive bangers about what's happened. In other areas of the world. But as far as this goes, like there's more to this as well, and I think I'm going to say this now while we're running up to the 4th hour, and then we'll get into the second video from Queen Regina Elvira Dugan. I'm just going to say this in case people don't know. I meant to make a short video on it, but I'm going to try and say this delicately, right? And I'm going to say it without saying a certain word. I'm not going to just say the first letter of the word. Can I say I think it's the 21st letter. I'm not good at picking out the letters of the alphabet. I think it's the 21st or 22nd letter of the alphabet is what it begins with. In the health scene of things, right? People thought that it was either the Chinese or the Americans that were cooking up a bad batch or something, or maybe the British, right? But they said, oh, but the Russians, they're based. And they're not using this kind of newfangled type of method. I'm speaking very obliquely now because I really don't want to, have a blue box underneath this, right? They said the Russians were creating something, and I'm going to link it to something. And I think you did mention it on stream. I think you said the word Sputnik. Everybody knows anyway that Sputnik was the first. Maybe they don't, but it was the first satellite that the Russians, or the name of a string of satellites that they put into orbit, and they beat. So the story of our normie history goes, they beat the Americans into putting an orbiting satellite in space, and because of DARPA, again, it links back into this woman is the current director of DARPA, right? So at the time, DARPA, the way our normie history goes, is they went, oh no, this is terrible. That satellite could fly over the US, could photograph anything. This is changes everything, a major security threat. We have to scramble. We have to get higher than them, beat them, have more technology, be able to shoot it out of the sky from above this satellite, whatever, right? All these kind of things, right? We have to beat the Russians. Yep. I don't believe that account of history. I think they were all working together, as they always do, to control their own populations. But anyway, what I want to say is the name of the satellite was Sputnik. And in all my life, my father never told me, and I guess he didn't know, and it's one of those many things that you never look into. Well, the thing that the Russians developed, apparently, allegedly, right, at breakneck speed, right, at let's call it sonic boom speed, right, which of course they had it all pre-prepared anyway. But anyway, right, now I think you know what I'm talking about, right? Well, the Russians called their version of it, which didn't use all this highly untested, newfangled ways of, and I don't want to say the 3 letters, right, for dihydro, whatever, so they claimed that it was a lovely one that everyone would want to take, and if I had to have one, I'd take the Russian version. Well. And I'm gonna hand it off back to you now, because this is why I asked you about fellow traveler as well, right? What Sputnik literally translates as is constant companion or fellow traveler. That's what it means in Russian. Did you know that?
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those things. This is what I tell people constantly. Okay, for instance, Tsar Peter of Russia, Freemason. It's like every dictator Russia has had since, Freemason. They're all on the same page. Like, it's always been this way. This is why, it's like, do people, I had this discussion with a boomer a month or so ago. It's like, do you really believe, really in your heart of hearts, that China and Russia are our enemies, but we have a international space station where people are willing to go up onto the edge of space and sleep in the same area as each other? Really? Yeah. If it's somebody's my enemy, I'm not going to be going over to his house for tea and crumpets every week.
Exactly.
You know
Oh,
what
look,
I
it's
mean?
the Chinese. Let's welcome them aboard the American International Space Station. But we're all at war, and our governments are at loggerheads down below. But isn't it a beautiful blue planet from up here? Doesn't
Mm,
there's that's trying to think of the word for that, but that doesn't wash. There is a contradiction there. Now, I want to
yeah.
put a real fine point in this, because and I'm not saying you missed it, but maybe you've latched onto the Freemason thing. But just you can basically back me up by saying this: that if you want to sort of nod and a wink to another person you're not sure if it is a Freemason, you might be in a train carriage with other people, and you go, "Oh, you're a fellow traveler. You're traveling east, same as me." Like fellow traveler means you're in the group, you're in the gang, you're a Freemason like me, right? But
Yep.
in case, and sometimes the case, maybe I shouldn't, underscore the obvious too much, but I want people to be very clear on this, right? That it's by no coincidence that you can also get the meaning that, I mean, the Russian version of it, right? If it's in you, right, then it's with
Mm.
you all the time. It's your constant companion. It is your fellow traveler. It's inside you, as above, so below. The satellite's called Sputnik is above you, looking down on you from above. And the other thing is looking from you, at you from inside out, from the microcosm inside yourself. So
Well,
it's no coincidence.
at the same time, you with this thing that you're talking about that just happened recently, it's the same scenario as the satellite. Oh no, the Russians had developed it first. We gotta hurry and develop one warp speed. Like it's the same thing. Just one was a satellite and the other one is a thing, right?
Exactly. Always the pretense that we're in competition with these other countries, whereas really the countries are never like, because the people who allegedly did, well, not allegedly, but actually did kind of like be in the trenches and go to war in World War One, they didn't know why they were doing it. They just figured, well, it's my duty. I have to do it. Like I'm a good citizen. I'm a good boy, right? But
They didn't have
also
a
then,
choice in a lot of ways. Like they were
oh,
derided and
yeah.
aggravated to no end to go and fight by the women of the country, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah, well I mentioned there, last week about the white feather that the British women would give to any man on the street. Why aren't you over there dying in a trench? But just to sort of like again spell out the obvious, right? That the people, the population weren't at war, the governments weren't at war because those people continued to have their embassies open and have drinks and brandy and try to have all these talks and negotiate and stuff. So who's really at war? It's all a fabrication.
Yeah.
And really, what it's all about is all of the government class around the world is never acting on behalf of their nations, certainly not on behalf of their best interests, but they're colluding, collaborating together to create a world stage paradigm so that they can help each other to control their own populations, manage them.
Yes. I mean, people wonder where the game of chess came from. You know, the game of chess is a clever little tongue in cheek wink and a nod, like to the fact that they're the master players and everyone else are just pieces on the board,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Like
it.
that's the whole idea behind chess in the first place. That's why they walk on a chessboard floor. That's it's
There you
it's
are. And there was a
part
time
of the
when,
game.
yeah, and there was a time when I kind of would have thought, like, oh yeah, the checkered board floor, the white and black tiles, like, is that really a Masonic thing? Of course it is. It represents the chessboard, and they see the world stage as the grand chessboard, and we're all pawns in their game. The hidden hand, then pushing the pieces.
And it also represents good and evil, which they walk above. They are the gray Jedi, right? They're not
Right.
the Sith or the Jedi. They're the gray Jedi that's in between the two. And that's kind of which I use that symbology sometimes, talking about being more middle minded and not so easy to pull into the left right paradigm and all those kind of things. But what they mean by it is that you can use good and evil equally,
Mm.
and there's no difference, right? Like they can just as easily be nice as they can be evil as long as it gets them their way, type
Oh,
thing.
yeah, yep, yeah. And like, not that it matters, but I would sort of say like the night, the way it moves. I mean, there's different ways of thinking about what way the night moves. Some people think, oh, you go up two and then you go left one or this kind of thing, or you could say it goes in a diamond shape, or it moves between the squares as well. There's different ways of thinking about what way the night moves.
Mm.
But I'll catch up with a few comments here, and then we're coming into into the fifth hour, and the next video is longer, so obviously we're not going to get through it. But we'll start playing it, see how far we get. I'll play a bit more of it now, and obviously this is why I kind of have to let it go on a bit. I'm guessing that the further you get on into it, right, the more we might get away with towards the end. But you never know. Because, by the way, did you know that YouTube does a whole transcript of everything? Can be useful, but it does a whole transcript, not just subtitles, a transcript that you can scroll through and search for everything. So, I mean, that can
Yeah.
be parsed. But anyway, I'll catch up with the comments here, and then we'll move on to the next video.
Right.
And it's more of, as I say, Regina Elvira. Just in relation to what we've just been talking about, Truth Spirit says war makes money, and Orlingman says that may be true, but war is never about money. Well, of course, you see, look, the way it is everything is multifaceted, and why not profit from our downfall? And why not? People might sort of say, oh, the farm was never about making money. It's about making the cows never roam free. But yeah, it all goes hand in hand. I'll sort of say there are some pro to, and then I'll say, a little bit before I say cause, that list in there, pretty much that method that will profit off their degeneration, which we'll have the hand in,
And it
and
depends on what wheel of or what ring of the what ring of the operation you belong to. Like if you're at the top, money isn't so much of a motivation. If you're
of
at the
course, yeah,
bottom, money is much more of a motivation, right?
yeah,
So it really comes down to the ring and the sphere of influence you have. If you're one of these guys at the top, then you own the whole world. Why would you really care about money other than just a tool to bribe the plebeians to do what you tell them to do?
yeah. Well, the Rich List or Forbes magazine or those kind of things come out, and then people sort of say, "Hey, how come the Queen isn't on it?" Or how come the Rothschilds aren't on it? And even if they would include some of them, they kind of go, "Oh, well, they don't actually have that much earnings. It's not liquid assets," and blah blah blah. But there is an echelon above that that would never sully their name by having it in the newspapers or gaudy magazines. And in addition to that, there comes a point where you kind of go, well, we already know, as I think was discussed last week, that even if you're a multimillionaire, famous movie actor, they can make you a pauper like in Trading Places overnight by just switching off your credit cards, denying you access or authentication to your bank. You're unbanked. So they know that can happen. So then the opposite can also happen. You don't have any money. Now all of a sudden you have 20 billion, trillion, quadrillion, whatever. You've unlimited money. What's the point in counting it when you can have everything in the world, you own it already anyway? And look, even before you get to anywhere near that level, I remember somebody in the corporation was racking up a heck of a lot on his American Express, and they wanted to give him whatever is, I think the one after platinum is black, sort of counterintuitively, and they wanted to give him that one so that they'd say, whatever city you fly into, we'll send you a limousine to pick you up, and we'll do whatever for you. And they sort of boasted, saying one guy wanted to impress his friends with a helicopter ride, or we'll give all that to you, this sort of stuff. So that's even at just like sort of bullshit corporate level when you start spending big bucks every month on your corporate credit card,
That's
not
exactly
saying I
it.
was at that level, but
That's how they hook you.
yeah,
And once you're hooked, it's gets the higher up you go, the more you realize there's always somebody higher than you, and the harder it is to get out of the level you're at, right?
yeah,
So you're getting deeper in, and the deeper in you go, that door slams hard behind you. Like it really is blood in, blood out, and it's going to cost you to get out far more than it cost you to get in.
yeah. And the amazing thing is, nobody ever seems to have the good sense to say, maybe I won't immediately expand my lifestyle into this is now the new sort of minimum standard to which I can accept my lifestyle to be at. It's ridiculous how people immediately cannot go lower than that. Just, it's weird.
They immediately live to the very edge of their expenses. And I'm not that type of person. I can have found over the years that I can be quite happy with very little.
Yeah. Well, that's the way to be. And that old phrase like "be happy with what you have," or "learn to be content with what you have," rather than mess it up, but always wanting to be reach for the next thing. I'll just catch up with the last couple of comments, and then we'll go to the promised video.
Mhm.
Or Lemon says, I will follow that system of regimen, which, according to my ability and judgment, I consider for the benefit of my patients, and abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous. Well, that's from what was the Hippocratic Oath, the oath that doctors used to have to say to. Basically, it's like the creed that this original physician Hippocrates in ancient Greece basically said, here's my ethics, right? Always help somebody who needs help. Don't ever make anybody worse. And I used to say to people, like, to try and fix any problem, right? Don't make a problem any worse than it already is. So don't injure people. But I don't know if people know, but I just stated, and the videos are out there. Basically, first, do no harm. Primum non nocere, I think is how it's said. Just remember it from how it was said in the sort of saying it out in Latin there for the Hippocratic Oath. Basically, don't make anybody noxious. Don't poison anybody with your pharmakia. And that line was removed from the Hippocratic Oath sometime in the 1960s. And the videos are out there that prove it. I know it. It's not a matter of conjecture. So doctors don't even swear anymore, so they don't have to trouble their little heads. Because, oh, well, we might have to do some euthanasia. Or now they don't call it that. They might call it, it's just palliative care, bro. We're just easing them from their pain. Just palliative care.
Really, what is an oath if you have no like principles or real hard lines in the sand anyway? If you have no God or anyone to tether that oath to, then what does it really mean unless at the other end of that oath is we'll kill you?
Right.
Right? Like, and even then, like if somebody is steadfast enough in their principles, they might be willing to accept that.
Yeah. And very few people have any solid foundations. As I said before, principles, as far as somebody once explained to me, and I realized, oh, he's not alone. He said, they're just useful tools, and then you drop them if they're not useful anymore to get where you need to go. Good God. I did a video on that, by the way, as well. I think it was called It's Okay When We Do It.
That's a very, very bleak outlook on the world to have. I mean, it's bad enough to realize that most people are like that because they are. But like, to have that outlook myself would be quite devastating to me. What's the point after that? Like, once you've decided that that's the way you're going to be, it's kind of like, well, who
Well,
am I?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, not just who am I, but who am I sharing this planet with? And that's how you know that all this is going to happen again. Unless we do something about it, all this is going to happen again. Whatever they claimed happened the last time, it's going to happen again. Whatever happened in Russia in the gulags, that's going to happen. And you would sort of say, well, my own people wouldn't do that to me. Well, they've made sure that there's very few of your own people, so you can't appeal to them, sort of say we're all from the same group. And there's a video I'm not going to get a chance to see where an Irish soldier said, but it's there to view. I put it there in my community tab if you want to look at it. There's a few back there in community posts. An Irish soldier said to an Irish citizen, "Sure, we're all immigrants." When he asked, "Is this Irish military base being used by foreign men?" And he went, "Oh, well, we're all immigrants anyway." So that's how you know your own soldiers will act just like the Russian crossing guards, papers, please, and all this sort of stuff, papirin and whatever. And you'll be off to the gulags if you haven't taken your tablets.
True enough. True enough. I mean, even you look now, like, we find kindred with each other, all these thousands and thousands of miles apart, and culturally supposed to be like divided by the fact that, our people haven't been in the same country for quite some time, right? But yet, like, I have more in kindred with you than I do the dude who lives across the street from me.
Yeah, and look, it comes down to a matter of not only like do you share ethics or principles or values, but do you have any at all that are fixed and immutable? I think that's what it kind of comes down to.
Yeah, like I'd rather you have bad values than have absolutely none, and they be completely like organic and malleable, like just dependent on the situation. Like
Right.
that's the worst kind of person. At that point, I believe you're worse than like someone who's decidedly evil. At least they have enough balls to, be like, okay, I'm evil. I know you don't like it. I know it's shit, and I don't care. Right?
Absolutely.
Like,
At least there's an honesty to that, and that's why amoral is worse than immoral.
yes. Like there is the banality of evil. I think they say, like, it's that, the worst evil is the evil that just, it doesn't go out of its way to do evil. It's just, it allows whatever kind of evil just to happen. It doesn't care one way or the other. I think that is, and that's one of the problems I always had with like Buddhism and things, is because like, the ultimate Buddhist goal is to become, so ego dead that like no matter what happens, you remain unmoved by it. And to me, that just, I can't do it. I don't even know. That's not even a like a state that I wish to get to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of being human if I can't like feel something and then, feel my way through a situation? I need to be able to feel and think my way through a situation and learn from it. And I can't do that if I become this ego dead thing, right? It
Absolutely.
never, but that's one of the reasons why the cult has latched on to Buddhist and Hindu teachings so much, because their teachings very much, they promote veganism, they promote like not having as many babies, they promote all the things, right?
Well, from what I know, and I think it's a way of looking at it, and I'm not as critical of as Buddhism or Zen Buddhism, and I don't think of it in the same way as to be selfless like that. I think is what they're talking about, and like I see it as like the Christianity way of thinking of like basically be in the world but not of the world. Don't hang on to things that are transient and this kind of thing. That's the way I see it, but I know that you're seeing it in a different way. But I don't want to get into an argument. I just put it forward as just sort of say that I don't. It's how you look at it, and we might be misinterpreting it. But I take your point anyway, that the way that it is twisted, and that's how they twist all our religions now. And everybody,
What a
to your point,
Taoist told me. You know what I mean? Like when I was because I tried to be a Buddhist for a little while, like for some years or whatnot, and like this is what I was being taught in Asia. And whether it's the way it was meant to be taken originally or not, that's the way it's being taught there now.
Well, fair enough.
Or a decade or so.
Look, think of it also, right? Do you not remember that like there was, I can't remember her name, but it might have been, I think it was in New York. It wasn't the governor, so it was the whatever the mayor. I think it was a governor mayor, right? Governess mayor, right? I think that's who it was in New York, right? And she said, and I won't say the word, but she said, Jesus, she got all evangelical about it. She said, Jesus would take the you know what, right? So I think that's what it was. There's videos of it, and it was sickening. But there was a huge amount of Christians, evangelical ones, true believers, who went, "Oh yeah, well if Jesus said it, then it's a good thing, right?" So look,
yeah, we're done.
There's a huge amount of people out there, and we all know that since the Beatles really made it popular, and the hippie movement in America and all that, which was taken and subverted. Then they said, now you all got to fly over to India, and then we'll have some of the best guys who went to India come back and then basically set up ashrams like franchises, right? So that was twisted as well. Do you know what I mean? They can twist any religion.
That I would warn people against the most is like Sadhguru.
Oh, absolutely. 100% agree with you. Let's do a stream on him one time.
We should, because he is a sneaky fucker, and he's a good friend of Russell Brand's, by the way.
Right. So look, this is the thing, right? If you're thinking of, when you think of Zen Buddhism, right, and your mind thinks about Sadhguru, right, that's why you think the whole thing is insidious, perfidious.
Well, no, with him, I think of him. That's who I think of when I'm thinking of like the modern iteration of Hinduism. It's one of those things where, these modern iterations have all come back around to where, what was has been destroyed, and we don't even know what was is like, don't even know what that was anymore. Like, but what we have left is basically Freemasonry that has been rejiggered and refashioned to look like these other things, and they all lead back to that same nihilistic point, because they're defined that way.
Well,
that's why I put it in the starkest terms I can, because really, like the other forms that might have been less less destructive, we don't have access to anymore.
Yeah, fair enough. And by the way, like, I mean, I understand Hindu, but look, it's I think it all Hindu and Zen Buddhism and all that stems from Jainism or Jainism. I'm not an expert in it, but like that kind of an area, like whether he calls it as a Hindu or a Buddhist or whatever, right? He's a charlatan and he's selling woo woo to people. And I'll leave it at that, even though I'd like to say more about it because I don't want to waste the time. Like we have to keep it under 5 hours, right? So I'll see if I can play this video, and I played for a few minutes now, and because it's a long one, so I'll try and get a bit of it in. Maybe play 4 or 5 minutes at the beginning, 4 or 5 minutes at the end. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
Regina, it's great to finally meet you, and I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So you might well imagine that as the director of DARPA, I do a lot of public speaking. I don't usually get nervous. The format of this conference is a little bit different. I find it definitely unnerving. So I'm going to take a page out of Linda's book, and I'm going to start by singing. No, actually, I'm kidding. I'm not going to start by singing. Yeah, trust me, you should not be disappointed. Trust me. Most people would expect, however, I think the director of DARPA to begin by talking about the future. I'd like to start instead by talking about the past, October 4th, 1957, to be precise. You might also expect that the director of DARPA would start with something decidedly cheesy and sci-fi. I'm not going to do that either. Okay, it sounds a little cheesy and sci-fi, but it's anything but fiction. Those are the sounds of Sputnik circling the globe. October 4th, 1957. An event that arguably changed the world. Perhaps more than you realize. On October 5th of that same year, the headlines of the late city edition of the New York Times read, "Soviets launch satellite into space, circling the globe at 18,000 miles per hour, tracked 4 crossings over the United States, 560 miles above the Earth, visible with simple binoculars." And people looked up. And there was a tension in the country. There was a tension because of the worry, the threat of the Soviet Union, and what looked like technological superiority. Sputnik was a strategic surprise. And the nation was called to action, called to an epic journey to the moon. It was science's time to be daring, and scientists and engineers were heroes in this epic tale, this epic battle, an adventure to the moon. And it instilled a sense of wonder in children and their parents and their grandparents, and people sat on the edges of their seats waiting to see if we would be successful in this quest. Now, many of you remember this. You remember the sense of wonder that it instilled and the tension that it created, this wondrous adventure and the worry, the fear that went with it. Now that's the tale that most of us remember about that time. What many of us don't know is that those same events gave birth to a little place we call DARPA. Now, DARPA was formed in 1958 by Eisenhower. It had a singular mission to create and prevent strategic surprise. It has been true to that mission for 50 years. And indeed, DARPA is a place where wonder exists every day. Now, when I started at DARPA, we had a little celebration just before on July 19th, 2009, and one of the former directors of DARPA approached me, and he said, "DARPA is one of the gems of the nation. Take care of her," which is really an elegant way of saying, "Regina, this is pretty important, don't screw it up." So we set out in this journey at DARPA to do both the important work of the nation in preventing strategic surprise, and in doing and conducting our work, instilling this sense of wonder through the scientific and engineering endeavors of the agency. Now, many of you may not know DARPA. You got a little glimpse of it in the previous presentation, but I will tell you that without doubt, your life knows DARPA. Your life knows DARPA in the development of robotics, as Chris talked about, to do the dull, dirty, and dangerous work. Your life knows DARPA in the formulation of GPS, in microelectronics, in material science, in wireless technology. Your life knows DARPA. And in fact, if we dial forward just a little bit, from 57 to 69, we'll talk about the events of that year. Now remember, 69 was the landing on the moon, the culmination of that very exciting race. Some argue it was the most seminal event of that year, seared in our memories. But in 69, something else, arguably perhaps much more important, happened. And it happened in the quiet of a few labs. Because 1969 was the birth year of perhaps DARPA's most notable invention, the internet. So it began very humbly. Simple idea, connect two nodes together, one at UCLA and one at SRI. A simple yet potentially profound idea. And in that first communication, well, the conversation was a little bit rocky, as it often is in a new conversation. And that first transmission crashed the system. All that got through was the first two letters of the word login, an L and an O. And then a buffer overflow crashed the system. The good news is that doesn't happen anymore, right? Who would have thought that 4 decades later, the internet would be like a new life? Organic, growing, spectacular. It's beautiful in its own right. In fact, science is like art. It is the creation of something new, something that never existed before. And scientists and engineers are artists in their own right. Science makes us ask questions about ourselves and about the future. And today, the internet is so much more than those first humble ideas.
Right, I'm going to stop it there. We've got about maybe a third of the way through. I'm going to say a couple of things just in general, right? There's a huge amount of humble bragging going on there, you know. So I was called by the director of then DARPA, you know, the then director, and he said, like, you know, Regina, whatever, you know, it's so important. It's a gem of our nation, this DARPA thing we got going, you know. take care of this gem, And what he really meant was, don't screw it up, Gina, because I'll leave it to you. I bequeath DARPA to you, my queen, And I had to step up to the plate, even though I was only a little old girl, And of course, there was all this misogyny around. Of course, we can always assume there was a lot of misogyny. But despite all the obstacles, these humble bragging people always have to kind of imply that despite all the obstacles that were put in her way, she not only managed to not mess up DARPA, but by implication, she's sort of saying, like, I brought it from these humble beginnings to this beautiful, amazing crystalline space-like structure, basically comparing the growth of the internet interlinked nodes, as they call them, basically what would have been servers in universities or mini computers or VAX terminals connected to mini computers, connecting those so you could sort of log in. And these apocryphal stories of it crashed after LO for login. Just like the first steps of our little robot, like, whatever, or in space, our first faltering steps into space. It's all the same goddamn narrative that, I'm getting angry now because I know my father, like, every time he thinks of the moon landings, he knows he watched it on satellite TV, beamed straight to TV across from Houston, across the Telstar satellite and whatever, And it's all the same. We took our first faltering steps into space, and now here I am, a little woman, but I conquered the world. And scientists and all this kind of thing. I'll hand it off to you now by just sort of saying, I really like Richard Feynman. I think he was a good guy. I think he's one of the good guys of them. His basically idea of thinking about himself was that he was a scientist with the heart of a poet. And I will say, absolutely, I thought that, science goes without saying that you've got a human heart and you have, human artistic inclinations, and you've got your own instinctual ethics. These people don't. And everything about her is insincere and inauthentic, but she's trying to pull on the heartstrings. And I thought nobody would fall for it. But unfortunately, I think it works. What do you say to that?
Yes, I think it does work. It works very well. And, she'll say all that about the internet and the connecting nodes and stuff without ever giving an inkling as to where the idea originally started, and it wasn't even like necessarily a military thing. It was a banking thing. Because, see, that interconnecting nodes thing, that's kind of how the banking system has always worked. And the reason it works that way is because if you look up the Fugger banking family, I believe I brought them up before, they were the ones that helped bring the banking system spy network up to snuff for the more modern era, really. And this was all the way back in, like the 1500s, they were doing this. But they were the first ones to come up with this idea of setting up spy posts here, there, and yonder all across of Europe, and having the these spy networks work so well that they could basically interconnect these nodes together, and these nodes would stay connected and communicating with each other all the time, in which it would give the banks an idea of what was going on in the world, who was going broke, who needed money, who didn't need money, etc., who was going to war, before any of the other kings of Europe would know. So, and that's how the banking system got its foot in to begin with, was by cultivating this communication idea that we were talking about earlier. And this is just another iteration of that same idea. They've just electrified it. That's all.
And in response to that, I'm going to give a quick blast bit of information. I'll just throw it by you and get it over and done with real quick, so that it's buried here. The banking system, obviously, as you might imagine, would want to have control over their own hardware and software systems for these nodes that are interconnected, and indeed they do, and many of them still do. However, about 10 years ago, they were being put under pressure. They were being courted, you could say, by the big data center companies to why not allow them to host all their data for them. Sure, wouldn't it be much easier? And the banks went, no, I think we're fine having control over our own digital currencies. Even at the time, of course, it's all ones and zeros traveling from computers. We know this, right? And ATMs and everything else. Although it's not a very well kept secret that whenever you would see ATM machines crash, you would see Windows NT blue screen errors. Well, there was specifically a very favorite machine of theirs. It was made by IBM, and it had the AS400 chip in it, and it was considered to be an antiquated system. In fact, the only reason IBM still made them was because the banking industry existed. Nobody else was buying that old stuff, but it worked. It did what it was supposed to do, and they never wanted to change their system. That was 10 years ago. And IBM are nowhere near the company that they used to be, and they have been eclipsed by the big data center companies, such that the data center companies now go out to Taiwan, China, wherever, and they just say, here's the specification of the next server we want, build it. And they go, oh, we have a few of the off-the-shelf products. Do you want to just tailor customize this? That's the way they do it, right? So I'm not going to state it outright, but you can understand that there is a progression and a migration period happening. That's what I'm going to say to that. And then you might say, what other things could I imagine? What other entities could I imagine would not want their data be not in their direct control? Well, the other thing is governments, right? So I'll say no more than that. And now you understand why tech companies, so-called tech companies who are really media companies and big data companies, why they work hand in hand with all the corporations, well, whatever they're creating for us to make us healthy, and our governments and our financial institutions. Now you know why they all work together, because they're all in the same bed.
Well, now you also have a good idea of why, like, the financial markets need to be controlled so well, and why they need to be able to cut your funds off so easily, and why they need to be able to kick you off things like Robinhood trading at the drop of a hat. Because if you know the kind of things that me and you know, don't you think that me and you, if we had like enough money to invest, that we could probably think of the right places to put it? If we were evil like that.
Yeah, well, I'll sort of say, like, I never had the patience for any of it, and obviously, as far as ethics, I'm not trying to say I'm a good boy or any of that kind of thing, but like my whole ethics is that you just wouldn't do that even if you would. But the whole thing is just so tiresome for me. But of course, maybe if I had a bit more energy and get up and go and just get in the game, then I could have made some.
I know I could do it. The thing is, like, you know, this is why they don't want normies having like the kind of information that we can give them, and this is why they have control of the financial markets the way they do. Is that way, even if people do get the information, if you do seem to look like you've got the idea of what's going on, then they're going to have to either approach you and get you on board, or make sure that you can't make any more money. Like, the fact of the matter is, like, if you know what technologies they're going to go after, all you have to do is put your money in the right spot. Give them the funding and your money will double. Like, right? As long as they perceive you to be on their side and funding what they want to fund, like, yeah, you will become rich. It's very easy. And this is how these people become rich, because like they always know what the next technology to invest in is going to be. They know when they're going to say that, oh, you can't make any more gas-powered cars. They know when they're going to say, hey, you got to stop using fireplaces. Like, they know when to divest in fireplaces and invest in solar panels, is my point.
Yes. Look, what I'll say in response to that is I'm going to try, and I think we might be able to play all this video, but I want to read out something very, very quick, and then we'll come back for another aspect about this woman, right? And you can tell the aspect that you know after the next clip about what is written in one of her alma maters where she studied in Virginia Tech. But let me just read this as far as, because we're touching on the subject of a sort of a Nancy Paul type situation here, or the kind of situation where we're aware that within the industry where they want to make you feel better, that there's been regulatory capture. Well, this is sounding a bit like this, but they investigated themselves and they found that no, actually everything was above board. So I want to read just very quickly into the record about a potential conflict of interest on her Wikipedia page, right? And I've linked to her Wikipedia page in the description, and I just want to very quickly just read it out as is. I suppose I'm not even going to make any comment on it. I'm just going to say it what it is, just real quick, read it out. In March 2011, an article in Wired magazine stated that Dugan held stock in Red X Defense, her previous firm. In accordance with Department of Defense policy, Dugan disclosed and recused, in other words, withdrew from matters involving her former firm, removed herself from matters involving her former firm. A DARPA spokesperson stated that Dugan had no involvement in a 2010 contract award to Red X Defense. and that the contract was vetted by the agency's top lawyer to assure that there was no conflict. Subsequently, the LA Times and Wired reported that her company had received around 1.8 million, sure, it's hardly anything, call me when we're talking billions, in DARPA contracts, and that Dugan held a promissory note from Redx Defense in the amount of 250,000, a mere piffling trifle. Others have argued that the Wired reporter's accusations were unjustified. In August 2011, the Inspector General of the Department of Defense began an investigation to ensure the procedures had been followed and to examine DARPA's general policies on conflict of interest, as well as a specific concern that DARPA Director Regina Dugan retains financial ties to her former firm, which has won some 6 million in contracts, no more, no less, certainly no less than 6 million in contracts with the agency, 4.3 million of which was awarded prior to her position as director. So it couldn't have been her, or, you know, if anything, we should only look at the next 1.7 million, but I mean, it couldn't have been whatever. So there's more to it than that. You can read on it. That's the first paragraph of the potential conflict of interest. But as you can see, the Inspector General of the Department of the DoD began an investigation to ensure it had been followed, and the top lawyer already said it was everything was totally kosher and above board, so no need to worry. But listen, we're only talking millions there anyway. So listen, who doesn't embezzle a few million and have a howdy doody, there's a brown envelope for you, and I'll send you an extra full Christmas hamper then in return?
Exactly that. That's how all of them play this game. And, you know, it's just more of that corporate, you know, it's just like the corporate credit card and everything else. It's part of the perks that you get, right? It's the perk package.
And I will say, by the way, as well, the corporate policy says you're not allowed to accept any gifts whatsoever, even a bottle of wine at Christmas. And if you do receive it, you have to declare it, and then it has to go into the basket to go out for a charity or something like this, you know. That only applies to us, you know.
Yep. Yeah, that doesn't apply to the executives. You know, that only applies to those below a certain pay grade.
Right. Well, look, we've got a half an hour left. Let's play a bit more of this, see if we can complete it, all right?
Sounds good.
Today, the internet is commerce. It's a communal mind. It is sometimes vulgar. It is sublime. It is like a vast networked mirror that shows us who we are and what we will become. And layered on top of the internet is a new, very powerful force in social media. Now, these are the kinds of statistics that we see in the development of social media now. Facebook, 200 million users in less than 9 months. Third largest country, if measured against the others. It's phenomenal, indeed. And who would have thought that Facebook and Twitter could become new instruments of strategic surprise, every bit as powerful as many others, and in fact, the fuel of revolutions and the source of even very simple wonderment. So, if we look back after the 2009 Iranian election, when the conventional forms of communication were largely censored, Twitter became the means by which dissidents communicated with each other and with the world. At its peak, over 221,000 tweets in 1 hour, and 2.2 million blog posts with Iran in the subject in 24. And in the uprisings in Tunisia, one reporter wrote that everything that he had learned about those important events, he learned from Twitter, that the entire uprising had been tweeted. And then 20-year-olds in Egypt who used Twitter and Facebook to change the nature of their country. This is part of the tension now associated with the power of the internet. But as loud as those events were, there are events of equal importance in learning and science and simple wonderment that happen in the quiet. This single red balloon represents an experiment that we conducted in 2009. On October of 2009, we announced what we called the Network Challenge. Our goal was to discover just how powerful the internet had become. The idea was that on December 5th, we would launch 10 8-foot red weather balloons in the United States at undisclosed locations. We would pay $40,000 to the first individual or team that would find those 10 red balloons. Now, much as we heard about with the Grand Challenge, some people thought perhaps this silly, some people thought it frivolous. It's anything but. It is the first large-scale social media experiment where there was an adversarial component, and the number of false reports into the system relative to the number of accurate reports into the system was 4 to 1. And the challenge became sorting the false reports from the true reports, and it questioned the very nature of how we define truth in these kinds of experiments. Traditionally, we would define truth as that which we can authenticate by virtue of the source. Authenticate the source, that which comes out as true. It may not be accurate, but that's how we define true. In this particular experiment, truth looked very different. As it turned out, if the reports came in rapid succession, very close time, and they were the same to within 3 significant digits in its latitude and longitude, they were false. As it turns out, if humans are involved, there's natural noise in the system, and that natural noise became reflective of truth. And the MIT students who won this challenge did what people thought completely impossible. They identified all 10 balloons in a remarkable 8 hours and 52 minutes. 8 hours and 52 minutes, and that's not the end of it. One particularly connected individual rolled out of his bed on that Saturday morning, sent a tweet to his entire network, and within 1 hour, he had the location of all of 7 balloons. 1 hour. And, just even in the midst of all of that, there were these simple illustrations of the wonder that it created. We have video journals of teenagers who got up in the wee hours of the morning, which I think a remarkable achievement in and of itself, in the wee hours of the morning to search in their entire communities for a single red balloon. We had people who would never have participated in a science experiment of this type participating because of the wonder that it created. And in fact, we need this renaissance of wonder. We need to renew in our hearts and in our souls this deathless dream, this eternal poetry, the perennial sense that life is miracle and magic. We need that in our lives. And today, DARPA is a place where that sense persists. Now, I'm clear about the weight of the responsibility of our work. I'm also clear that the urgency and the stakes of that work, they demand something of us. They inspire greater genius. And that greater genius, that inspiration, it can't be created in the abstract. It has to be real to focus the mind. It has to be real to focus the mind.
I'll take another pause there because we're now more than 2/3 of the way through, because there's going to be more of this saccharine sweet, highly inauthentic, not just cynical, but she is lazily manipulative. She's not, and we've talked about this before, she's not bringing out her top tricks or best hypnotism by repeating there, that we have to, what's she saying? We have to believe. It has to be real. It has to be real. It must be real. This is, as Toledo there says as well, it's witchcraft, but it's lazy witchcraft. It's like, I opened the book. Do you know what it's like? I've thought about this when I think I watched it, and it reminds me again. Do you remember in Groundhog Day the way, like, he goes through so many iterations of this? He's bored of it now. He just wants to get to the point where the people are under his spell, right? Or sorry, where the girl is under his spell. So he's gonna, yeah. Renaissance French poets, world peace. Do you want world peace? I want world peace. Right, come on, come on. We have to now get you into bed. And then back to the last part where I made the mistake, and then I can keep going from there because he's done so many times. By the way, and I'll be very clear about this, I don't believe that she's a genius, right? Wonderkind who invented all the, apparently, like, Wikipedia says she invented some way to sniff the content of landmines, like, to help save people's lives. I don't believe, and by the way, I've met people like her. I've met a woman who was only about 10 years older than me, who claimed that she grew up programming machines with punch cards. I mean, it's ridiculous, but like, and she was like a big time woman in the tech industry as well. And they published that as her backstory when it was patently nonsense. This woman, I don't think, knows anything about technology. I think she's a car salesman, and a very good one, and she's got absolutely no shame at all. And people would never think, well, she'd hardly be saying all this thing if she wasn't a computer genius. And she's got such an amazing personality where she sees the wonder of science and space in our future. And she's getting people to believe it. And it's bottom shelf bull, is what I'm going to say. What do you have to say to that?
It's
JC?
very possible. I mean, they do things like that. I mean, Bill Gates is a good example, or Elon Musk, or any of these billionaires or whatnot, these playboy, poster boy type fellows they got going on. Pick any of them. Like, I don't think for a second Bill Gates invented anything in his garage. Nor the guy from Apple, Steve Jobs, or like, they might have been clever. You know what I mean? Like, but I think a lot of this stuff is invented by, organizations like DARPA, and then it's handed to these people as, the innocent front men. Like with Gates, it's going to be like, oh, well, he's too nerdy. Back in the 80s, I mean, what our mindset was like back then. It's like, that guy's too nerdy to really be a threat, right? And it's like, oh, no. Just because he's a nerd does not mean that he can't be absolutely insidiously evil. He just doesn't have the power to be able to, actually act on his evil, right? So,
you're so right. You're so right for saying that. And again, little universal lesson to everybody. Just because, like, the people in your class are being bullied or meek doesn't mean they wouldn't do the same thing as arbitrarily if they were capable of it. So be very careful about coming in to rescue people.
Yes, for sure on that one, for sure. But back to the point though, like, they most certainly would, take some girl like that and build her up. She's got a good backstory. We talked about the cancer story thing.
Well,
and
go on
all
and say
that.
it then anyway, because it's not on her Wikipedia page, but you said that it does say that in her, what's it, not varsity? What's the university?
Or whatever. It was her Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech, yes. Her bio on Virginia Tech. Her
And
bio on
on
Virginia.
the website, it talks about her when she was 9 years old. She had to undergo chemo treatments and at least 3 surgeries, I think, in order to, even survive. And she says that, she herself was quoted as saying, it was like the biggest moment in her life. And it really, she herself stated that it was the fire in which that forged her spirit and changed everything about the way she looked at life and all these other different things. So it wasn't no small thing. And, she, like, that good little backstory there, and the fact that she's a woman and all these other kind of things. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect to be a car salesman, like you were saying. So yeah, absolutely. That could be the case. She could be, just really good.
Yeah,
I'm going
to say that I'm highly skeptical of the cancer story. It doesn't appear on her Wikipedia page. In fact, there's absolutely zero that I can see about her personal life, early life, anything on her Wikipedia page. And I'm going to say that it's always the very lazy, trite background story to say, and it's, by the way, I'm thinking of Mr. Bounderby out of Hard Times, who was like always boasting about he was the self-made man, and everybody else should be at least as successful as him, because if he can do it, everybody else can do it. But of course, he inherited his money and the factory and everything else. I'm going to say, I won't say outright I don't believe her, but I don't believe her. But I'm highly skeptical of the cancer claim, and it's exactly the kind of thing you would say if you wanted to have an unassailable shield where nobody could criticize you or question anything about, who you are or your credentials, when you can go, this girl beat cancer and then went on to save the world. How dare you? That's
Which would be a perfect thing to do if you were trying to create another Bill Gates, but for the modern era, not for the 80s, but for the politically correct, always under surveillance, 24/7 modern era. Like, you have to build up your heroes with a better legend, right? Like, you can't
right.
be a Bill Gates who's got a little bit of dirt, but you can kind of keep it out of the mainstream. No, you need to be a little bit cleaner. You need to be unassailable. And a woman like that's beat cancer, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that would absolutely give her, like, right off the bat in today's era, a type of armor, right?
Exactly.
Perfectly.
Perfect. Right. Let's see if we get the rest of this in under the wire. So we've got 15 minutes left, and I think we can finish off the video here. Okay?
Sounds good.
And I'll give you just a little example of things that we're working on today, because nowhere is that sense of urgency, that sense of focus, more prevalent than in the support for operations that we have now. This is a LiDAR image. LiDAR is light detection and ranging. It uses light to image objects in the same way that radar uses radio waves. Now, the color is indicative of elevation. And what you see here is a system that's been under development for years. It uses advances in shortwave infrared sensitive materials, much like you heard about in the last talk, and photon counting detection arrays to do this work. We can detect and use 10 photons to do this ranging. Now, let me give you a sense of scale. A single 100-watt light bulb emits about 1 billion photons in 1 nanosecond. We use 10 photons to do this detection and ranging. Previously, that would have required tens of thousands of photons. Now, we were flying the system, shaking the bugs out when I went to Afghanistan. And what I learned in Afghanistan was that many of our military personnel were doing what amounted to controlled crash landings into the sides of mountains for lack of data. And so we said, enough. We need to fly the system in Afghanistan. And 7 months later, we were doing just that, flying the system in Afghanistan. And let me give you a sense of the operational importance of this work. The HALO system at full operational capability can map 50% of Afghanistan in 90 days. The previous systems available to do that work would have required 3 years. It's making a profound difference. So who does this work? Much like we talked about in the time of going to the moon, scientists and engineers, they are the heroes in this work. They are mostly unsung heroes. So I'd like to introduce you to a few of them. This is Galen and Chris. Galen and Chris are some of the nation's best computer scientists. They came to DARPA in answering a call. We asked them to come for a 90-day skunkworks activity. That's it, just 90 days. Come and help us understand how to do large-scale data processing in support of ongoing operations. And they answered the call. They came from their universities, MIT and Harvard, and 82 days later, they had their first breakthroughs. And they briefed the vice chairman and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and those military men said to them, "Great work, go forward." Go forward? Yeah, go forward. And 3 weeks later, they were in Afghanistan. And I watched these 25-year-old computer scientists go toe-to-toe with 4-star generals because they saw something that was important, and it was their way of serving their country. Indeed, why do we do it? We do it because there's something about service that matters. And each of us has a story that characterizes or symbolizes that desire to serve. I have many. I'll tell you just one. On September 12th of 2009, I was at a college football game. There were tens of thousands of people ushering into the stadium. There was a buzz about. I was taking my seat, and as I was taking my seat, I got a text message. And the text message was from U.S. Marine Colonel T.C. Moore. And T.C. was in Afghanistan. And his message read as follows: Dr. Dugan, life here is stranger than even Coppola would have imagined. We've just unloaded a helo full of St. Louis Rams cheerleaders, and it was just hours after we loaded the plane with the 2 flag-draped coffins of the 2 Marines who died here yesterday. And there I was in the stadium, in what seemed to me like a complete bubble. College football fans buzzing all around me. And there I was in text message exchange with T.C. Moore all the way across the world in Afghanistan. And I will tell you that just a few moments later, something absolutely surreal happened. The announcer for the football game came on the speaker and said, I'd like to ask that we observe 2 minutes of silence in remembrance of September 11th. And the entire stadium fell silent. And I felt as if all of those people were honoring those 2 fallen Marines. And I wrote to their families to tell them. And those are the kinds of images that are seared in our minds as we serve. And every day when I wake up, it is my goal to be worthy of them. And in fact, I think it's what we all seek. We seek meaningful work of import. We seek that our work is true and worthy of our greatest passions. I don't put boots on and jump out of a plane, but I have found a way to serve my country. And this is my service to country. Thank you.
Right, and all the people clap politely. I don't know if they were enthusiastically clapping. JC, we'll finish it up now. We have 5 minutes, really. I'm going to say it's a crock. I don't believe her. I think it's insipid, and I think it's actually horrific what she's doing there. It's not just stolen valor, it's manipulative in the highest order, in the most cynical way, trying to pull at people's heartstrings about fallen heroes. And this, it's outrageous how she's trying to say, like, I pull on my boots, as though she's, and I've known people like this as well, who worked in the industry, and girls like this as well, who think that they're just as tough as the men. I pull on my boots and do my computer sciencey things, and I think it's still not clear to me, but I think she's saying that these 2 genius, best computer scientists that ever lived went out to Afghanistan and gave their lives to map Afghanistan in exponentially quicker time, because otherwise, who knows how much of a terrible time they must have had to stay there, that would have had to stay there 20 years and leave all their equipment behind if it wasn't for these guys mapping everything with LiDAR so quickly. So I think she's trying to say that, and then if you notice as well, I'll say this, right, and then hand it off to say a few words. The story's all about her. It's all about her. And I was there, and then I felt like this, and it was the most magical thing. And then it was as if the stadium, I was in the stadium, and the world revolved around me. She's a grand narcissist, and unfortunately, I think a lot of people fall for her bull. It's nonsense, and it's the most insidious. And I can't think of the word for it now, but it's infernal lies is what it is.
Well, I mean, there's that. Like, she's definitely got an ego, and because the whole thing, it came off like an acceptance speech of some kind, and or something like that, where it did seem centered around her, not around the technology or DARPA or any of that. And then on the other hand, you have her, using blatant, appeal to emotion fallacy in order to sell people on this whole idea in the first place. With the fallen soldiers and all. Oh, we're just doing it to help the soldiers. It's just like how they sell the whole transhumanism with the, oh, we're going to help them get their legs back. It's like, no, this is this is well beyond that at this point. Like, that's just
Absolutely.
the selling point. That's just the selling.
It's so mawkish, so maudlin, and such a cynical, obvious ploy to manipulate people, like, with this, and what's entrenched in Americans, but I think a lot of people are rubbing the sleep from their eyes, like this false patriotism that they're appealing to, or appealing to a sense of patriotism that's been inculcated in people, which is really just subservience to their government and the armed forces which are there to keep them all under control. Oh, thank you for putting your jackboot on me. Oh, kick me again. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, thank you for your service. And that's why so many people who come back from wars had time to think about what's going on here, and then they come back and they kind of go, uh-oh, I've been fighting for the evil empire. And not just America, every person fighting for every country realizes this. My government hates me. And never more so, and it always has been the case in America, for veterans, that they're treated the worst in many different ways, that their own government experiments on them, puts napalm on them, makes them breathe in Agent Orange. And if they get back, they kind of go, yeah, well, what do you want us to do about it now, And so many of them are homeless, and then very well, understandably, trying to numb the pain with drugs and everything else. So there's a lot of truth in, say, films like Forrest Gump about Agent Dan and things like this, having legs blown off, and they're alcoholics at the very least, if not addicted to whatever of the modern drugs that they have now. I won't wax lyrical, just in case people think that I'm criticizing. There's still that vestiges of, oh, but my country, my military, what would you know, all this kind of stuff. There's none more so who are against the idea of military than veterans who understand that war is a racket after, Smedley Butler.
On top of that, the way that she is, presenting all that, it's kind of enticing. What it's doing is enticing, rich boomers out there in the world to invest in DARPA tech is also what it's doing. It's like you might not can help by, you might have been too chicken shit to join the military or do actually anything physical in the world, but you can take your money and invest it here and with me, because, because she was kind of selling herself there, as we talked about, like, the whole thing came off like, fund us.
Yes.
Is what it kind of seems like to me.
And that's why CEOs, I used to think, God, they must be amazing that they know everything that everybody's doing. All the managers, they're delegating all the plans. They've got it all going on in their head. They don't. They're just very good at delivering competent sounding speeches where they don't stumble over their words. That's what CEOs, and by the way, they have to look a certain way. They have to look very presentable. So they're like ambassadors. They can speak a lot of language.
Their box check people, like, once if they check all the boxes, then they're good to go.
Yeah.
Like, basically, if you can, like, if you have a pretty decent vocabulary, you know what people want to hear, and you can memorize that shit, and you look right, and you have the right kind of attitude as far as, like, you don't care about anyone but yourself and your own advancement, then if you check all those boxes, then you're right up their alley.
Yeah. Now, Doc there says, we love our military guys, even though they fought for the evil ones. They didn't know, right? They didn't know. But then the ones that do know, they figure it out. We all know, right? And so we're all on the same page there.
Those are the ones I have a problem with. The ones that that know and still continue. That's the
Yeah,
issue I have with them. Yeah. At some point, just following orders don't get it, and once you know, you've got to do something.
exactly. Well, look, we're going to have to leave it at that. But look, just the underneath thing I'll underline it with is I don't think it needs to be spelled out anymore, right? They say one thing, never admit with our mouths or what we do with our hands, or we do a different thing with our hands with what we say with our mouths. That's the way it works in the Council on Foreign Relations. That's what they're taught. And I'll just underline then the sort of the mic drop moment is she talked about Twitter and the balloons and the data mining and the amount of heuristics and all this kind of thing that they can do. Well, that video is from 2011.
Yeah.
Right. So imagine where we are now.
Exactly. Exactly that. That is a super important thing to remember. And also remember, they're 40 years past that. Right? So,
Yeah.
that nothing is beyond like, capability at this point. Trust nothing and, leave nothing as, leave no stone unturned. Just because it sounds out there doesn't mean it's not possible. The technology at this point is indistinguishable from magic. So, think in that vein.
Yeah. Look, I kind of knew all this stuff, but I forgot it. It needs to be refreshed in our memories. I would encourage people to. I'm going to leave this up, like I have done with all my streams, our streams. And if people want to clip any part of it, please do so to make it more digestible. You'd actually be helping me out. And reproduce and publish elsewhere, because it's not that people don't know the stuff, couldn't figure it out, couldn't intuit it, but you need to be reminded that this isn't just a fantasy or a conspiracy theory. It's out there. They've boasted about it, and they boasted about it more than 10 years ago, 12 years ago, right? So I'll say thanks again to everybody that was with us throughout the stream and anybody who listens back in any form. And thanks to you again, JC, for being such a great conversationalist and somebody to navigate through these waters with. Cheers again.
And thank you, bud.
Okay, bye-bye.